the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Healing. Looking at Li Feng, who seemed to have a full grasp of the situation, Carlson showed an apologetic expression to Uncle Ben and walked out of the ward. When he closed the door, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Fuhrer's number, saying, "Sir, Austin knows that we are monitoring the Parker family." Although he did not explicitly ask us to give up the monitoring, the meaning of his words is very clear. On the other end of the phone, Fury was silent for a while and said, "This is what he said specifically, including his body movements and expressions when he spoke." Carlson was stunned and slowly recounted the process described by Li Feng to the phone with pictures and texts, wondering if he missed any details. That led Fury to need details. Is there any hidden meaning when Austin said it? On the other side, after hearing the details, Fury touched his chin and thought for a long time before saying, "I see. According to Austin's request, cancel the surveillance on the Parker family. In addition, what is his attitude towards the Parker family?" Carlson tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, "The time is too short. I can't be sure whether the previous judgment is correct. I only know that Austin at least treats Uncle Ben as a friend." After hesitating, Carlson whispered, "Sir, Peter Parker also discovered the surveillance equipment. I feel that he is a good seedling. Should we recruit him to the SHIELD Academy? In this way, we can not only build a relationship with Austin, but also get talents." Fury squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. Although we can't be sure of Austin's specific attitude towards us now, I feel that he used to be disgusted and afraid, but now he is disdainful and disgusted. It is estimated that, as soon as we recruit Peter Parker, Austin will forcibly drag him out of the academy. We should save each other some face, so that we don't work in vain and offend Austin." Carlson nodded slightly, and when the call was about to end, he suddenly asked, "Sir, do you know that Austin's RV can fly?" Although Fury had never seen RVs flying in the sky, he had a lot of information to confirm that Li Feng's RV could fly, such as the car marks on the rooftop and in front of the garage of Stark Company, and Stark had purchased a coating that could be used for aircraft stealth, etc. Overall, the probability that Li Feng had a flying RV was quite high. While secretly criticizing Li Feng for being too careless, Fury thought for a while and said, "I not only know that the RV can fly, but also that it can be invisible." Fury, who didn't want to continue to say anything in detail, didn't wait for Carlson to ask, and said, "Notify Austin and tell him that I have prepared the laboratory and am waiting for him to come over to visit. As for the address of the laboratory, I have sent it to Laura." After that, Fury hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed to the laboratory where the Rubik's Cube was stored, as if he was ready to talk to Li Feng in person. Carlson raised his eyebrows after the call and complained in his heart about how much information SHIELD's level division mechanism made him miss. Li Feng, who had just finished chatting with Uncle Ben, came out of the ward. Li Feng looked at Carlson, whose eyebrows were all tangled, and asked curiously, "Your face is full of confusion. Say it out and make me happy." Carlson smiled falsely, stretched out his hand to Li Feng, and made a gesture of invitation, and whispered, "Fury asked me to tell you that the laboratory is ready, and you can go play with the Rubik's Cube at any time." Li Feng scratched his head. For some reason, he felt that Fury seemed to know something, so he used the excuse of the Rubik's Cube to talk to him face to face. Otherwise, according to Fury's previous personality, after knowing that the Rubik's Cube was related to space and Li Feng himself had the ability of a portal, the normal operation would be to build a secret room for Li Feng to comprehend the Rubik's Cube so that no one could escape before agreeing to let Li Feng touch the Rubik's Cube. It would not be like this now. He just finished talking about the Rubik's Cube and then prepared everything. Otherwise, what if Li Feng ran away with the Rubik's Cube? Could Fury still track Li Feng? However, the Rubik's Cube, it's a bit tempting. Li Feng stretched out his hand to signal Carlson to lead the way and said in a relaxed tone, "I didn't expect you to be so fast. Or did you hide the Rubik's Cube in some special place?" Are you just taking me there now? Hearing that Li Feng was asking about something, Carlson smiled and said, Mr. Austin, I learned about the Rubik's Cube from you. Before that, I didn't know there was such a magical item in the world. Carlson's implication was very clear. I don't know anything, and it's useless for you to ask. Li Feng curled his lips and said, okay, I'd better go ask Fury myself. By the way, will you put on black stockings for me later, and then drive your Laura around the world, and send me to Fury? Black stockings? Carlson glanced at Li Feng speechlessly, and said faintly, if you need, I will buy black stockings for you now, and I guarantee there will be no smell. On the other side, Fury hurried to a certain underground base in a Quinjet, which he believed to have tight security, and checked the base inside and out 3 times. At this time, Carlson brought Li Feng, who was wearing a black hood but walking briskly, to a room with only a table and 2 chairs somewhere in the base. After a while, Fury walked into the room with a suitcase, put the suitcase at his feet, and waved to Carlson to leave the base. Fury crossed his legs and sat opposite Li Feng without saying a word, with one hand on the back of the chair and the other hand stroking the suitcase, quietly looking at Li Feng, who was still blindfolded. Li Feng seemed to sense that the person opposite him was Fury. He accurately reached out and picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, then said with a smacking of his lips, last time we met, you brought me a bottle of beer to quench my thirst. Why are you only using boiled water to fool me now? Fury glanced at the water cup, tapped the briefcase lightly and said, funds are tight recently, so a glass of boiled water is good enough. Besides, this is not boiled water, but mineral water. Is there a difference between the 2 kinds of water? To me, neither is as delicious as beer. Li Feng scratched his brow, took off his hood casually, shrugged and said, I suggest you talk to Stark about sponsorship. After all, that guy is super rich. After that, Li Feng squinted at the briefcase at Fury's feet and said curiously, is there the Rubik's Cube in the briefcase? Fury nodded slightly, put the briefcase on the table, and asked, what do you think of Stark's desire to explore healing techniques? How do you look at it? My cervical spine is not very good. How about I lie down and look at it? Li Feng turned his head to look at Fury, curled his lips and said, you talk as if you are not going to study healing skills. Fury folded his arms, looked at Li Feng seriously, and said with a straight face, you know what I mean. You used to keep things about mages and spells confidential, but you had no reaction to Stark's detection of spells. This is too unusual. Moreover, you showed your healing skills when you first met Stark, and then you continued to show your healing skills in front of him. I roughly calculated that, as long as you have the chance, you will perform healing skills in front of Stark. So what is your purpose? Fury touched his head and squinted and said, although Stark is most concerned about his own health now, he is not stupid. One day he will know your purpose. Or have you reached some agreement with Stark and want to use technology to create equipment that can release healing skills? Sure enough, this guy guessed that I intended to let Stark study healing skills. Unfortunately, you can't think of what I want, even if you scratch your head. Li Feng spread his hands, pretending to be helpless, and explained, to be honest, it's not that I will use healing every time I meet Stark, but every time I meet Stark, that guy is injured. What else can I do if I don't use healing? Curse? Fury believed in his intuition. This was a skill he learned after being an agent for many years. So when he knew that Li Feng was going to chat with him, he still didn't give up and said in a roundabout way, think about it. Once Stark develops a portable healing technique, how many families can be saved? How many thanks can be gained? Fame and money can be easily obtained, and his status will become unshakable. As the source of healing, you are not known to the public for various reasons. Don't you think it's a pity? Maybe you can put Stark aside, and how about our 2 companies cooperate? Then you will gain both fame and fortune, and SHIELD only needs the healing technology. Li Feng shook his head with a smile, spread his hands and said, should I say you are worthy of being the head of the agent? People with open minds are different. Why do they always like these unfounded things? Thank you for your kindness, but I really didn't cooperate with Stark, nor did I hint to Stark to study healing. Besides, I don't like fame and fortune. I prefer to practice magic alone in silence, like now. Li Feng pointed to the suitcase. I just want to understand the laws contained in the Rubik's Cube, and you, if possible, please get out of here and let those scientists who study the Rubik's Cube come in to observe how I comprehend the Rubik's Cube. It seems that there is indeed no cooperation with Stark. So, is Austin hinting to Stark to study healing? Knowing that he couldn't ask anything, Fury got up and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, Fury turned his head and took out a recorder from his pocket. He looked at Li Feng seriously and said, I'll play your words to Stark. What do you think? Li Feng waved his hand at Fury with a look of disdain, indicating whatever you want to do, and pretended to be eager to comprehend the Rubik's Cube. In fact, Li Feng was a little nervous inside. It was not until Fury left and several people wearing thick biochemical suits walked into the room, pushing a cart full of equipment, that Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at several researchers with a serious face as they carefully opened the suitcase containing the Rubik's Cube and placed the glowing Rubik's Cube on the table. Li Feng licked his lips subconsciously, and in the surprised eyes of the researchers, he closed his eyes and gently touched the Rubik's Cube with his fingers. After a while, Li Feng was delighted to find that his previous guess was correct. While the Rubik's Cube was protecting the space gem inside, it was also preventing Li Feng from directly touching the space gem. This allowed Li Feng, who was much stronger than before, to not only sense the weak space energy emitted by the Rubik's Cube, but also to be sure that he would not be hurt by the space gem. Chapter 152 Rubik's Cube and Knowledge. Compared with technology, Li Feng's way of exploring the Rubik's Cube is relatively simple or crude. He only needs to release his mental power to slowly touch the outer shell of the Rubik's Cube to understand the energy fluctuations he feels. Although there is a saying that goes, everyone in the world will lie, but mathematics is the only thing that will not lie. Just like monks do not lie, but using technological means. If you want to read the data of the Rubik's Cube more accurately, you must use a lot of equipment. So when Li Feng was touching the Rubik's Cube directly with his hands, the researchers in the room were busy placing various equipment in specific locations. After a brief surprise, Li Feng looked up curiously and asked the surveillance camera in the corner, can these devices operate in the mirror space? As soon as he finished speaking, Fury's voice rang out in the room. You said that, in order to avoid accidents, you need to enter the mirror space that will not affect the real world, to study the Rubik's Cube. So I specially prepared these devices, that are full of energy, to accompany you into the mirror space. Li Feng scratched his head and asked puzzledly, what about you? You must know that the mirror space is an alien space. Once we enter, you can't see us. Don't you want to see with your own eyes how I use the Rubik's Cube? This is a rare opportunity that only comes once in 1,000 years, and I promise that you are absolutely safe. Li Feng pointed to the scientific researchers in chemical protective suits, smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and you don't need to wear any protective clothing at all. Look at me. I dare to enter the mirror space wearing ordinary clothes. Ordinary clothes? I don't believe you. I'm sure of my brain. I clearly remember that your clothes have detected energy fluctuations. Fury sneered a few times, like a warning or expressing confidence, and said faintly, don't worry, I have a way to see everything that happens in the mirror space. Li Feng rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, I can see a ghost. If S.H.I.E.L.D. has the ability to monitor everything that happens in the mirror space at all times, believe it or not, the Ancient One will come to the door now and ask for ways to monitor other dimensional worlds. After all, when guarding the Earth, it is always passive and beaten, and it feels uncomfortable, no matter how you look at it. If the movements of other worlds can be monitored, who knows, the Ancient One may slam the table and dislike that he is not having enough fun on Earth, and take ordinary disciples to conquer the world. After a while, the researchers repeatedly checked the equipment and nodded to Li Feng, indicating that they were ready to enter the mirror space. Seeing this, Li Feng excitedly opened the mirror space. After entering the mirror space instantly, the researchers who were originally holding equipment and circling around Li Feng first looked at the surrounding crystal walls curiously, as if they wanted to study the mirror space. Then, watching Li Feng holding the Rubik's Cube in his left hand and tapping the crystal wall with his right hand, he felt his feet vibrate slightly with a little fear. Several people looked at each other, holding their chins, that were about to drop to the ground, and looked at the small room under their feet, which was less than 50 square meters, expanding to 200 square meters in an instant. Unlike the surprise on the faces of the researchers, Li Feng frowned and stared at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Although Li Feng only needs to tap a few times in the air to expand the mirror space, it is because he has the blessing of the Rubik's Cube in his hand. If he loses the Rubik's Cube, he will be instantly beaten back to the original form. At that time, let alone expanding the space in the room to 200 square meters, it would be good to expand it by 10 square meters. So don't look at Li Feng's stupid expression. In fact, he is remembering the feeling when casting the spell just now, so that when he leaves the Rubik's Cube in the future, he can still expand the area in the mirror space with a wave of his hand. Even if Li Feng can understand it thoroughly, then he may be able to lay a space cage with a wave of his hand in the real space. After a long time, Li Feng, who had gained a lot of insights, realized that his mental power was about to be exhausted. He reluctantly put down the Rubik's Cube in his hand, and after exiting the mirror space, he picked up the water cup on the table and poured it into his mouth. That posture was as heroic as if he was drinking the strongest wine in the world, which made several people in the room stunned. After putting down the water cup, Li Feng drooped his head, staring at the Rubik's Cube in front of him, smacking his lips, and regretting in his heart, "It's a pity that with my current strength, I can only touch the outer layer of the Rubik's Cube, and I can't touch it for a long time. As for directly touching the space gem inside, unless I want to be dismembered like Caillou, what's worse is that my fragments will be transmitted to all parts of the universe by space energy, and I won't be able to fight. Forget it. I'll wait until my strength is more advanced before planning how to get the Rubik's Cube." After resting for a while and slightly relieving the fatigue of the body, Li Feng sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. In the next room to the Rubik's Cube, Fury quietly watched the surveillance video of Li Feng sitting cross-legged in meditation in a corner of the room, while the researchers were busy uploading the collected energy data to the computer, so that Fury outside the room could retrieve and view it at any time. After Li Feng recovered his mental strength, Fury watched the images recorded by the researchers after entering the mirror space, and watched Li Feng open the mirror space again with a black line, causing the people in the room to disappear instantly on the screen. If Li Feng hadn't said before that in order not to affect the real space, he must enter the mirror space to explore the Rubik's Cube, Fury really wanted to rush into the room with a commando team to check the situation. If possible, he also wanted to take a team to study the mirror space. Maybe when he encounters danger one day, he can hide in the mirror space in time. After all, this mirror space sounds safe anyway. Not only that, Fury, whose mind habitually drifted, suddenly covered his head and cursed in a low voice. "I now know why I can't find the Temple Master. There is a nasty mirror space entangled. Maybe the Temple Master is hiding in the different space. What am I looking for?" As Fury cursed like he was talking to himself, Li Feng and his group exited the mirror space again and appeared on the monitoring screen. Fury then retracted his thoughts that had diverged into outer space, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. At least Austin didn't run away with the Rubik's Cube. As Li Feng continued to meditate and study the Rubik's Cube, not only was his spirit exhausted to the point of trance, but even his physical body began to be exhausted. Li Feng knew that he had to take a good rest, otherwise he would most likely die of overwork, and there would be no compensation. Although Fury agreed to a limited time to contact the Rubik's Cube, Li Feng believed that he still understood the principle that food should be eaten slowly and slowly to be easily digested. So when he exited from the meditation state again, Li Feng was satisfied with his understanding of the Rubik's Cube, waved to the surveillance camera, opened the portal, and disappeared in the room. Seeing that the underground base, which was supposed to have tight security, was left with a simple wave of his hand, Fury felt like he had a lot of dirty words to say. "This is a secret base. Can't I just leave through the main entrance if I'm not visiting my neighbor? Don't I have any dignity as a level 10 agent?" But since Li Feng had already left, what could Fury do? He could only leave it alone. On the rooftop of Stark Company, Banner was alone, wearing a repulsive cape. carrying a shoulder bag that looked small, but had a large interior, holding the books he had just bought, and looking up and around from time to time, as if Ross had already discovered him, and would appear in front of him at any time. It was not until a portal suddenly appeared not far in front of him, that Banner breathed a sigh of relief with joy. He walked quickly to Li Feng and said, "I thought you forgot that there were people here enjoying the breeze." Li Feng turned his head to glance at Banner, and found that the other party still had a nervous expression on his face. He grinned and said, "Are you not used to passers-by ignoring you?" "No." Banner, who was kind by nature, shrugged and said, "I like this feeling, but I'm not sure if Hulk will come out to cause some damage. If passers-by dare to ignore me when I become Hulk, I can't imagine how big a disaster it would be." "Maybe." Li Feng opened the portal casually, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "But I think you can control the Hulk. In addition, although my cloak is a magic prop, it is not as strong as you think. I guess when you become Hulk, it will become a rag hanging on you." Banner gently tugged at the cloak on his body, as if calculating how fragile the cloak was. Then he crossed the portal and returned to the RV, took off his shoulder bag, and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "The book you wanted and the credit card Stark gave you are in the bag." When Li Feng closed the portal casually, he glanced at the shoulder bag, shrugged and said, "The book and the credit card are mine, but the shoulder bag is the reward for teaching me nuclear physics. Of course, if you like money, I can give you the credit card." Banner looked down at the shoulder bag, hesitated and replied, "It was you who saved me in New York before." Before Banner finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to interrupt. "It's different. Back then I was saving you and ordinary people. Now you are imparting knowledge to me, and..." Li Feng pointed around, implying that Banner had to help him find the monitoring equipment in the car, and said, "And helping me work." Shrugging, Li Feng sat on the sofa with the attitude of a big boss who was not short of money, and said generously, "Since you can barely be considered my employee, and I don't consider myself a black-hearted capitalist, I will naturally give you a satisfactory reward. Of course, if you think the reward is not enough, you can also raise it, and we can discuss it." Banner thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, "Like you said before, I will like this shoulder bag." Rubbing his hands, Banner took out books from the shoulder bag one by one and said, "I don't know how much you know about nuclear fusion, so I bought some books related to nuclear fusion, as well as some basic books on nuclear reactions." Watching the books Banner bought being taken out of the shoulder bag, as if in an endless stream, Li Feng swallowed, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, pointed tremblingly at the books that had been piled up 1 meter high, and said, "Do I need to finish reading all these books?" When he saw Banner nod with an affirmative look on his face, Li Feng suddenly felt weak in his limbs and his eyes went dark. "Damn, I'm a poor student. I've spent half my life just reading these books. By the time I fully understand the contents, I'm afraid the grass on my grave will have been cut several times." Especially when Li Feng thought that this was the path he had chosen, he slumped down on the sofa weakly, with some white foam faintly visible at the corners of his mouth. There was no other way. Since he wanted to play with the fireball of nuclear reaction, understanding the knowledge in the book was just basic operation. Li Feng could only bite his teeth and swallow it, pinching his philtrum to save himself. Of course, before formally learning nuclear physics, Li Feng needed to understand the Rubik's Cube first. After all, it was said that Li Feng was a poor student. How could he learn new knowledge while studying the Rubik's Cube? Chapter 153 Stark's Surgery. After making a good study schedule, Li Feng took his dry food and luggage to the secret underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. after a good night's rest. He was ready to study the Rubik's Cube for 5 consecutive days at the base. Fury, who had not yet left the base, was stunned. "Why bring a tent and sleeping bag? Is this to treat the S.H.I.E.L.D. base as a hotel? By the way, shouldn't you pay me a little for your accommodation?" When the 5 days were up, Li Feng, who originally had magical powers and great mental power, tossed himself to the point where he had dark circles under his eyes and his legs and feet trembled when he walked. This was the result of Li Feng drinking the eternal spring water as plain water and replenishing his vitality from time to time. Of course, the worst thing was those researchers who followed Li Feng to study the Rubik's Cube. They had no energy in their mortal bodies, and they enviously watched Li Feng take a nap for 3 to 4 hours every day, while they had to stay up late to study the Rubik's Cube, meditation, mirror space, and the space spells released by Li Feng. If Fury hadn't been unable to bear it after 3 days, and forced the soldiers to anesthetize the researchers who were in a state of madness, it is estimated that when the 5 days were up, Li Feng would have left with a yawn and a pat on his butt. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to pay a large sum of pensions to the researchers' families, and perhaps receive a lawyer's letter accusing S.H.I.E.L.D. of treating its staff as animals, causing a group of researchers to die of exhaustion. After leaving the Rubik's Cube and returning to the RV, Li Feng lay on the soft big bed and slept for a day and a night before he came to his senses from the edge of sudden death. Unfortunately, before Li Feng could happily celebrate the increase in the power of his space spells, Banner smiled and placed a stack of half-meter high physics books in front of Li Feng, saying, "Since you are well rested now, let's start learning about nuclear physics." At this moment, Li Feng's only thought was whether to knock Banner unconscious and then choose to throw Hulk to an alien planet to dismantle the aliens' homes, or bury Hulk in the Mariana Trench. Anyway, Li Feng, a poor student with a lot of complaints, felt that Banner was not pleasing to his eyes, no matter how he looked at him. Don't you know that pouring cold water on others when they are having the most fun is immoral, illegal, and anti-human evil? Of course, even if he complained in his heart, Li Feng would be reluctant to throw Banner away. After all, this guy's brain is full of knowledge. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. So Banner's brain is too damn precious. There was no choice. Li Feng could only follow Banner with a bitter face and study honestly. In fact, after teaching Li Feng for a day, Banner also had the idea of throwing Li Feng into the Mariana Trench for sea reclamation. The reason Banner gave was both reasonable and sufficient. After all, Li Feng had no knowledge of nuclear weapons. It can be said that Li Feng was the worst class of students he had ever taught in his life. The point is, there is no other, it is the worst. Banner felt like he was teaching physics to kindergarten children. He felt very bored during the teaching and occasionally counted on his fingers. If the powerful mental power of the mage was excluded, which allowed Li Feng to quickly memorize the key points of knowledge, he estimated that by the time Li Feng could rub out a nuclear reaction fireball, the Earth's resources would be exhausted, and humans would have moved to galaxies outside the Milky Way to live. One morning a few days later, although he felt that there was a little knowledge flowing in his brain, Li Feng, who was only one step away from premature death, sat at the dining table with his head drooped and his eyes dull, peeling eggs in his hands, muttering the knowledge he had forced himself to memorize yesterday. Ring ring. Hearing the phone ringing, Li Feng, with an egg in his mouth, looked blankly at the phone that kept ringing on the wall of the carriage. He stood up and picked up the phone as if sleepwalking and mumbled the knowledge he was reviewing. Nuclear fusion. That is, when light atomic nuclei combine into heavier atomic nuclei, huge energy is released. Nuclear fusion occurs at the nuclear level, so nuclear fusion does not belong to chemical changes. On the other end of the phone, Stark, with a confused look on his face, looked at the phone in his hand blankly, and then looked at the number displayed on the landline. After making sure that he had not called the number, his mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Austin, although H is capital, and I know you have a lot of potions, even as a wizard, you should know how to control your private life. Look at you, your brain is broken, right? Look at me, although there are so many women who have slept with me, when have you seen me overly lustful? Career is the most important thing for a man. Only with a career can you live a life of luxury. Get out." Li Feng, who had recovered a little from his sleepwalking state, swallowed the egg with difficulty and yelled, "I'm in such a dilapidated state just for my career." Before Stark could say the word disbelief, Li Feng asked unhappily, "Why did you look for me so early in the morning? Why don't you spend some time with Pepper in bed?" Early in the morning? Stark glanced at the sky which was gradually darkening, held his forehead and thought for a while, then said speechlessly, "So you are running back to Afghanistan now?" Halfway through his words, Stark seemed to remember something, and said in a tone of sudden enlightenment, "Are you afraid that the big green guy will make a scene in the city and it's hard to stop him, so you took Banner to hide in the desert?" "Your reason," Li Feng said with a curled lip, "sounds so high sounding, but why didn't I think of it? Well, when Stark heard Li Feng's tone, he obviously realized that he had guessed wrong, which made this genius scientist who thought he was smarter than 250 feel a little embarrassed. Stark coughed dryly to show that he had spit out the embarrassment. Shanshan said, "Let's not talk about this. I want to ask you something. Come over when you have time. My operating room is ready. I'm waiting for your eternal water." Stark is having surgery? Does it mean that I can put down my studies and take a day off today? Li Feng scratched his head and said with the mood of a student welcoming the summer vacation, "Wait, I'll be there soon." After that, Li Feng hung up the phone and walked to the dining table. He grabbed the fried dough sticks and sesame cakes and shouted, "Creature, bring me my green gourd." As soon as the voice fell, Creature instantly appeared in front of Li Feng with a cloak, a shoulder bag and a green gourd. At this time, Banner, who had got off the car and was jogging around the RV in the desert, happened to return to the RV. Seeing Li Feng dressed for going out, he asked curiously, "Where are you going?" To Stark's, Li Feng explained as he put on his shoulder bag. Stark is preparing to have an operation to remove the tiny shrapnel in his body. He asked me to use magic to check it. If this freight is about to die, I can also cast a spell to help him. After a pause, Li Feng turned his head and asked, "If you feel bored in the RV, come with me, just to avoid the Sunday." Not to mention, Banner really wanted to go to a place where there were people to relax. After all, he was not a prisoner. Why should he stay alone in a deserted desert? Besides, humans are social animals. If a person is away from society for too long, he is prone to various mental illnesses. But Banner said helplessly, "I'm afraid that Hulk will come out and disturb Stark's surgery." Before Banner finished speaking, Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, "What are you afraid of? If you are really worried about the Hulk, I can drag your spirit out to observe how Stark performs the surgery." When Banner heard Li Feng's suggestion, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Although he now understands that the spirit is not the soul, he feels uncomfortable when he thinks of his physical body lying aside to rest, while the spirit similar to the soul is wandering around. He is afraid that Li Feng will accidentally get out of hand and he will completely say goodbye to the world. After thinking about it, Banner shook his head slightly, with a hint of bitterness in his smile, and said, "Forget it, I'd better stay in the RV and watch the movie." Li Feng curled his lips, opened the portal casually, and pulled Banner who was preparing to eat breakfast, and said, "What are you afraid of? I'm here. Besides, what if something really happens? It's not my house you want to demolish. Anyway, Stark has money. Maybe he is still worried about how to demolish his house, so that he can build a more luxurious villa to store more and more steel suits." While Li Feng was talking, the two had crossed the portal and came to Stark's house. Stark, who was standing in front of the bar, happened to hear what Li Feng said. If there were no doctor who performed the operation on him, and the unfamiliar Banner in the villa, he really wanted to smash the wine glass in his hand at Li Feng. As for demeanor, what is that? Can it relieve anger? Stark held back his twitching eyes, gritted his teeth, and said to Li Feng, "Maybe I should dismantle your RV next time." After that, Stark straightened his collar, smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Banner, saying, "Hello, Dr. Banner, long time no see." Banner smiled a little shyly, stretched out his hand to shake hands and said, "Hello, Mr. Stark, just call me Banner." Banner glanced at the two white men in suits and ties in the distance, who seemed to have high incomes, and asked in a low voice, "Are they your surgeons?" Stark looked speechlessly at Li Feng, who walked straight to the bar, turned sideways and motioned Banner to go to the operating room. When he walked up to the two white men, he introduced, "These are the attending doctors introduced by the military. One is Clive Owen, and the other is Dr. Stephen Strange, who is considered to have the steadiest hands in the surgical field." On the side, Li Feng, who didn't find beer in the bar, picked up a bottle of whiskey and drank it in disappointment. When he heard Stark introduce Dr. Stephen Strange, he was so scared that he spit out the whiskey in his mouth and stared at Dr. Strange, who was still thin and tender. Don't say it. The more Li Feng looked at Dr. Stephen Strange, the more he looked like the future Doctor Strange. It's okay that the Chinese Doctor Wu didn't show up, but what's the point of Doctor Strange showing up now? Will this guy know the existence of magic after an operation and let him embark on the path of magic now? Or what if Strange and Stark get in touch and change the future trajectory of his life? Will the Ancient One destroy my little body? Feng suddenly had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He felt that the Ancient One was hiding around at this moment, observing him secretly with a face that could freeze people to death. Chapter 154 Control Stark. Feng, who was frightened by his own thoughts and felt a chill all over his body, swallowed his saliva and hurriedly put down the bottle of wine in the doubtful eyes of everyone and smiled slowly. I drank too fast and choked. After that, Feng walked quickly to the operating room. He had decided that, unless Stark was really in danger of his life, he would never cast a spell in front of Strange. It was too exciting. Even if he had to cast a spell, he would have to erase Strange's memory afterwards. Entering the operating room, Feng walked quickly to Potts, who had been waiting here for a long time, in the name of shaking hands. After quietly handing Potts the eternal fountain of life, he opened his eyes and stood aside with Banner as a spectator. Banner looked thoughtfully at the holographic projection that was activated when Stark was lying on the operating table. When the holographic projection clearly projected Stark's 3D human model in front of everyone, marked the location of the shrapnel in the body and simultaneously showed the process of the doctor removing the shrapnel, Banner thought for a while and whispered to Feng, "Can you get the holographic projection equipment?" Feng blinked inexplicably and asked curiously, "Probably. Although this thing is a high-end product and it is difficult to buy on the market, Shield and Stark both have it. With my relationship, it shouldn't be difficult to buy equipment from them. What's the problem?" Banner nodded slightly and explained with a little helplessness, "It's because your basic knowledge of nuclear physics is too poor. With the help of holographic projection technology, you can simulate the operation of nuclear reactions while learning the theory. In this way, you can learn faster. It's like learning to drive. One way is to learn how to drive, but not actually operate it, and the other is to actually drive a vehicle while learning the theory. Which one do you think will make it easier for you to learn to drive?" Of course, since the holographic projection is related to whether the nuclear reaction fireball can be released one day earlier, and Feng happens to be sure to get the equipment, with a little excitement on his face, he licked his lips and whispered, "I will tell Stark when he finishes the operation. Not only that, I also know that the Stark family has an artificial intelligence. With its assistance in simulating nuclear reactions, I believe I will be one step closer to releasing the nuclear reaction fireball." Banner opened his mouth and shook his head slightly, indicating that there was a small problem with his proposal to Feng. Since the artificial intelligence designed by Stark has been installed in the RV, what is the point of finding the monitoring device? People can still hack into your system at any time and observe your every move. Considering that he is now in Stark's house, Banner is afraid that Stark's artificial intelligence will hear his inner thoughts as soon as he speaks them out, so he can only suppress his thoughts in his heart and prepare to talk to Feng after leaving. A few minutes later, as the first shrapnel was removed, the two doctors operating on Stark just loosened the skin retractor to suture and watched in bewilderment as the wound that had just been cut and was still bleeding healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the effect of the eternal spring water. The two doctors looked at each other. In the operating room, from the oxygen supply machine to the hemostatic forceps and blood bags, these equipment and functions were all familiar to them. They knew very well that none of these equipment could help people heal wounds quickly, except for a bag of transparent medicine without packaging, production date and manufacturer. It looked like ordinary salt water. Potts, who had been holding Stark's hand during the operation, saw that the two doctors noticed the existence of the fountain of eternal life. He coughed lightly and whispered, "Please remember the confidentiality agreement you signed before the operation. Do you need me to repeat the cost of breach of contract?" Seeing that the two doctors nodded slightly, indicating that they would abide by the confidentiality agreement, Potts, who was concerned about Stark's safety, said with a little anger, "Now, please continue the operation." An hour later, as the two doctors announced that the operation was perfectly completed, Feng, who had been paying attention to Stark's spiritual state, nodded slightly to Potts, indicating that Stark was indeed recovering from the soul level. Seeing this, Potts took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, putting down the big stone blocking his heart. The next job was Li Feng's personal performance, which was not suitable for the two doctors to be present. After all, Li Feng didn't dare to perform magic in front of Strange. God knows what consequences this would cause. When Potts politely asked the two doctors to leave, Li Feng glanced at Strange, who was disappointed that he could not make friends with Stark. He could see that Strange was now longing for fame and benefits. In terms of the current mentality, perhaps Strange would not become a wizard, even if he knew there was magic in the world. After all, doctors are high-income people, while wizards are high-spending people. Just buying some magic materials is enough for Strange to cry for 10 days and a half. After a while, Potts, who sent the two doctors away, returned to the operating room with a small mobile phone and smiled to signal Li Feng that he could start the performance. Li Feng was not polite either. He rolled up his sleeves and stood beside Stark. He raised his hand and pressed a control spell seed compressed to the extreme into Stark's body. At the beginning, Li Feng's ultimate goal of approaching Stark was to get a machine that traveled through time, and if he wanted to get this machine, he had to go through 3 people: Dr. Pym, Dr. Banner, and Stark. Among these 3 people, Dr. Pym has a stubborn temper. What he values most in his life is the Pym particles named after him. Ordinary people can't expect to get help or technical support from the other party through threats and intimidation. But what Li Feng wants is not the Pym particles, and he thinks he has half a trump card in his hand. After all, he can contact the first generation wasp in the quantum field. Li Feng doesn't believe it. When his strength is stronger in the future, after rescuing the woman of the Pym family from the quantum field, won't Dr. Pym thank him properly? When Li Feng asks to learn quantum knowledge, I believe Pym will teach him seriously. As for Banner, look at Banner's food, clothing and other things now. All of them are from Li Feng, and he has begun to teach physics, although Li Feng has a hard time learning. But judging from the current relationship between the two, once Li Feng asks for Banner's help, I believe the probability of Banner refusing will be very low. Finally, the person who gives Li Feng the most headache is Tony Stark. Although Li Feng and Stark play around and seem to have a good relationship when they meet, Li Feng knows that Stark is always wary of him. Once he asks for help, Stark will probably figure out Li Feng's ultimate goal and consider whether to provide him with help. Although Li Feng is not afraid that Stark will know that he wants to study the time traveling machine and wants to know the principle of the machine, who knows what Stark will think at that time. The probability of success and failure is the same. Li Feng said that he should make full preparations, such as becoming Stark's close friend or a life and death friend, to increase the success rate of getting help. It is a bit difficult for Li Feng to become Stark's best friend, because Tucker, who is in the late stage of persecution paranoia, is not only wary of Li Feng, but also of most people, even Captain America, Natasha and others who will become Avengers in the future. In other words, except for one member of the entire Avengers team, the rest can only be called Stark's friends, and at most they are just good friends. If you want to get Stark's help unconditionally, don't even think about it. Li Feng even dared to bet 50 cents. He counted Stark's best friends with a slap, such as Potts, who was his future wife and a big boss who walked into Stark's heart. The second was Happy Hogan, the bodyguard and driver who was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Stark, and James Rhodes, who gave a set of battle clothes to become a war machine. Li Feng said that he couldn't judge the rest. Since it was a bit difficult to become Stark's best friend, Li Feng certainly had to think of other ways, such as using the devil's control spells. Considering that Stark had Jarvis, who could detect whether he was affected by spells at any time, Li Feng worked hard and thought hard. Finally, when he pulled a handful of hair, he thought of a way to compress the control spells to the extreme so that it would not produce any spell fluctuations, and then bury it in Stark's body. This is like a piece of ice with completely restrained cold air. If you don't touch it with your hands, you will think it is a crystal clear ice jade. Of course, just burying the spell seed in Stark's body is actually useless, because the spell completely restrains its effect. So how can it be effective and make Stark think that Li Feng is his best friend? Speaking of this, we have to talk about healing. The control spells that Li Feng mastered belong to the devil spells. The healing spells recorded on the Key of Solomon are naturally incompatible with it. After all, one is a devil and the other is an angel. What Li Feng has to do is to let Stark master the healing spell that restrains the control spell seeds in the body. Of course, other angel spells are also possible in theory, but healing is the most common spell that can be released on oneself, and Stark will actually suffer a lot of injuries in the future, so the probability of using healing is far greater than any other spell. As long as Stark dares to use healing on himself, under the effect of angel spells restraining devil spells, the ice-like control spell seeds in the body will definitely melt a little, allowing it to produce the original effect. Moreover, the fluctuations of control spells will be masked by the fluctuations of healing spells, making it impossible for Jarvis to detect any abnormalities. After a long time, Li Feng is confident that Stark will become his best friend imperceptibly. At the side, Potts, who looked down at his phone, frowned and looked at Li Feng, and asked in confusion, "Austin, the spell you just cast doesn't seem to be a healing spell." Li Feng glanced at the phone in Potts' hand, and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems that Stark has figured out the spell fluctuations of the healing spell. Did you contact Jarvis through the phone?" Without waiting for Potts to nod in agreement, Li Feng pointed at Stark, who was in anesthesia and semi-conscious, and shrugged and said, "What I cast just now was indeed not a healing spell, but a physical recovery spell, because I wanted to wake Stark up first, and ask him what he thinks about someone daring to cut his chest with a dinner knife." In the information Jarvis gave me just now, it was indeed true that Li Feng's spell did not cause any harm to Tony. Potts rolled his eyes. "Do you use a scalpel as a dinner knife at home?" Chapter 155, Holographic Projection Equipment Obtained. After a bunch of spells, Stark, who should have taken more than half an hour to move freely, sat up suddenly and subconsciously reached out to touch his chest. With the help of the Fountain of Eternal Life and Li Feng's spells, Stark, who had just completed the operation, did not even have a shallow scar on his chest. Only a round piece of white skin told him, "No matter how you touch it, we are freshly grown tender meat." Seeing the narcissism in Stark's eyes, Li Feng on the side shuddered with fear, swallowed his saliva, and said to Potts, "Your husband is too narcissistic. Maybe one day he will apply to the Civil Affairs Bureau to marry himself. Do you want to consider leaving him as soon as possible? Find someone who truly loves you and marry him?" After a pause, Li Feng said with a smile, "I think Happy is a good person. You can consider it." Stark, who didn't need to rest after the operation, rolled his eyes at Li Feng, pulled out all the needles, and jumped off the operating table, as if he had just woken up, took off his surgical gown, and changed into casual clothes, and said contemptuously, "You have been single for many years, and you dare to talk about love with others? Find a girlfriend first to sort out your view of love. Me. You actually slandered me as a single dog." Li Feng pointed at himself. His face was full of unconvinced expression at first, then he thought of something, drooped his head dejectedly, and retorted unhappily, "What's wrong with me being single? I call it self-respect. Believe it or not, if I announce that I want to find someone to roll with, the line will be from your house to Siberia. I'm afraid the line is full of fat girls who can't find boyfriends and weigh over 300 pounds. While speaking, Stark squinted and looked at Li Feng, as if wondering where Li Feng's reason for claiming that he was not a single dog came from, and then looked at the remaining eternal water with regret. At the beginning of the operation, although Stark was under anesthesia, he could clearly feel the magnificent vitality brought by the eternal water, but as the operation progressed, Stark didn't even need Jarvis analysis to sense that the effect of the eternal water was rapidly decreasing. It's a pity that I don't have a way to preserve the Fountain of Eternal Life, otherwise I could just study the remaining Fountain of Eternal Life. Stark glanced at Li Feng, his mind changed, and he pinched his nose. When he was about to ask Li Feng to help preserve the Fountain of Eternal Life, he saw Li Feng pick up a syringe and walk to the Fountain of Eternal Life, as if he was going to suck the remaining fountain water into the syringe and take it away. Stark quit on the spot and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Hey man, that's mine. We signed a contract. You can breach the contract, but I'm restricted by the contract? You think too much. I'm also restricted by the contract." Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark, shrugged and said, I just want to help you preserve the fountain of eternal life. Stark, who felt something was wrong, narrowed his eyes and asked sideways, are you so kind? After a pause, Stark folded his arms, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, do you need my help? Feng scratched his eyebrows slowly, turned his head to look at Banner who was standing beside him like a wooden man, and asked, is my performance so obvious? Banner raised his eyebrows, spread his hands and said, it's just a matter of writing on my face with a pen. Okay. Feng rubbed his hands, pouted and said, I want a set of holographic projection equipment and a set of artificial intelligence programs to simulate some physical experiments. Physical experiments? Stark picked his ears, covered his stomach, as if he was about to die of laughter and asked, you, a wizard, want to study physics? Feng nodded slightly. Seeing that Stark was laughing endlessly, he couldn't help but raised his middle finger towards Stark and said unhappily, what's wrong with me studying physics? Is it causing your water meter to spin like a fan, or the numbers on the electric meter to jump faster than your heart? No. Stark waved his hands and smiled. I just suddenly felt that the mages were so pitiful. After a pause, Stark motioned Feng to help preserve the fountain of eternal life, while straightening his collar and said, after you mages have learned a lot of spells, you still have to learn science from us. This makes me, as a scientist, very proud. At least it shows that the profession I chose is better than yours. On the side, after hearing Stark's shameless words, Banner subconsciously covered his face. Wait until Austin rubs out a nuclear reaction fireball with his hands, then I'll see what you say. Feng rolled his eyes and sneered a few times, sealed the remaining fountain of eternal life in a syringe, and handed it to Stark, saying, the syringe is just a temporary container. It can be stored for about 1 day, so you have to study it overnight. When Stark heard that he could only guarantee that the eternal water would not expire in 1 day, he hurriedly took the syringe, left a sentence, Potts, help me take care of them, and hurried into his laboratory. In Potts' eyes, no matter how energetic or lively Stark was after the operation, she always believed that patients should act like patients. How could they not rest for a few days? When Potts was about to stop the excited Stark, Feng saw what Potts was worried about, stopped Potts and said, don't worry, Stark absorbed too much vitality during the operation. It would be a good thing to keep him busy for a while and let him vent his excess energy. Feng pointed to the mobile phone in Potts' hand and added, and there is Jarvis who monitors Stark's health all the time. You can check it at any time. Rubbing his hands, Feng smiled and said, since Stark is going to be busy all night, do you think you can help me with a holographic projection? In fact, Potts also knew that he could not do anything with Stark who was in working state. Hearing that Feng was still thinking about the holographic projection, he sighed helplessly and said, the cabin that Tony built in the suburbs was originally prepared for himself, so there is a holographic projection work platform in the cabin to assist him in his daily research. I will give you the address of the cabin later. After a pause, Potts frowned and said, as for artificial intelligence, I'm sorry, this may be a bit difficult. That's Tony. Before Potts finished speaking, Banner touched his chin and asked, how powerful is the work platform in the cabin for information processing? Potts glanced at Feng and smiled. It's no problem to simulate physical experiments. As if seeing the artificial intelligence waving goodbye to him, Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, well, I'm probably the only one who can't enjoy the artificial intelligence service in the Marvel world. I give a bad review for this time travel. After receiving the address of the cabin from Potts, Feng waved to open the portal and took Banner back to the RV. Then, Feng sat in the driver's seat of the RV, started the RV, and entered the invisible state, then waved to open the portal, and stepped on the accelerator. The RV was driven over New York under Banner's surprised eyes. Your RV can fly? Feng, who controlled the RV to fly straight towards the suburbs of New York, shrugged and grinned. An RV that can't fly is science, but an RV that can fly is magic. Feng turned his head and blinked his right eye at Banner, smiling mysteriously. Believe me, as long as I find the right energy, I can drive the RV out of the earth and into the universe. Banner's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes and said, "You should solve the oxygen problem first, and then talk about rushing into the universe." After a while, the RV flew over a lake. Feng scratched his head and looked at the address given by Potts, then turned to Banner and asked, "Did you see the cabin?" Banner, who was also leaning on the car window to look for the cabin, suddenly pointed to the lake after a long time and said with a little surprise, "Look there, there is a cabin hidden in the woods." Feng looked in the direction Banner pointed, and sure enough, he saw a 2-story cabin. But how could a house with an area of 100 square meters be a cabin? Sure enough, the small cabin in stark size was a little different from what I thought. After parking the RV, Feng walked quickly to the lake, opened his arms, and breathed in the fresh air, while Banner lay on the grass by the lake, his hands resting on the back of his head, his eyes staring blankly at the night sky, letting his thoughts drift randomly. After a long time, Feng touched his stomach and shouted, "Creature, give me 2 beers and some snacks." After shouting, Feng turned his head and said to Banner, "Do you miss your girlfriend?" Banner was stunned and said with a slightly bitter corner of his mouth, "Is it obvious? It's not a big deal." Feng hooked his finger at the RV, cast a spell and shouted, "The phone is flying," handing the phone that quickly flew into his hand to Banner. Feng imitated Banner and lay on the grass. He picked up a piece of grass and held it in his mouth and said, "This area is a private territory protected by law. In addition, General Ross knows that I'm not easy to mess with, so he should not rashly break in here." Banner looked at Feng in confusion. "What do you want to say?" "Feng, I don't mind you bringing Betty to live in the cabin together. Don't worry, I'm used to living in the RV, so I won't disturb you from living in the world of 2 people. Banner's face was happy at first, then he sighed and shook his head slightly. "Forget it, let's talk about the future after I eliminate Hulk." At this time, Creature walked to Feng with 2 glasses of beer and a tray full of snacks floating behind him. Feng glanced at Banner, who looked slightly sad, and scratched his head helplessly. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort Banner. Should he tell Banner, "You will never be able to destroy Hulk in this life, so you'd better give up the desire to play exciting and embarrassing things as soon as possible, otherwise Hulk will come out to take over when you are halfway through the game." Banner would probably be so angry that his face would turn green, and he would bury Feng alive in a few seconds. After eating and drinking, Feng kicked open the door of the wooden house excitedly with the alcohol, walked into the wooden house that looked like it was made of wood, but in fact it was made of unknown materials, and turned on the holographic projection work platform. Behind Feng, Banner looked at the door that fell to the side speechlessly and said with his hand on his forehead, "You are so rude. To be honest, after being with you for a long time, I suddenly feel that Hulk's temper is actually nothing big." Feng, who opened the work platform, curled his lips and said cheerfully, "If a beautiful woman said this to me, I would be proud." Banner, "Which ear did you hear that I was praising you, beautiful woman?" Banner, who heard that Feng was driving, rolled his eyes unhappily and walked to the workbench, as if he was ready to teach Feng at any time. There was no way. Feng and Banner had just woken up in the desert an hour ago. Although there was a bright full moon hanging outside the wooden house at this moment, the 2 of them were not sleepy at all. What else could 2 grown men do in the wooden house if they were not in teaching mode while surrounding the holographic projection? Psychic Bob found something wrong and ran away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Loki's Mask. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half month, Feng has been miserable. What wakes him up every day is not the sun or the alarm clock, but the basic knowledge of physics that surges in his mind. Sleeping at night is not much better. Every day he dreams that he is squatting in front of the holographic projection operation platform with a stack of books, and Banner has become the Hulk holding a mace, standing behind Feng with a ferocious look. As long as Feng shows the slightest sign of slacking off, Hulk will immediately grin at Feng and beat him up. Until today. At dawn, Feng, who felt that his bladder was about to explode, closed his eyes and groped his way to the bathroom and then watched Banner shaving, plucking nose hairs, and applying toner in the bathroom with a confused look on his face. Feng rubbed his eyes, which were covered with eye mucus due to inflammation, and asked blankly, "Banner, are you going on a blind date?" Banner, who had cleaned his face to look like a pretty boy, shook his head slightly and said with deep joy, "I have an appointment with Betty to meet today, and I will be back in the evening. By the way, can you lend me your invisibility cloak?" Feng, whose brain had not yet started, nodded blankly at first, indicating to Banner that he would ask Creature for the cloak later. Then a bright light flashed in Feng's eyes that blinded others. Banner is going to see Betty, so he doesn't have to study today. Damn, is this the rhythm of a holiday? It's so exciting. Poor Feng, he completely forgot that he wanted to learn the knowledge of rubbing nuclear reaction fireballs. He asked for it from the beginning. After Banner put on a suit and tie and took the invisibility cloak from Creature, Feng lay on the car window with excitement and watched Banner go. Knowing that Banner's figure had completely disappeared from his sight, Feng shouted happily, "Creature, prepare your luggage, let's go out for some fun." After a while, Creature, who had locked the locker door, followed Feng to the desert with a lot of bags on his back. With the opening of the portal, the master and servant embarked on a new journey of travel. After being squeezed out of the portal, Feng first looked around. The billboards are in English. Is this the United States? The car models on the street seem to be antique cars from the last time. Where is this? Feng inexplicably looked up at the night sky. For some reason, Feng suddenly remembered a sentence. The moon is dark and the wind is high. What the hell is that night? Just when Feng felt that he was in a poetic mood and was about to compose a poem that would be a great poem, he suddenly heard a burst of machine gun fire from a small alley in the distance. Do you want to be so appropriate? I haven't even mentioned murder night yet, and you're going to start killing? Feng scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to follow the sound of the gunshot to see if the protagonist or supporting character of this world was having a gunfight with someone, he saw a group of hippies in strange clothes running out of the alley in a panic. Then, a human with a residual shadow ran past Feng quickly. Without thinking, Feng turned into black mist and followed the person with the residual shadow. It was obvious that the world champion was not as cool as him. If he was not the protagonist, he was an important supporting role. Why didn't Feng follow him to eat and drink and relax? And the most important point is that, although the figure blinked away, Feng could still clearly sense the energy fluctuations left by the other party. Perhaps Feng's tracking behavior was too bold, or Feng floating in the air was too conspicuous. The running figure in front seemed to have discovered Feng's existence. He stopped suddenly, stood in the middle of the road, swayed his upper body back and forth, with a big question mark on his head, and looked up curiously at Feng in the air. In midair, Feng stared at the other person in a daze. 1 second he was still running wildly, and the next he stopped, as if his feet were nails stuck into the floor. Where is your inertia? Did it get eaten by you, or do you think this is a cartoon world? Especially when he stood straight in the middle of the road with his upper body shaking back and forth. What does that mean? Are you going to get rid of the inertia? It was not until the other person stopped steadily that Feng looked at him curiously. He saw that the other person had a green head, a mouthful of white teeth like porcelain, his hands in the pockets of his fancy pajamas, and he turned sideways and looked up at him. For some reason, Feng felt that the scene in front of him looked familiar. It was probably another movie I had seen. Scratching his head, Feng put away his apparition and walked up to the other party and asked, "Dude, who are you?" Stanley Ipkiss, the guy with a green head standing in front of Feng, was so surprised when he saw the black fog turn into Feng that his jaw dropped to the ground. His tongue rolled from his mouth to Feng's feet like a red carpet, especially his eyeballs, which flew out of their sockets and flew around Feng like a detector. Feng was stunned on the spot with a confused face. What kind of operation is this? I can understand that the mouth can be disassembled like the jaw of a snake, but what do you mean by your tongue laying a carpet? Do you want me to step on it? And your eyeballs have jumped out of their sockets and are flying around by themselves. Aren't you afraid that your eyeballs will fly away? Wait, greenhead? The emergency stop action is like a cartoon. This can't be the world of the mask, right? Without waiting for Li Feng to ask, Stanley Ipkiss put his chin back in place with his hands, took out a silk scarf from his pocket, and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, while blinking his right eye at Li Feng and asked, "Friend, welcome to Edge City for tourism. Do you need a guide?" After a pause, Stanley Ipkiss turned sideways to look behind Li Feng, then looked up at the sky and said to Creature, "Little boy, do you have a flying license? If you fly in the air without a license, your uncle will give you a ticket." After that, Stanley Ipkiss spun rapidly on the spot like a top. After a while, Stanley Ipkiss, wearing a police uniform, held an oversized ticket and winked at Creature. Well, if this wasn't the world of the mask, I would have eaten the road as a pancake. Li Feng licked his lips and looked at Stanley Ipkiss's face greedily. He knew that Stanley Ipkiss had all kinds of magical powers because of the mask on his face. This mask was incredible. It was a prop left by the god of mischief, Loki, in the world. The mask still contained some of Loki's divine power. I don't want to miss such a good collection. Li Feng tilted his head and thought about it. Although the mask belonged to the god of mischief, who seemed to be a god with little fighting power, Li Feng could be sure of one thing, that is, Stanley Ipkiss wearing a mask seemed to be immortal. At least when watching the movie, Li Feng knew that this guy swallowed a bomb in one gulp to save his girlfriend, and in the end, nothing happened except burping. So now, Li Feng couldn't be sure how much fighting power Stanley Ipkiss wearing a mask had, and he didn't know how much effect his magic had on him, and he couldn't even estimate how much harm the other party could cause to him. It seems a bit ruthless. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who decided to use his wits to trick the mask into his hands, said to Stanley Ipkiss with a smile, "Sir, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard. Mage." Stanley Ipkiss blinked, glanced at Creature who had no human appearance at all, and asked in confusion, "Are you sure you are not an alien in human skin?" Li Feng shrugged, indicating that he was a pure human. "He is my magic servant. The magic world has always existed, but you have never seen it." After a pause, Li Feng pointed at Stanley Ipkiss with his lips pursed, and said faintly, "Like now, have you ever thought that you can do everything?" Then, Li Feng showed what he thought was the kindest smile, pointed at Stanley Ipkiss' face, and said, "Don't rush to deny it. You know why you feel omnipotent now, because the mask on your face is some kind of magic prop." Stanley Ipkiss was stunned, subconsciously touched his green head, glanced at Li Feng and said, "Do you know what this is?" Li Feng nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "I need to see it with my own eyes to confirm whether this is the mask I think it is." After a pause, Li Feng pretended to be curious and asked, "In the magic world, using props requires a corresponding price. Usually the wizard pays for mental power or mana. What about you? As an ordinary person, you have neither mana nor mental power. What did you pay for using the mask?" Seeing Stanley Ipkiss's confused face, Li Feng grinned and seemed to be talking to himself, or trying to scare Stanley Ipkiss. He whispered, "Is it the lifespan of humans? Maybe the mask is absorbing the soul?" To be honest, Li Feng's performance was actually quite good, especially the expression when he spoke, which made Stanley Ipkiss feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was just an ordinary and introverted bank teller who knew nothing about magic and had no idea whether what Li Feng said was true or false. Stanley Ipkiss recalled everything that happened tonight in a daze. At first, he was in a depressed mood and accidentally found a seemingly ordinary mask while walking on the beach. As a result, he didn't know what kind of magic had happened to him. He first took the mask home for no reason, and then put it on for no reason, until Stanley Ipkiss suddenly remembered the process of his sudden green head. After realizing that everything that happened to him was not a dream, Stanley Ipkiss was a little terrified and scratched his head, trying hard to take off the mask. On the side, Li Feng smacked his lips and said speechlessly in his heart, "Is this guy too easy to fool? He took off the mask so easily?" Seeing Stanley Ipkiss changing from a green head back to an ordinary man in pajamas, and then dropping the mask in horror, Li Feng picked up the mask with a smile, put it in his hand, and looked at it, and said, "This is the mask of the god of mischief Loki. He is also called the god of night, so this thing can only be used at night." Stanley Ipkiss swallowed, put on a stiff smile and asked, "Is this a mask of a god? Then what price did I pay for using it?" Feng shrugged, said I don't know to Stanley Ipkiss, put on the mask with a smile, and prepared to experience the power of the mask himself. Chapter 157 The correct way to use the mask. In Stanley Ipkiss's eyes, in addition to giving the host unimaginable power, the mask will also actively read the host's inner desires, and bring these desires into reality. For example, Stanley Ipkiss himself was originally just a timid and introverted mortal who was depressed and longing for love. After putting on the mask, he became a hysterical guy who was crazy for love. As for what Feng would become after wearing the mask, Stanley Ipkiss said he couldn't tell. He only knew that the wizard in front of him seemed to be in a daze, as if there was no change except for a green head. In fact, it's not that the mask doesn't want to read Feng's heart, but it really can't do it. There are 3 reasons, one of which is to understand the brain block technique, especially this guy who is almost practicing the brain block technique to the full level. The mask can read the heart of the egg. Secondly, Feng has reached the realm of refining ki into spirit. Although it is a bit difficult to resist the mask's behavior of reading his heart, it is not impossible, especially Feng is still practicing the oriental practice method that focuses on spirit. Finally, and most importantly, the mask left Loki and floated in the wind in the world, but it was locked in a box and buried in the dark water for many years, which resulted in the mask that had just seen the light of day not having much power left. In this way, it would be strange if a mask that was neither controlled by anyone nor had much power could explore Feng's inner desires in a short time. After a long time, Feng, who had figured out the function of the mask, didn't know whether he should complain or be thankful. With a reluctant expression, Feng took off the mask with a heavy breath and immediately took out a green gourd from his shoulder bag and drank it to replenish the vitality lost by using the mask. Before, Feng had threatened Stanley Ipkiss that mortals would have to pay a sufficient price to use the props of the gods, but he didn't expect his words to come true. In the short time of figuring out the specific functions of the mask, Feng had sensed that after the mask absorbed part of his own mana, it might be because the mana level and quality were too low end or something, so it forcibly absorbed his vitality. Although the life force absorbed by the mask was not much, that was the premise that Feng stood there stupidly and did not use the extraordinary power given by the mask. If Feng wanted to exert the maximum power of the mask, the only outcome would be to be sucked dry by the mask. Perhaps this is also the reason why Stanley Ipkiss chose to discard the mask at the end of the film. After all, mortals only have a lifespan of less than 100 years. Who can bear to reduce their lifespan once they use the mask? As for why Feng was reluctant to take off the mask when he knew that it would absorb his life force, in addition to the fact that he had a gourd of eternal spring water that could replenish the consumed life force at any time, it was also because of the powerful ability and value brought by the mask. Let's talk about the ability of the mask first. In the world of the mask, Loki is set as the son of Odin. He is a bored god who likes to make trouble everywhere, so he is called the god of mischief. At the same time, Loki in this world also has another alias, Night God, which is why the mask in Feng's hand can only be used at night. Similarly, Loki in this world is also an excellent shapeshifter and magician, who can turn into creatures such as salmon, mare, and even a fly. As an aside, judging from the fact that he turns into a greenhead when he puts on the mask, Loki probably likes to turn into a green-headed fly. Feng is attracted by Loki's identity as a shapeshifter and magician. Although the mask is not Loki and cannot personally guide Feng to learn the art of transformation, nor can it make him turn into a salmon or other creatures immediately, the moment Feng puts on the mask, he clearly feels that he has a deeper understanding of the ultimate transformation of the world of Harry's world. This makes Feng unable to help but fantasize. Maybe after wearing the mask for a while, he will be able to use animagus freely. And since the mask is helpful in mastering animagus, will it help to understand other spells? If Stanley Ipkiss is not still wandering in front of him, and he is still in Edge City, Feng really wants to cast all the spells he knows one by one to see how much the mask can help him understand the spells in the process of casting. In addition, Feng feels that he has found the correct way to use a mask, that is, to use the mask as a learning machine, to assist himself in learning. Just like the understanding of an Amagus before, Feng felt that his brain had been upgraded from version 1.0 to version 9.0 after putting on the mask. Whether it was the understanding of spells or some forgotten memories, they all came to mind one by one. Especially the nuclear physics that he had forced himself to learn every day some time ago. Some of the things that Banner had explained repeatedly, but he only understood one side of the story. But after putting on the mask, he understood everything. Unfortunately, after taking off the mask, Feng's brain went back to version 1.0 from version 9.0, but it didn't matter. Although the parts he had understood were a little confused, he still understood most of them. As long as he reviewed them a few more times, he would be able to master them sooner or later. This is like a college student who has completed his studies and entered society. Although he has forgotten the physics he learned in high school, he will at least have some impressions. As long as he takes out the textbook and reviews it a few times, he will probably understand the meaning faster than when he first learned physics in high school. Not only that, Feng thought about more, such as the next time he traveled to other countries, such as Russia or France, where he didn't know Russian or French at all, not even the most basic language. How could he survive? Now with the mask, it's different. As long as Feng puts on the mask and learns the languages of various countries, and then takes off the mask to review more, maybe a few days will be enough for Feng to learn a language. Finally, and most importantly, the divine power in the mask is too important for Feng who wants to become a god. Even if Feng can't understand the divine power now, it doesn't matter. At least every time he puts on the mask, he has a kind of perception of the divine power. Maybe in the future, because Feng has perceived the divine power in advance, he can transcend the mortal realm without bottlenecks, and quickly become a monster like a god who can live for thousands of years. After a long while, Feng took a deep breath, stuffed the mask into his shoulder bag, looked at Stanley Ipkiss with a smile, and said, "Dude, you are lucky. Although the mask will absorb your vitality, fortunately you don't use it for a long time, so it won't hurt you." Hearing this, Stanley Ipkiss breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body suddenly relaxed, but a happy smile appeared on his face. "My name is Stanley Ipkiss. Do you want to come to my house?" Feng shook his head slightly. In the world of the mask, the most precious thing is the Loki mask that he has already got. And if Feng remembers correctly, in the mask 2, the real owner of the mask, Loki, and Loki's father, the one-eyed Odin, finally came to the earth in order to find the mask. Feng said that he was just a little wizard and couldn't afford to offend these two big guys. He just wanted to leave Edge City quickly before Loki came to the world, and then change into someone else's appearance and hide his identity. But before that, Feng felt that he needed to get some living expenses. Thinking of this, Feng lightly snapped his fingers to control Stanley Ipkiss, and directly checked the location of all banks in Edge City in his mind. After finding everything he wanted to know, Feng cleanly erased all the memories of Stanley Ipkiss that he had seen tonight. Then, Feng turned into a ball of black mist and flew to the door of the nearest bank. After simply and roughly blasting the bank door, Feng slowly walked into the vault amid the sound of alarms. After Creature put all the US dollars in the vault into his shoulder bag, Feng directly blew a big hole in the wall of the vault. Standing on the edge of the big hole, Feng waved at the helicopter in the sky, and then turned into a ball of black mist and flew into the second bank in the eyes of everyone, and continued his fierce bank robbery. It was not until he robbed all 5 nearby banks that Feng felt that the money should barely be enough for his living expenses for 2 years. Then, the diligent and busy Feng turned into black mist again, and flew to the last robbery target in Edge City, the largest library in Edge City. After looting the library, Feng opened the portal and came to the sky above Las Vegas. At first, Feng was still thinking about whether to go to cities he was familiar with, such as New York or Portland, but after thinking carefully, he found that the options left for him were not as many as he imagined, but pitifully few. First of all, he robbed the Bank of America. Just for this reason, Feng would not leave the United States, because his pockets were full of US dollars, and other countries could not use them. Even if they wanted to, they had to exchange them at the bank. The problem was which country would exchange a large amount of US dollars for Feng, who had no identity documents. And it was the cash that was freshly robbed and not warm. Secondly, who knows if there is any problem with the US dollars in Feng's pocket, such as any chips used for positioning or tracking. Even if there is no chip in the US dollars, what if the police tracked Feng's whereabouts? Once the police announce the serial number on the US dollar in Feng's hand, this alone will be enough for Feng to bear, because this money can't be used normally. Do you think it's troublesome? Therefore, the first thing Feng has to do now is to launder the money. For example, before the police react, he will go to the casino to exchange these US dollars for chips, then exchange the chips for checks, and then open an account at the bank to deposit the laundered money into his own account. Although it is a bit troublesome to constantly change your appearance in actual operations, it is worth it to be able to use the money normally in the end. Finally, and most importantly, in this era, Las Vegas is a paradise for the rich. As long as you have money, let alone buying some rare animals as pets, even if you want to buy a nuclear weapon to play with, no one will care about you. They will only ask you if you are happy with it and whether you want another one. Especially the last point is particularly important for Feng, who is still thinking about how to rub out a nuclear reaction fireball. Chapter 158 Casino. Inside the surveillance room of a large casino in Las Vegas, Mr. Andre, the security director, who was wearing short sleeves and deliberately showing off the scorpion tattoo on his arm to show that he was a ruthless man, sat in front of the surveillance screen as usual, and his eyes were patrolling back and forth on multiple surveillance screens, hoping to find out unusual places in the casino, such as whether someone was cheating. After all, he was eating this dinner, and every time he caught a cheater, his bonus would be generous. After a while, Andre noticed that there was a thin white man who seemed to be dozing off at a gambling table, where dice were used to bet on size and points. He always liked to close his eyes to place bets. It was not that this thin white man had suspicious cheating behavior, but that this guy would lie on the gambling table with his eyes closed to rest for a while, and then suddenly open his eyes, and then bet all the chips in front of him on a certain point like a gambler. It was nothing. He had money, he could play however he wanted, and the casino opened its doors to do business, and liked such high rollers. But the problem is that this guy won every time he gambled. As a result, after a few times, the chips in front of him were almost tens of millions. It was very suspicious. Either he was a professional gambler and could hear the dice points, or Andre squinted his eyes, and while instructing his younger brother to collect information about the thin white man, he stared wide-eyed and looked back and forth between the dealer, who was shaking the sieve, and the thin white man, hoping to find evidence that the two of them had colluded to defraud the casino. After a long time, Andre rubbed his eyes. He didn't find any evidence. He just felt that his eyes were about to be blinded by the radiation from the surveillance screen. At this time, the younger brother who had gone to collect information about the thin white man returned to the monitoring room with a puzzled look on his face and whispered to Andre, "Boss, I asked my friends in the police station, and they didn't find any information about this person. In addition, I checked the surveillance at the intersection entering Las Vegas, and also didn't find any information. It's as if this guy appeared in Las Vegas out of thin air." Andre thought about it, and when he was about to say something, a well-dressed man with a cigar in his hand and a body as big as a bear walked into the monitoring room and said, "Andre, someone is about to make hundreds of millions of dollars from me. Why didn't you notify me?" Andre's face froze, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Boss, we haven't collected any information about this guy yet, so I want to wait until he leaves the casino, and then I'll send some people." As he said this, Andre wiped his neck with his hand, indicating that he wanted to kill people and rob them of their money. The casino owner shook his head slightly, denying Andre's plan, then walked to the surveillance video, looked at the thin white man and said, "In the past few days, I have received news from several colleagues who have good reputations and will not play tricks at the gambling table. Someone won a lot of US dollars in their casino. Originally, they thought the same as you and wanted to get their own US dollars back after this person left the casino, but this person disappeared in the crowd. As soon as he left the casino, Andre narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Boss, what do you mean?" The boss took a puff of his cigar, looked at the mountain of chips in front of the thin white man, and said with a smile, "Won't he disappear? Then please come here before he disappears. I want to know how he managed to hit the right number every time." After speaking, the boss turned and walked out of the monitoring room. When he reached the door, he said, "I don't know how he disappeared in the crowd, so just in case, you'd better be fully prepared before you go to ask for help." Andre nodded, indicating that he knew what to do. He respectfully watched the boss's figure disappear before he gave a few instructions to the younger brother beside him. At the gambling table, Feng, who had turned into a thin white man, lay weakly on the gambling table. If it weren't for the neatly stacked large denomination chips in front of him, others would think that Feng had lost all his energy. In fact, in the past few days, Feng relied on the method of checking the dice points by his spirit body. In major reputable casinos, he not only laundered the money he robbed and kept it in his own account, but also won a lot of pocket money. Now the money in his account is enough for ordinary people to eat and wear for several lifetimes. It's a pity that Feng couldn't take these small pieces of paper back to the Marvel world, so he didn't care at all. So it didn't matter to Feng whether he won money or not. His purpose was to meet the big boss of the casino, which was why he was listless even after winning money. Feeling that the chips in front of him were enough to give the casino owner a heart attack, Feng got up and packed up the chips, ready to exchange them for checks and leave the casino in a swagger. Feng deliberately changed the check instead of depositing it directly into his account. The purpose was very simple, just to make the casino owner feel that there was still a chance to get the check back and send a group of younger brothers to cause trouble for him. At that time, Feng would use magic to control these younger brothers and then find the casino owner to inquire about the news of selling nuclear bombs. In this regard, Feng said that he was already very familiar with the business of controlling people. After all, he had experienced the situation of being controlled by him every day recently. But this time, the plot development seemed to be beyond Feng's expectations. Just as Feng walked towards the exchange window with the chips, he noticed that several burly thugs in the distance were surrounding him. Feng's mouth curled up slightly. "Do you want to take the money back before leaving your casino? Aren't you too anxious? Aren't you afraid of scaring the gamblers in the casino and causing no business in the future?" At this time, Andre, who showed his scorpion tattoo, seemed to realize that Feng had discovered his younger brother. After thinking for a while, he quickly walked to Feng, lifted the corner of his clothes to let Feng see the pistol on his waist, but showed a respectful expression on his face and said, "Sir, my boss invites you." Feng was stunned. "Invite me? This saves me a lot of time. Your boss is really a good person." Feng curled his lips, put the chips on the window, and smiled and stretched out his hand to signal Andre to lead the way. Andre glanced at Feng, who regarded money as dirt, and then looked at the chips in the window. For some reason, Andre suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. After all, the money represented by these chips is not a small amount. Even if someone has a mine at home, he would not throw it away casually like throwing away garbage. Andre, who felt that the casino was about to get into trouble, narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, and said to the staff at the exchange window in a voice that Feng could hear clearly, "Cash the chips into checks, and remember to give them to this gentleman when he leaves later." After saying that, Andre smiled at Feng, thinking about how to leave a good impression on Feng. He stood straight with his lower body, leaned forward slightly, and respectfully gestured to Feng to walk to the elevator. Feng glanced at Andre with a smile, and only when Andre was trembling with fear did he walk into the elevator with an arrogant master's step. Behind him, Andre touched his forehead, wiped off the non-existent sweat, and waved to the two strong men with bulging waists and faint tattoos on their necks, motioning them to accompany him into the elevator. There was no way. Now Andre felt that he could not afford to offend Feng. He did not dare to take the same elevator with Feng without two bodyguards. As the elevator door closed, Feng, who didn't want to waste time, snapped his fingers lightly and directly controlled the 3 people in the elevator, asking, "Can your boss buy nuclear bombs or raw materials?" The 2 strong men with guns on their waists didn't respond and shook their heads blankly. Feng had expected this. After all, it was obvious that these 2 were just low-level thugs, and he didn't expect them to know anything. Andre was different. He was a small boss after all, and knew a little about the casino owner. Hearing Feng's question, Andre, with silent eyes, nodded stiffly and said, "My boss has a connection with a former Soviet arms dealer, and he can get a nuclear bomb." Feng's eyes lit up. "It's not easy. I've been to so many casinos, and I've almost checked the memories of all the casino owners in Las Vegas, and finally found the whereabouts of the nuclear bomb." Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said in a brisk tone, "Take me to see your boss now. Hurry up. Don't delay things." Andre nodded, and after the elevator door opened, he immediately took Feng to knock on the boss's office door. Before the casino owner said come in, Feng, who was already crazy about nuclear bombs, kicked the door open, walked up to the casino owner with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Can you get a nuclear bomb or raw materials?" The casino owner was wondering now, what was going on? Didn't he agree to ask the other party about the secret of how to hit the dice points? What did Andre mean by bringing this guy to him? He asked about nuclear bombs and nuclear materials right away. Does he want to rebel, or does he want to quit the underworld? The boss narrowed his eyes and glanced at Feng. He quietly pressed the button hidden under the desk, sending a signal to call his subordinates to come to the office with weapons for rescue. He smiled at Feng and said, "Sir, we are businessmen who run a casino, not selling arms." Before the boss finished speaking, Feng, who found that the other party was calling his subordinates, grinned and looked at the office door and said, "I'll give you some time to think about it before answering." After that, Feng held up a fireball and blew the boss's office door into pieces in the boss's horrified eyes. Then the boss looked at Feng with a look like he was looking at God. He held up a transparent shield and slowly held up a fireball again, throwing it at a guy who was holding a machine gun and pulling the trigger stupidly. Looking at the machine gunner who was burned to 50%, Feng sneered at the remaining gunmen who were still desperately pulling the trigger despite their horrified expressions. Feng tilted his head to think for a while, and while summoning the soul projection of the obviously dead machine gunner back to the corpse, he turned his head and asked the boss, "Can you tell me now how long it will take to get what I want?" Pointing to the button under the desk, Feng added, "I like light music, not these heavy metal music, so please turn that thing off, otherwise." Feng pointed at the machine gunner who was sitting on the ground looking around with a blank face, grinned and threatened, "I will chop you into meat paste and then resurrect you so that you can experience all kinds of death in the world." At this time, the boss covered his heart that was almost on strike because of fear and lifted the alarm with trembling hands. He said with a stuttering mouth, "No, not clear. I need to ask my friend before I can give you an answer." Seeing Feng frowning, the boss, who was afraid that Feng would kill himself and then resurrect and kill himself again, quickly said, "I will call and ask now." Chapter 159 Andre's Little Thoughts. Watching Feng perform in front of everyone how to revive the machine gunner with a fragrant aroma by sprinkling cumin, chili and salt, and listening to the creepy threatening words, the casino owner not only believed that the magician really existed, but also vowed in his heart that he would never eat meat again and would completely transform into a vegetarian. At the same time, he was also prepared to treat Feng as his own father. There was no way he really couldn't afford to offend him. In order to occupy a place in Feng's heart as soon as possible, the boss held the receiver and waited for his former Soviet friend's reply. While in front of Feng, he ordered his younger brother to rent the most luxurious presidential suite in Las Vegas as soon as possible. Seeing Feng nodded with satisfaction on his arrangement, the boss felt happy that his relationship with the wizard had gotten a little closer, so he asked in a low voice, "Master Wizard, do you have any requirements for food?" "Don't worry, in Las Vegas, as long as it's what you want to eat, I can get it for you." Feng smacked his lips and shook his head slightly. To be honest, his taste had long been spoiled by Creature's cooking skills. No matter how delicious and precious the delicacies from land and sea were, to him, they were not as good as creatures boiled cabbage. Seeing that Li Feng was a little casual about eating, the boss changed his mind and thought, this wizard in front of him should not be out of the category of human beings. After all, any man will be a little lustful, or like power in his heart. However, the identity and power of a wizard may not be a big deal to him. After all, he can conquer a piece of territory with a wave of his hand. After thinking about it, the boss asked with a smile, Master Mage, do you think I should arrange 78 blonde girls to serve you and entertain you at any time? Li Feng's mind was now studying and studying. He felt a little overwhelmed by the boss's deliberate flattery. What little girls do I need? When I learn how to make a nuclear reaction fireball, a group of beauties are flirting in front of me? What if I don't make it steady and the fireball explodes? Won't this delay my studies? Li Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I just want the presidential suite, so I can read quietly, and I don't want anything else. Halfway through his words, Li Feng suddenly remembered something, touched his chin and said, it seems like you can really help me with something. The boss eyes lit up, and he listened happily, then listened to Li Feng with a confused look on his face. I want some experts who know how to make nuclear bombs, especially those who make hydrogen bombs. If that doesn't work, help me find some people who understand the principles of nuclear fusion and can actually operate it. The boss swallowed his saliva, and with tears in his heart, he complained, brother, are you going to nuclearize the world? Are you a wizard or a terrorist? But Li Feng was a person he couldn't afford to offend, so what could the boss do? He could only nod and smile flatteringly. Master Mage, I will find these talents for you as soon as possible. As soon as the boss finished speaking, a Russian voice that Li Feng could not understand came from the phone on the desk. Just when Li Feng was wondering what the chatter was about, the boss picked up the phone with a look of joy and chattered in Russian. After a while, the boss put down the phone and asked cautiously, Master Mage, my friend has nuclear bombs, but they are all small yield. I don't know. The yield of nuclear bombs is actually not important to Li Feng, as long as they can explode. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, recalled the amount of his family's savings, and said proudly, I have less than 200 million US dollars now. Ask how many nuclear bombs I can buy? Seeing that Li Feng was ready to buy as many nuclear bombs as he could, the trembling boss trembled his hands and chattered into the microphone again. After a long while, the boss wiped the sweat from his head, smiled respectfully at Li Feng. Master Mage, my friend said that it will take a month to prepare the goods, and asked when you want them, and where to trade. Where to trade? Li Feng scratched his head, turned his head to look at the boss, took out a passbook from his pocket, and handed it to the other party, saying, you can arrange it. I just want nuclear bombs and people who study nuclear reactions. After that, Li Feng took out a pitch black gourd from his shoulder bag, opened the gourd with a smile, and released a vengeful spirit, saying, after all, this is the first time we meet, and I'm somewhat unsure of your character, so I plan to let a vengeful spirit follow you. Seeing the cold sweat on the boss's face flowing down like a waterfall, Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and said contemptuously, don't worry, this vengeful spirit will not only monitor you, but also protect your safety. You can even command it to do some odd jobs, such as serving tea or destroying corpses. At this time, the boss was both scared and happy. After looking at Li Feng, he tried to say tremblingly, Master Ghost, can you help me? The boss looked around, pointed to the wine glass on the table and said, can you help me pour a glass of wine for Master Mage? The ghost naturally appeared in a transparent figure immediately, with a ferocious expression that could scare people to death, pouring wine in front of the boss and bringing the glass to Li Feng. Li Feng took the glass and smelled it. It's not as good as beer. Putting the glass on the desk, Li Feng smiled at the younger brother who had arranged the presidential suite before, and stretched his waist while saying, take me to the room now, I want to have a good rest. The younger brother looked at his boss who was having a great time with the ghost, and took Li Feng out of the office. Until Li Feng left the casino, the boss respectfully let the ghost show up, and guard outside the door, and immediately restrained the fear and respect on his face. He stood in front of the French window and looked into the distance, which made several younger brothers in the office stunned and speculated, is the boss going to attack the mage? In fact, these little brothers were not wrong. The boss was a big boss after all. He had gone through many ups and downs to gain a foothold in Las Vegas. How could he bow down and pay respect to Li Feng as soon as he saw that he was a mage? When Li Feng performed magic, the boss, who knew how to judge the situation, knew that the only thing to do was to stabilize Li Feng and show his weakness to reduce the opponent's vigilance. As long as he could figure out how to control Li Feng in the future, he would see who would have the last laugh. This mage dared to ignore the bullets only when he put up a shield. Does this mean that the mage's body can actually be killed by bullets? Maybe I can just knock the opponent out with an anesthetic bullet before he puts up a shield and then use drugs to control the mage. I can not only learn how to become a mage, but also gain a mage's subordinate. But before that, I have to deal with the vengeful spirit outside the door. Thinking of this, the boss narrowed his eyes, waved to the younger brother behind him, and whispered, "Go and help me find some psychics. Remember to have real skills." After a pause, the boss glanced at the direction of the gate and added, "Go and find them secretly by yourself. Don't tell anyone, otherwise think about your family." While the boss was secretly looking for psychics with real skills and who could eliminate vengeful spirits throughout the city, Li Feng lived the life of a nocturnal creature, that is, sleeping during the day and studying energetically at night. There was no other way, because Loki's mask was on strike during the day, so Li Feng could only wear the mask at night to study and learn the languages and characters of various countries while studying hard for physics knowledge. This is because Li Feng has the eternal spring water and his own powerful mana support. Otherwise this kind of life with a reversed biological clock would have messed up his endocrine system. But you have to say, the learning bully of the mask card is awesome. In one night, Li Feng became proficient in Russian. Although he showed his true form after taking off the mask and could only barely understand a few daily expressions, after reviewing for a few days, Li Feng could pat his chest and abdomen without shame and say that he had mastered fluent Russian. Of course, the function of the mask is not only that. You should know that Stanley Ipkiss was as fast as the wind after putting on the mask. Whether it was brushing teeth or washing face, even robbing a bank could be done in the blink of an eye. It just so happened that Li Feng disliked creatures' slow speed and transforming dementors, so in addition to studying, Li Feng, who felt that his mind was extremely clear after wearing the mask, not only improved the transformation plan, but also occasionally helped transform dementors. Creature looked at the green-headed Li Feng who could transform several dementors in one night, and his eyes were full of admiration. Especially when he saw the new version of Dementor with a skull head and skull hands, wearing a tattered black cloak, and looking exactly like the legendary Grim Reaper, except that he didn't have a sickle in his hand. Creature felt very happy. The boss is going to go further and further on the road of the Grim Reaper, and I, Creature, am actually the boss who will control the army of the Grim Reaper in the future. And the only servant is so exciting to think about it. A few months later in the morning, Li Feng, who had memorized all the books on nuclear physics on the market with the help of a mask, took off all his clothes except for a pair of leggings, and was about to lie on the soft big bed and sleep naked, when there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. Which bastard disturbed my good sleep so early in the morning? Come in. Outside the door, Andre, who rang the doorbell of the presidential suite, looked aggrieved and expectant. Ever since he took Li Feng to see his boss and let the boss show off in front of people all day that he could control a ghost to serve tea and water, the boss not only did not give him a promotion or a raise, but demoted him and reduced his salary. This was enough to puzzle Andre, who wouldn't envy the ability to control evil spirits. Who would have thought that he would be demoted to a small fry without any followers after giving his boss such a great benefit? This was not the end. He didn't know what his boss was crazy about. He actually gave him the task of finding a nuclear physicist so that he had no time to go home and could only fly around the world all day long just to kidnap these powerless researchers behind him. These were a group of people who could make nuclear bombs. They usually had a bunch of security personnel around them. The difficulty coefficient of the mission had long exceeded 3.0. Now, although he had tried his best to catch 3 nuclear physicists and bring them back to Las Vegas safely, his name and portrait were not only on the wanted list of various countries, but even the underground black market offered a high reward, which made him terrified when he went out to buy a pack of cigarettes, for fear that a bullet would fly out from somewhere and take his life. For this reason, Andre now only hopes that the wizard in the presidential suite can send him a few ghosts to play with. Of course, if possible, he also wants to get Li Feng's support so that he can kick his boss off the position of the boss and satisfy his addiction to being a boss. Otherwise, haha, the wanted order on him will make him die before tomorrow. Chapter 160 The Aftermath of the Mask. With Li Feng's come-in, Andre and 3 trembling researchers pushed open the door of the suite. After entering the room, Andre glanced at the living room, staring blankly at the densely carved rune characters on the living room floor. Although Andre did not recognize the rune characters, he recognized the object placed in the middle of the rune characters. It was a nuclear warhead with its shell peeled off, revealing the rune characters engraved inside. Andre's face turned pale, and he swallowed his saliva. This is a nuclear weapon. If this thing explodes, will Li Feng die? Andre said he didn't know, but Las Vegas, where he had lived for most of his life, probably couldn't be lived in. Besides, even if Li Feng swore that this thing would not explode, what would it matter? It was terrifying enough for Andre to think that the nuclear bomb that was dismantled into pieces would emit radiation all day long, especially now. He was only a few steps away from the nuclear bomb. Andre secretly warned himself in his heart that he would go to the hospital for a checkup after leaving to see if the rune words in the mouths of the mages could really trap the radiation so as not to be infected by the radiation. Li Feng, who was only wearing shorts, scratched his head and looked at the 3 people behind Andre, who were wearing thick glasses and trembling like sieves. He asked in confusion, "Andre, are these 3 the people I want to find?" Andre, who was still standing straight with his upper body and trembling with his lower body, nodded, his tone full of hardship and bitterness, and said, "Yes, Master Mage, they are the only experts I can find, 2 from Russia and 1 from the United States." Li Feng raised his eyebrows, rubbed his hands, and walked around the 3 so-called nuclear physicists from different countries. Li Feng stood in front of the 3 people, pointed to the nuclear bomb placed in the living room, and asked in Russian and English respectively, "3, tell me the principle of this thing." "If you are right," Li Feng pointed to the wine cabinet and said, "not only will you be treated to delicious food and drinks, but you will also be given a bonus that will last you a lifetime. Of course, if you are wrong, then..." At this time, Li Feng looked at Andre meaningfully. Andre understood Li Feng's meaning in seconds, and immediately pulled out a pistol from his waist to load it, and stood there silently. Although Andre did not say a word, but just looked back and forth at the 3 people, the 3 researchers also said that they understood what the other party meant in seconds, which was nothing more than killing and not burying. The 3 looked at each other, nodded slightly, and walked to the front of the nuclear bomb. Regardless of whether Li Feng could understand, they each began to introduce the principle and internal structure of the nuclear bomb. After a while, Li Feng, who heard that the 3 people were indeed talented, waved his hand, signaling the 3 people not to say more. After licking his lips, he turned to Andre and pointed at his feet, saying, "Let these 3 precious kids have a good night's rest first, and then start teaching me nuclear physics knowledge in the evening." Teaching knowledge? The 3 researchers were confused. What is going on? How many departments have been alerted? They went to such great lengths to kidnap us, just to be your teachers? Isn't our face a bit too big? And the 3 looked around the living room. Except for a few screwdrivers on the ground that could dismantle nuclear bombs, which were barely related to teaching, they didn't see any equipment for teaching nuclear physics knowledge in the living room. How could they teach? Teach with paper and pen and really know how to explode nuclear bombs? Teach while trembling? The most important thing is, how long will it take to teach? Andre didn't care what the 3 of them thought. He nodded to Li Feng to show that he understood. He waved to the 3 researchers, signaling them to leave the room first. He still had something to say to the magician. Li Feng, who was originally going to continue his sweet dream, glanced at Andre who looked like he had something to say. He hooked his finger at the refrigerator and a bottle of beer floated to his hand. After taking a sip, he asked, "What's the matter?" Andre nodded, sorted out his words, suppressed his fearful heart, walked to Li Feng and whispered, "Master Mage, I recently heard a piece of news that my boss seems to be looking for a psychic. Although I don't know what the boss thinks, based on my many years of experience with him, he is most likely looking for the vengeful spirit you gave him." At this point, Andre blinked at Li Feng and gently touched his neck. "He is the only one who wants to kill the vengeful spirit?" Li Feng curled his lips in disdain, looked at Andre with a smile, and said, "Besides, isn't this a very normal thing? Anyone who has been the eldest brother for many years and suddenly one day his status declines to the second brother will have some inappropriate thoughts in his heart. Just like you now." Li Feng casually threw the empty wine bottle into the trash can, sat down on the sofa, gently pressed his temple with the middle finger and index finger of his right hand, and cast a soul reading spell on Andre. After a while, he smiled with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. "Because of me, you were expelled from the center of power by your boss, so you are unwilling to give in, and are ready to surrender to me, so that you can borrow my power to kill your boss, and take over the casino under the name of your former boss." Andre was stunned, looked at Li Feng a little stiffly, then immediately lowered his head, stood respectfully in front of Li Feng, looking like he was waiting for orders. Li Feng scratched his brow and thought about it. So far, the casino owner has actually done a pretty good job. He basically gives you whatever you want. Even if you don't have it, he will find a way to get it. However, the other party wants to get out of his control. Seems a little unhappy. Li Feng licked his lips slightly with a bloodthirstiness, stood up and picked up his sickle, released all the transformed dementors, and said, "You can't see these dementors either, but they are more powerful than the vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits are just a delicious snack in front of them." Looking at the inexplicable frost in the room, and feeling the biting cold, Andre was frightened, and at a loss. While he was busy swallowing his saliva, he heard Li Feng grinning and said, "By the way, I remind you that they have been locked up by me for a long time, and have been starving. Although I ordered them to obey your orders, you also know that humans don't know what they will do in the face of hunger, let alone these monsters. Anyway, I don't know what the starving dementors will do, so you'd better take them to eat immediately." Andre glanced at the increasingly thick frost under his feet, resisted the urge to rub his knees that had lost consciousness due to the cold, and said, "I'll go prepare food now." After a pause, Andre pricked up his ears and asked, "Master Mage, what do they like to eat most? Is raw beef okay?" "Eat raw beef." Li Feng scratched his ears, as if he had heard a joke, and looked at Andre with an idiotic expression, saying, "I've said they are monsters. What do you think their food is? Of course it's souls, and they are also a group of big eaters. The more souls you find, the fuller they eat, and the more they will obey your orders." For some reason, after listening to Li Feng's words, Andre felt a chill running straight up his spine. Andre knew very well that this chill was not brought to him by the dementors, but because he heard the meaning in Li Feng's tone when he spoke, the meaning of not treating humans as intelligent creatures, but just as a kind of delicious food. Andre recalled the Li Feng he had just met. Although Li Feng was a little violent at that time, and killed a machine gunner at every turn, Li Feng's methods at that time were more like demonstrating the power of his own magic in order to deter his boss. Besides, Li Feng was shot by the machine gunner before he fought back. Andre, who was used to the fighting scenes of various forces in Las Vegas, didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In a battle, where it's either you or me, violence itself is a manifestation of strength. If you show mercy in a battle, you're courting death. But now Andre suddenly had the illusion that he would regret his wrong choice today. Creature, who was invisible at the side, also noticed Li Feng's abnormality, but Creature didn't care what Li Feng said. He only noticed a flash of scarlet in the corner of Li Feng's eyes when he spoke. Although the scarlet color flashed by, Creature was sure that what he saw was the look of bloodthirstiness and desire in the eyes of a vampire who happened to meet a young virgin when he was hungry. Andre, who felt colder and colder, tightened his collar, leaned forward slightly towards Li Feng to show his gratitude, waved to the invisible dementors, and left the room, as if he was ready to kill with these little brothers with ice auras. Seeing that the room was quiet again, Li Feng stretched his body, yawned, and prepared to go back to bed to catch up on his sleep. Creature looked at Li Feng's eyes carefully, thought for a moment and suddenly exited the stealth mode. He fiddled with the corner of his clothes and stood in front of Li Feng, looking at Li Feng with a pair of watery eyes full of worry. Li Feng glanced at Creature, who looked like he had something to say, and asked, "Why are you stopping me? Are you itching for trouble? Believe it or not, I'll slap you." Creature took a step back aggrievedly and said in a low voice with a hint of tears, "Boss, I saw a bloodthirsty look in your eyes just now." Bloodthirsty? Li Feng looked at himself in confusion. "You must have seen it wrong. I wasn't thinking about anything bloody just now." After a pause, Li Feng seemed to have thought of something, waved his hand and smiled. "Are you referring to the fact that I want to kill the casino owner? This is not a big deal. We have killed many people before, otherwise where did the vengeful spirit in my gut come from? Besides, they provoked me first, so I chose to resist." If the casino owner was obedient and didn't do anything tricky, Li Feng shrugged and said with a regretful expression, "Wouldn't it be nothing?" Li Feng yawned, as if he was very sleepy, smacked his lips and continued, "Since Andre is determined to be the boss now, and the original boss wants to deal with us, I just gave him a gentle push, which not only solved the problem, but also allowed us to continue studying in peace. How can you say that I'm bloodthirsty?" After saying that, Li Feng walked to the bed by himself, and a snoring sound came from his pillow, which showed how much pressure Li Feng was under in his studies recently. Creature looked at the heartless Li Feng aggrievedly, and then glanced at the mask implicitly. Creature remembered that Li Feng said that everyone has repressed emotions in their hearts, and the mask is not only a tool to release these emotions, but also will continue to amplify these emotions. Bloodthirstiness, the food of dementors. Chapter 161 Nuclear Explosion. Looking back to the past, Li Feng, who had already stopped breastfeeding and had his crotchless pants sewn on, still had an unsteady step when walking and was prone to falling down, often landing on his face. But this did not prevent him from having a heart of a hero who longed to fight for justice and eliminate all injustices in the world. In order to broaden his horizons about the world of martial arts, Li Feng not only read martial arts comic books, but also watched various martial arts TV shows, such as The Heaven Sword and The Dragon Saber and The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Especially in summer and summer vacation, Li Feng would hold his rice bowl on time at mealtime, sit on a small stool in front of the black and white TV with his butt pouting, and watch various martial arts TV shows seriously. When he was too fascinated by the TV, he would put down his rice bowl and imitate the 18 palms of subduing insects on TV to slap the mosquitoes that were circling around him, or pick up a wooden stick on the ground and perform the crazy rolling stick method to kill the nearby flies with the stick. Not to mention, although Li Feng's martial arts moves were not up to par, his expressions were still very accurate, especially his expression of hatred for the world, which frightened the mosquitoes and flies around him. They stayed as far away from Li Feng as possible, fearing that they would be infected by this newly minted mentally retarded hero, or be slapped to death on the small bench. Unfortunately, Li Feng's performances, which he believed to be deeply rooted in the essence of martial arts, usually ended with his buttocks being bruised. This was not because Li Feng practiced the 7-injury fist, which hurts himself before hurting others, but because his parents, who were watching TV at the side, could not stand the noisy Li Feng, so they decided to demonstrate the martial arts of the male and female evil spirits, and used Li Feng's buttocks as an imaginary enemy. After all, there were not many ways to treat noisy children in the early years, and the most effective method recognized was to beat them hard, and beat the children, as if they were picked up. When he grew up, Li Feng realized that the coveted internal skills on TV were all lies, and were purely imaginary things. After feeling sad for a while, Li Feng shifted his attention to the Foshan shadowless kick and other kung fu. After all, it is obvious that this thing does not require internal strength. As long as you have perseverance and persistence, you can practice the ability to fly over the eaves and walk on the walls. This led to Li Feng, who thought he had perseverance, kicking at his own door every day. Seeing that Li Feng was about to practice to the point where he could kick the door 4 times in a row, indicating that the shadowless kick was about to be practiced, Li Feng's father, who disliked Li Feng for being too noisy, personally demonstrated what the dad kick method was and kicked Li Feng on the spot. He was shocked and ran away. If Li Feng's mother had not heard the screams and rescued Li Feng in a hurry, it is estimated that Li Feng's grave grass would have been fed by hundreds of cattle and sheep. Later, as Li Feng gradually grew up and became sensible, he understood that movies were just movies. Even if someone in reality could kick the shadowless kick, what would it matter? Anyway, he would never have the opportunity to meet these talented people in this life. After all, what can you do in a society with good public security after practicing martial arts for half a lifetime? Even if you catch a thief with your right hand, it won't work. After all, poking eyes and hitting the genitals are normal moves in Kung Fu. If you are not careful, you can beat the thief to death. Even if the thief is hated, he is still a human being. He is a citizen of the country before he is deprived of his political rights. As long as you use your power, the thief will not only let the police put you in a small dark room, but also sue you until you go bankrupt. Let me digress here. Kung Fu is a killing skill. It rarely has a real health preserving effect. Even if the old ladies and old men in the park practice Take-Ai, what is the left palm and the right hand hook? What is the hook in the right hand for? It's just pecking people's joints and eyeballs. What really keeps people healthy is exercise. The effect of practicing Take-Ai every day is actually not much different from that of doing radio gymnastics. If you don't believe it, you can go online to check those Kung Fu masters. Don't look at their heavy fists that can kill people with one punch, but how long can they live? Not to mention living to the age of 100. How many people live to 80? Finally, and most importantly, when Li Feng grew up, he felt that a certain saying was very good. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you can still knock someone down with one shot. Why learn martial arts in a peaceful society? Wouldn't it be tiring? Over time, Li Feng, who was afraid of hardship, gave up the idea of becoming a martial arts hero. Who would have thought that God, whether blind or sleepy, gave Li Feng a second life, and it was a life that started in the extraordinary world. Now, although Li Feng does not have the ability to fly with a sword or climb walls, he can do magic. Once the shield is turned on, it is no big deal to ignore guns and cannons. After the portal is opened, he can instantly cross to the other side of the earth. No high-speed train or airplane can compare to it, but the passport problem is a bit difficult. He can even beat the legendary devil to his knees and call him grandpa with a wave of his hand. This can be regarded as satisfying Li Feng's little wish to sweep away all the injustices in the world when he was a child in his previous life. Finally, and most importantly, Li Feng's lifespan is no longer just 100 years. If he is lucky and works hard, he can live to the end of time. He has lived a long life. With such great power, Li Feng's heart has been so inflated that he doesn't know what he is. It is normal for him to do something to show off in front of the world. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Marvel world who can limit Li Feng's desire to show off. Let's not talk about Thor and other gods whose combat power is unknown. Anyway, at present, they can beat Li Feng without any pressure. In addition, what makes Li Feng most depressed is that there are humans on the earth who can easily press him to the ground and rub him. After the rubbing, Li Feng has to apologize to them with a licking face, and he will not give up until he is forgiven. He can't afford to offend them. So all along, although Li Feng thinks he has some strength and is considered tall among mortals, he is still a good person who abides by the law in terms of behavior. Haven't you seen who he has killed in the Marvel world except Abomination, who he killed with his own hands? The group of soldiers killed by the bullets shot from his own gun barrel should not be considered killed by Li Feng himself, right? But it is different in other worlds, especially those worlds where there is no threat and Li Feng ranks third. Isn't it allowed for Li Feng to indulge himself? For example, the good things that Li Feng likes are usually obtained by robbing or killing until the other party hands them over. Of course, killing is killing, but years of compulsory education have prevented Li Feng from becoming a bloodthirsty demon. The bottom line in his heart has always suppressed the violence that he wants to vent unscrupulously. Like this time in the world of the mask, Li Feng, who has been suppressed for too long, subconsciously let go of his desires, such as robbing banks and kidnapping talents. Not to mention using force directly. He still does it when he thinks of it, without considering the consequences of the situation. Anyway, in his eyes, there is no killing, and his conscience is acceptable. In addition, except for Loki and Odin, he is not afraid of anyone. Unfortunately, Li Feng forgot one thing. How can we say that emotions or desires are more mellow when they are suppressed in the later stage, and once they burst out, they are as fierce as a mountain torrent or a mudslide? Especially since his way of cultivation is still the Oriental method, the inner demon is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed when it comes to Oriental cultivation methods, and the generation of the inner demon is inextricably linked to the heart. The Loki mask that can read the heart can't read Li Feng's heart in a short time, but he can't stand wearing it every night. Don't you know that water drips through stones? In addition, the supporting surface has all kinds of magical powers, but it is divine power. This thing can't compare to Li Feng's current total mana, but I don't know how many streets it is in quality. Moreover, in The Mask 2, Son of the Mask, the male protagonist did shameful things with his wife because he wore a mask, and finally there were 3 special green tadpoles among the tadpoles launched into his wife's body, and the child born in the end was born with various extraordinary abilities. This shows a problem. Remember to wear it when you don't want a child. The point is that these 3 special tadpoles clearly show that the divine power in the mask has the ability to invade and change genes. Therefore, once Li Feng wears the mask for a long time, coupled with the ability of the mask to change genes and personality in a subtle way, it is destined that Li Feng will be read by the mask and magnify his inner demons. Li Feng still knows nothing about this. Every time he uses the mask, he will subconsciously suppress the emotions or inner demons that are suppressed to the limit, even if creature reminds Li Feng again and again that the scarlet meaning in his eyes has become stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, creature's loyalty not only failed to remind Li Feng, but made him feel good about himself. He also began to punch and kick creature to show that creature should shut up and stop gesturing all day long. After more than half a year, he followed 3 nuclear physicists who have become accustomed to the life of day and night reversal and have evolved into nocturnal creatures to study for more than half a year. Li Feng wore a Loki mask, stood on the roof of the hotel with scholar eyes that everyone could see, and raised his hands in high spirits as a sesame-sized light dot turned into a football-sized one after a few seconds. Li Feng felt the blazing fireball on his palm with joy while trying to maintain the spell. It wasn't easy. After so many years, the nuclear reaction fireball that I had been thinking about every day finally came into being. Before Li Feng could finish his sigh, Li Feng, who felt that the fireball was becoming more and more unstable and uncontrollable, froze his face and shot the nuclear reaction fireball far away without thinking. While the fireball was still in flight and had not exploded, Li Feng, with an expression of regret that he had not concentrated his mental power and let the fireball go out of control, quickly wrapped himself and creature in the mirror space and then watched the nuclear reaction fireball explode in the distance with joy. However, as a mushroom cloud rose from the ground, Li Feng's joyful expression gradually stiffened, especially when he saw the pedestrians in the distance turned into ashes in an instant in the explosion and the melted buildings collapsed one after another. Perhaps the successful creation of a nuclear reaction fireball allowed Li Feng to vent some of his suppressed desires. With his mind somewhat clear, Li Feng took off his mask instantly and said blankly, as if talking to himself or asking creature beside him, his face pale as he said, "Did I do this?" At this time, although creature knew that he was very safe hiding in the mirror space, the hellish sea of fire in the distance still made him hang his head and said in a horrified tone, "Yes, boss, creature saw you cast the spell with his own eyes." Chapter 162 Creature, Run. Nuclear bombs, in addition to the huge heat and shock waves generated by the explosion, also release various deadly rays, so it has another name, dirty bomb. Although Li Feng can create a nuclear reaction fireball simply by relying on his own magic power, after wearing the Loki mask, the power is still much smaller than the nuclear bomb seen detonated by scientific means. To be precise, the magic nuclear reaction fireball has only a fraction of the power of a small equivalent nuclear bomb, or even less. but a nuclear explosion is a nuclear explosion, especially since Li Feng's reference from the beginning was the nuclear warhead that was disassembled into parts in the presidential suite, so the nuclear reaction fireball he created had some radiation remaining in the air after the explosion. Although these radiations will dissipate as the magic power dissipates, who knows when these magic powers will be digested by nature? Therefore, Li Feng, who took off the mask and exited the mirror space, had a panic expression on his face, but his subconscious still told him to hold up various shields to prevent radiation from harming himself. Standing on the edge of the roof, Li Feng stared blankly at the sky-high flames that illuminated the entire city in the distance. On the street below the hotel, the power outage caused by the sudden explosion paralyzed traffic, and many crossroads had already experienced serial rear-end collisions. Several police cars passed by the hotel with sirens on, and in the distance there were many fire trucks' sirens blaring. The whole of Las Vegas was in chaos. After a moment of silence, Li Feng somehow put on an invisibility cloak, turned into a black mist floating in the sky, and watched the rescuers rush to the center of the explosion without wearing radiation protection clothing. Li Feng opened his mouth. In his heart, he actually wanted to remind these kind rescuers to be careful of radiation nearby, but somehow, the warning words that were clearly on the tip of his tongue could not be uttered. At this moment, Li Feng felt like a naughty child who stole a few sweet potatoes to roast in the mountains, but accidentally caused a forest fire. His current mood was like that of a man who knew that the fire he had set would burn more and more fiercely, and even set the whole mountain on fire, and even cause more serious consequences, but was afraid that his ass would burst. He dared not let anyone know that he had set the fire, so he chose to never tell anyone about the fire in the mountain, and watch the fire burn more and more fiercely. High in the sky, Li Feng, who chose to remain silent, watched the shock wave generated by the explosion of the nuclear reaction fireball, blowing all nearby buildings into a state of radioactive collapse, and the collapsed area was at least the size of a small town. In the center of the explosion farther away, in addition to a large circular pit with a diameter of about 100 meters, there was also air distorted by high temperature and cars that were almost melted into molten iron. Although no injured people could be seen in the center of the explosion, Li Feng knew with his ass that these people had been vaporized. Li Feng raised his hands in front of his eyes in a daze, as if he couldn't believe that all this was caused by him. Suddenly, a trace of scarlet flashed in the corner of his eyes again. Li Feng covered his cheek and glanced at Creature, who was staring at the mushroom cloud rising with wide eyes and a look of horror. I don't know what happened. When Li Feng recalled that Creature had said in a positive tone that all this was caused by him, he suddenly had the urge to kill him. Now, not many people know that this disaster was caused by my release of the nuclear reaction fireball, and except for Creature, the rest of the people can only guess and can't find any evidence at all. Only Creature saw me release the nuclear reaction fireball with his own eyes, and Creature is different from others. He will follow me back to the Marvel world. Once Creature said this, Gui immediately knew what I had done. No, I can't kill Creature. He has always been loyal to me, and I don't think he will publicize my affairs. At most, I conceal Creature's memory. After struggling in his heart, Li Feng smiled bitterly and persuaded himself to let go of the intention of killing him to silence him, saying that Creature is still very useful and can't die here in vain. Just as Li Feng made his choice and breathed a sigh of relief, the scarlet in the corner of his eyes quietly retreated. Li Feng, who felt that his mind had become clear again, suddenly realized that something was wrong. When did I become fond of using killing to solve all problems? On the side, Creature, who had been carefully checking Li Feng's eyes, shrank his neck, as if he was afraid that Li Feng would punch and kick him again, and said timidly, "Boss, your eyes just turned red again." Creature's reminder made Li Feng stun for a moment, and he subconsciously raised the mask to his eyes and stared at it blankly, thinking about his recent actions. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Li Feng covered his temples with both hands. His eyes turned red for a while, and then returned to black and white. After a while, Mao Lifeng rolled in the air like a madman. Not only that, Li Feng also felt that he was hallucinating. For example, a creature with a halo on its head, named Li Feng Conscience, suddenly appeared beside his right ear. It slapped his cheek with an oversized slipper and cursed, "There are plenty of deserts near Las Vegas. Can't you go to the uninhabited area of the desert to experiment with nuclear reaction fireballs? Why do you have to detonate a nuclear reaction fireball in the city? Do you know how many innocent civilians died in this disaster? How will those civilians exposed to radiation spend the rest of their lives? While your sins can still be saved, why don't you use purification spells to completely remove the radiation? And creature, he's been with you for so long, and he almost died to save you. In order to cover up the mistake you made, you chose to kill him the first time." On the other side, that is, beside the left ear, a creature named Li Feng Evil Thoughts, who looked very similar to Li Feng, but had demon horns on his head and a demon tail, held his arms. Evil Thoughts didn't hit Li Feng's face with a shoehorn. He just looked at the chaotic Las Vegas with relief and sneered, "As long as the country investigates, they will know that there is radiation. It is a man-made nuclear explosion. Your recent purchase of nuclear physics books will definitely attract the attention of the government. Although you are strong enough to be wanted by the government, it will still bring you some trouble. This is not in line with your idea of quiet development. Don't underestimate the government's ability to develop quietly, even though you have always appeared as a thin white man in Las Vegas. Maybe they can't find out who you are in a short time, but some of your small habits will not change, so as long as the government spends some time, they can still find you." In addition, Andre not only helped you buy nuclear physics books, but also helped you get several nuclear bombs for your research. In addition, the 3 nuclear physics experts who taught you nuclear physics knowledge are with you every day. They not only know your learning progress, but also know that you are a mage, so. Evil Thoughts raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said affirmatively, "They will definitely guess that this miniature nuclear explosion was caused by you. In this world, you are destined to become a demon who has been reviled for thousands of years." At this time, Evil Thought's eyes flashed with cold light, and he licked his lips like a bloodthirsty person, and said in a crazy tone, "Let's just be ruthless, and go all out. Let's wipe Las Vegas off the map, and create the illusion that it was destroyed by a real nuclear bomb. By then, Las Vegas will be gone, and the fact that you accidentally released the nuclear reaction fireball will naturally be known only to heaven and earth, you and me. Plus, you won't stay in this world for long, and you will never come back, so this matter has become a mystery in this world. Do you understand the mystery?" Evil Thoughts spread his hands and said indifferently, "It means that this matter is over." Just when Li Feng felt that his brain was about to explode due to the quarrel between the two thoughts, creature suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation in the distance. Without thinking, he protected Li Feng behind him and said loudly, "Boss." Creature found that a wizard is coming. Li Feng, who was still rolling around, suddenly opened his eyes full of madness after hearing Creature's words, and looked into the distance while panting. But when he saw a guy wearing a black windbreaker and a green head suddenly appear in the sky with spatial fluctuations in the distance, Li Feng's eyes were no longer crazy. "Loki?" Li Feng's eyes twitched. Is this considered a case of misfortunes never come singly? Knowing that he couldn't beat him, and there was no way he could make peace with Loki, Li Feng injured the buzzing in his head and reluctantly opened the portal to Edge City, shouting, "Creature, run!" Perhaps Creature sensed the impending crisis, and had already helped Li Feng up before Li Feng finished speaking. After the portal was opened, he carried Li Feng across the portal at the fastest speed. But the visitor was an orthodox god after all. Although Loki was called the god of mischief, don't forget that he was also a magician, and a magician whose strength was far superior to Li Feng by many times. How could he watch Li Feng run away? Just as the portal was about to close, Loki, who saw that he could get the mask back, angrily fired a magic full of divine power that could locate and freeze, hoping to freeze the portal in place, while also tracking Li Feng and his gang. If possible, it would be even better to freeze the two mages who stole my mask in place. On the other side, Creature, who felt the magic fluctuations coming from behind him, immediately judged that the opponent's magic was very likely to hit Li Feng before the portal disappeared. He immediately stood in front of Li Feng without thinking, and raised his right hand to cast a shield spell. Fortunately, Creature's shield was opened in time. Although it could only barely change the flight trajectory of the freezing spell, at least the freezing spell only flew away from Li Feng's side. However, Loki's strength was much greater than creature's after all. After completing the task of rescuing Li Feng, the shield was immediately frozen into ice slag by the spell, and creature's entire right hand was frozen into an ice sculpture. Not only that, the ice was like a living thing, moving quickly with cold air, as if it wanted to freeze creature completely into an ice sculpture. Li Feng looked at creature, whose half body was almost frozen into an ice sculpture, and picked up creature with his only strength, and quickly opened the portal with a bitter face. This is the second time you saved me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Bob Escapes. Li Feng, who finally escaped back to the Marvel world, was extremely miserable. Not to mention being exhausted. It seemed that the energy and spirit that had been drained out was nothing, and it would only take some time to recover. But Li Feng looked at the shoulder bag on his shoulder and the mask in his hand speechlessly, and looked at creature, who was empty-handed, and turned into an ice sculpture, with a broken heart. I had a lot of bags when I went there, and only a shoulder bag when I came back. Except for the important items that I brought with me. The remaining large and luxurious tent, magic clothes and other miscellaneous props were all gone. It was a heavy loss. But what else could Li Feng do now? Ask the Ancient One to kill him back in the world of the mask? It is estimated that if the Ancient One knew what Li Feng did in the other world, not only would he not help him get justice, but he would choose to destroy Li Feng on the spot and crush his bones and scatter his ashes. There was no other way. Li Feng could only use the spirit of RQ, comfort himself, sit cross-legged on the sand, to recover his magic power, and by the way, get in touch with the woman of the Prime family. Unfortunately, when Li Feng's mana and quantum energy were fully restored, no voice appeared in his mind, which made Li Feng feel even more depressed. I don't know if it was because the quantum energy was not completely consumed before returning to the Marvel world, or Janet went out to travel. Otherwise, why didn't she contact me? Li Feng scratched his head, adhering to the principle of leaving things that he couldn't figure out for later, shook his still slightly dizzy head, and stood up to circle around creature. After a long time, Li Feng touched his chin thoughtfully, and a faint smile could not help but appear on his face. At first, Li Feng regarded today as a day to lose money and avoid disasters. After all, his losses were quite severe, but after looking at creature's ice sculpture, he realized that this was the rhythm of prosperity. First of all, Loki's spell has a tracking effect. Although Loki would never think that Li Feng could run to another world, he couldn't track him, even if he wanted to. But the tracking spell has a characteristic, that is, it can exist for a long time. Secondly, Loki is a god after all, and his tracking spell naturally uses divine power. So now, don't think that the ice that wraps creature looks ordinary, but there is a lot of divine power hidden in the ice. If it were normal, facing these ownerless divine powers, Li Feng would at most study them before the divine powers dissipated. After all, although he has learned the magic of camouflage and knows how to borrow energy from the other world, it is still easy to extract the divine power from the ice, but he doesn't know how to preserve the divine power. What else can he do except let the divine power dissipate? But now it's different. He has the mask of the master of the divine power in his hand. This thing is the best prop to preserve the divine power naturally. Maybe in addition to preserving the divine power, the power of the mask can be a little greater. Thinking of this, Li Feng was not in a hurry to get creature out of the ice. Instead, he slowly put the mask on creature's head, and after careful consideration, he channeled the divine power in the ice into the mask. After a long time, the ice cube that lost its divine power seemed to turn back into an ordinary ice cube, melting rapidly under the scorching sun of the desert, and creature in the ice cube quickly regained consciousness after Li Feng fed him a few drops of life spring water. Creature, who had just regained consciousness, blinked his eyes and looked at Li Feng, his face full of worry, and asked, "Boss, are you safe now?" Li Feng, who was sensing the characteristics of the divine power in the mask, froze, and after a moment of silence, he forced a smile at creature and said, "This is the second time you have saved me." This is what creature should do. Creature, who was sure that Li Feng was safe, breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, boss is everything to creature. As long as the boss is safe, creature is willing to do anything. Li Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing in his heart that the house elf was indeed loyal, and looked at creature with a complicated expression. People all have feelings, especially after living with creature for a long time. The other party not only took care of him impeccable in daily life, but now became his savior, and twice. To be honest, at this moment, Li Feng even wanted to give up his original plan to deal with creature in the future. After all, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he was still a mortal with flesh and blood and emotions. Li Feng rubbed his forehead and waved to open the portal back to the RV. Let's talk about the future later. Back to the lakeside of the cabin, Li Feng, who felt that he was finally alive, threw his shoulder bag to creature, asked creature to pour him a beer, and then he faced the lake with his arms open, raised his head, closed his eyes, and gently breathed in the air full of peace. After a while, Li Feng, who temporarily put aside all his worries, held a piece of wild grass in his mouth and lay on the grass by the lake in a big letter shape. Just as he was leisurely basking in the sun, he saw creature holding a large glass of beer and a letter in his hand. Li Feng took the beer, sipped it, and asked casually, whose letter is it? Mine or Banner's? After a pause, Li Feng turned his head to look at the cabin and asked, by the way, where is Banner? Why don't I see him? Creature shook his head, indicating that he didn't know where Banner was. Boss, this is a letter Mr. Banner left for you. Pointing to the RV, creature continued, this letter is on the dining table, and there is also a spare key to the RV. Gone. Li Feng is not stupid. The keys to enter the RV were left in the RV. Banner obviously left. Li Feng drank the beer in one gulp and casually opened the envelope. After reading the letter, Li Feng speechlessly burned the letter to ashes. In the letter, Banner not only explained that he was in a bad mood recently because of the breakup with his girlfriend and needed a spontaneous trip to relax, but also pointed out the location of the monitoring equipment in the RV. What made Li Feng speechless was the end of the letter. Banner actually asked him to be careful recently. The reason was very simple and powerful. Because Banner knew from his girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, that General Ross had entered politics after the fight between Hulk and Abomination in the streets of New York. He didn't know whether he had a brain twitch, or was forced to withdraw from the military circle. He opened a new chapter in General Ross's life. Even a political rookie like Li Feng knew that politics was much more troublesome than soldiers who liked to fight with real swords and guns. So it was not difficult for him to see that Banner's departure was actually a bit of a hiding. After all, General Ross's obsession with Hulk had long exceeded Ross's obsession with his wife. God knows how General Ross will catch Hulk once he gets power. As for Banner's warning, Li Feng didn't take it seriously. Come to fight me if you dare, and see how I can rub you to death with one finger. Just when the letter paper burned to ashes, Li Feng suddenly saw Carlson's Laura driving towards him quickly. When Carlson parked Laura in front of him, Li Feng asked in confusion, Carlson, you are such a busy man, but you have time to come to me instead of saving the world? Tell me why you are looking for me. At this time, creature had not yet disappeared, and was standing next to Li Feng with an empty wine glass. Although Carlson knew that Li Feng had a servant, this was the first time he saw creature who looked strange, which made him look at creature a few more times. After hearing Li Feng's question, Carlson showed his approachable nature, showing a gentle smile and greeting creature. After leaving a good impression on creature, he shrugged and said to Li Feng, in fact, I have come to see you every day in the past few days. After a pause, Carlson tilted his head to look at Li Feng, looked at the few grains of sand on Li Feng's shoes, and asked half guessingly and half affirmatively, have you been back to the Afghan desert in the past 7 days? Yes. Li Feng followed Carlson's gaze and looked down at the uppers of his shoes. I've been learning a powerful spell recently, then pointed to the nearby environment. Li Feng shrugged and added, it's a bit scary how powerful it is. I don't want to destroy this beautiful environment. Seeing that Carlson was about to ask what kind of powerful spell, Li Feng took the initiative to joke and said, you'd better tell me why you are here. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is concerned about major issues related to the safety of the Earth. Let's complete the mission of saving the world first and then chat. I'll just assume that you're praising S.H.I.E.L.D. for its great duty. Coulson raised his eyebrows, sorted out his sentences, and asked directly, when was the last time you saw Bob? Bob? Li Feng was stunned for a moment, then said after thinking for a while, I remember it was at Stark's house, and Fury brought him here. Squinting his eyes, Li Feng asked curiously, what happened to him? Is he dead? If he was dead, I wouldn't come to you. I would just go find the coroner. Coulson shook his head slightly, smiled bitterly, and said, he ran away. It seems that he couldn't stand S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, and ran to Mexico. What's the big deal about surveillance? Halfway through his words, Li Feng suddenly thought of something, and said with a pout, pretend I didn't ask. When it comes to your boss's fucking personality, you know it much better than me. I'm so angry now, when I think of the first time I met him. I squatted beside him, and watched openly, when he was draining the toilet, and taking a shower. Have you ever seen a man peeing while standing, or have you ever seen a man taking a shower? Just when Coulson was thinking about how to force an explanation for Fury's behavior, Li Feng smacked his lips and asked curiously, tell me how, did Luden monitor Bob? Install a 360-degree rotating camera on the toilet? Coulson's face froze, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, you should ask Fury about this yourself. My mission is to find Bob. Mexico. Li Feng spread his hands and said speechlessly, don't you know where he is? Why are you looking for me? Coulson shook his head and took out a few photos of Bob from his pocket, saying, the problem is that we don't know where he is exactly in Mexico, and Coulson handed the photos to Li Feng and said, you should take a look for yourself. Li Feng glanced at Coulson, took the photos puzzled, and took a look at them. He couldn't help but shouted, fuck. Bob, who used to appear in a commando uniform, or in a suit and tie, had disheveled hair in the photos, and his whole body was wrapped in a swirling black whirlwind. Li Feng, who understood why S.H.I.E.L.D. came to him to ask about Bob, couldn't help but complain in his heart, Fury, oh Fury, you are so awesome. You forced Bob to show his devilish form, just by using disgusting surveillance methods. How could your mother give birth to such a powerful person like you? Chapter 164 Wind Demon, Abigail. Previously, Li Feng briefly mentioned the soul in the Triskelion building, which reminded the suspicious Fury of the legend of Ghost Rider, and guessed that Li Feng's purpose of entering the Triskelion was to summon evil spirits or demons, to occupy the bodies of Bob and others. In fact, Coulson not only knew about this, but also followed Fury's orders, to strengthen the monitoring of Bob and others. Thinking of this, Coulson pointed to the black whirlwind wrapped around Bob in the photo, and asked with a questioning tone in his resentful eyes, Mr. Austin, can you explain it? What to explain? Li Feng pretended to be a good person and did nothing. He blinked at Coulson and asked, you don't think I taught Bob magic, do you? Li Feng spread his hands and said speechlessly, I'm busy. I don't have the leisure to teach people magic. No. Coulson shook his head slightly and said with a smile, we know that you can turn into black mist and move at high speed, but your black mist is more like black clouds surrounding you, while Bob's is surrounded by black wind, so these are two different spells. After a pause, Coulson looked at Li Feng seriously and said in a slightly serious tone, in fact, we took the photo and asked a psychic. Although most of them do not have magical powers, they just rely on self-study books or notes left by their ancestors to defraud ordinary people, but they at least understand some theoretical knowledge. They analyzed Bob in the photo and told us that this is a phenomenon of being possessed by the devil. At this point, Coulson carefully observed Li Feng's expression, but Li Feng's calm expression made him unable to analyze whether Li Feng understood his words that implied that someone was summoning evil spirits or demons to occupy Bob's body. Abigail. Coulson saw Li Feng gesture to him to continue with his story with interest, and said with a little helplessness, these psychics told me, after consulting various books, that the devil possessed by Bob is most likely Abigail. Wind Demon. Li Feng interrupted without waiting for Coulson to finish, covering his face. I know this guy. He is also a wanted criminal with a certain reputation among the temple mages. In fact, when Li Feng heard Abigail, he knew what he had summoned at the beginning. After all, there are a lot of records describing the appearance and abilities of demons in Kamatage. and Wind Demon, as a little devil with good strength, after escaping the cannon fodder ladder, will naturally be recorded by Kamataj, after sneaking into the human world several times, including the name he used in the human world, Abigail. But Li Feng didn't expect that his luck was so bad. The first time he summoned a devil in the Marvel world, he summoned Abigail. You have to know that the devil is an outsider to the earth. Originally, after coming to the earth, their strength would be greatly suppressed by the rules. Now, after so many years of running in with the zombies, it is estimated that Abigail's strength has long exceeded the records in Kamataj's books. Anyone who still uses past experience to judge Abigail's strength will probably die miserably. Especially when Li Feng thought about personally sending the zombies that can exert their full strength to the other party. Watching the other party slowly running in, he suddenly felt a pain in his face. If you add an adjective, it would be a particularly painful face. The only thing Li Feng wants now is to find this guy before Kamataj intervenes in the Abigail incident, and then kill him cleanly, preferably to completely destroy the other party by crushing his bones and scattering his ashes. Otherwise, Li Feng said that he could not bear the consequences. Because Abigail is not a nameless little devil, there are plenty of opportunities to meet the real boss, so once he escapes back to hell, he may tell Mephisto that there are people on Earth who can make the devil full of strength and walk around in the world. By then, it is estimated that Mephisto, the boss, will personally come to Li Feng with gifts to talk about how much the resurrected corpse is worth. If Li Feng agrees, maybe there will be a place for him in hell. If not, do you really think Mephisto is a vegetarian? Secondly, what if Abigail dies and alarms Guyi one day? Li Feng believes that his IQ and experience are not enough in front of Guyi. He really can't think of any reason to deceive Guyi that there is a full-strength devil on Earth. If Guyi knew that the technology of resurrecting corpses was passed down from Li Feng and Abigail was summoned by Li Feng, it would be strange if he didn't suspect that Li Feng was actually in the same group with the devil. At that time, Li Feng's fun was still great, and he was definitely skinned. All I wanted at the time was to summon a little devil and then place some spies in SHIELD to facilitate my future actions. Now, on one side is a boss of hell, and on the other side is a boss of earth. Both of them are awesome characters who you can't afford to offend. Have I had bad luck for 8 lifetimes in my previous life plus 8 lifetimes now, a total of 16 lifetimes? Li Feng felt more and more aggrieved the more he thought about it, and asked with a bitter face, where was the specific location when you last saw Bob in Mexico? Carlson, who saw that Li Feng was hiding something, did not answer Li Feng's question. After looking at him for a while, he squinted and asked, "It seems that you are very familiar with Abigail. Can you tell me what he is like?" At this point, Carlson seemed to remember something, and with a painful expression on his face, he organized his words and continued to ask, "What kind of devil is it? What specific abilities does he have, and what are his weaknesses?" After saying that, Carlson couldn't help but hold his forehead and complained, "After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I always thought that the appearance of various superpowers on Earth was weird enough, and now even the devil has come out. Maybe one day aliens suddenly visit the Earth, and I can face it calmly and give them flowers and applause." Li Feng speechlessly looked at Carlson, whose ability to accept new things has greatly increased. "You'd better save this for when you see Hammer Brother, and say it to me. He has all the basic abilities that a devil should have." Li Feng tilted his head to think for a while, and said, "There is a reason why he is called Wind Demon, because he can turn into wind, so physical means are ineffective against him. If S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have equipment that can catch the wind, you'd better stay at home and wait for my news on this trip to Mexico." Li Feng mentioned the trip to Mexico bluntly, so Carlson certainly understood what that meant. There are not many opportunities to see a wizard cast a spell, not to mention a scene of a wizard fighting a devil, and I have the task of recording how many spells Austin has. Carlson tilted his head to think about it, then said, "The duty of SHIELD." Before Carlson could finish, Li Feng waved his hand to interrupt. "Does your duty allow you to destroy the devil?" "No." Carlson raised his eyebrows and said, "But we have technological means, and we know how to analyze and learn. Maybe you can imagine that the next time a devil appears on Earth, you happen to be away from home, and we can't contact you, or the temple wizards are busy dealing with a bigger crisis, and have no time to deal with these little devils. Do you let SHIELD watch the devil destroy the earth? Before Li Feng could refute, this is impossible, Carlson spread his hands and said, perhaps after this mission to capture the devil, we can find a way to use technological means to destroy the devil. In the future, if what I said before happens, SHIELD can also destroy the devil in time. Believe me, Carlson concluded with some confidence, you will use SHIELD's resources on this trip to Mexico. For example, we can mobilize a large number of satellites to find Abigail before he causes trouble. Li Feng thought about it. Mexico is actually quite large, and there are many desert areas. If it weren't for the temple's detection methods, he would not be able to find Abigail in a short time relying on his own means. Okay, Li Feng, who felt like he had a lot of trouble, sighed, shrugged his shoulders and warned, if you want to follow me, but once a fight starts between me and the other party, you'll have to find a way to solve your own safety problem. The only advice I can give you is not to get close to Abigail, and don't believe what he says, because I know the devil is definitely more cunning than you think. Of course, Carlson smiled, turned back to Laura, picked up the phone and said, sir, I need an Airbus and several. When Li Feng heard Carlson say Airbus, he glanced at his RV. He knew that the United States likes to call passenger planes Airbuses, but no matter how good a passenger plane is, it can't compare to his own RV. He couldn't help but interrupted, Carlson, drive my car then. I don't want to be on your plane with a safety factor of 0.1. Carlson, who was busy on the phone, was stunned for a moment. He looked at the RV with joy in his heart, nodded to Li Feng calmly, indicating that he knew what to do, and said, sir, the plan has changed. Let the field personnel who are good at long-range shooting gather at my current address. We will set off in the RV. After thinking for a while, Carlson added, I need to be brave enough. After all, the target under their guns this time is the devil. On the other side of the phone, Fury, who was sitting in front of the director's desk, had a poker face with no expression, and said in a flat tone, the devil said so. Austin, are you sure that Bob is possessed by the devil? Have you found out why Bob was possessed? Carlson rolled his eyes obscurely. He and Li Feng had only talked for such a short time. What can he ask? And how can he say this? Ask Li Feng directly, is it the devil you summoned? It would be strange if Li Feng admitted it. Even if you ask him in a roundabout way, he may not admit it. After all, he is a wizard, not a mentally retarded child, although he looks like one. Hearing Carlson's silence in response to his question, Fury sighed and said, I understand. I'll send a team to your position now. After hanging up the phone, Fury pressed the internal phone on the desk and said, help me find good snipers from the special forces. I need them to protect a few people. After thinking for a while, Fury added, let Melinda help as well. After all, she is good at fighting, and the enemy this time will not show mercy. Not long after Fury's order was given, a stealth Quinjet suddenly emerged on the lake in front of Li Feng. Then, a special forces team consisting of 5 people, armed to the teeth, appeared in front of Li Feng, surrounding 3 researchers in white coats. Chapter 165, Indenture. Li Feng looked at the 3 researchers surrounded by the SWAT team, turned his head, and joked to Carlson, why do I feel that these 3 are not scientific researchers, but rather prisoners, and prisoners under armed escort? He tilted his head to think for a moment, and added in a low voice, if the 3 were handcuffed, and the protective masks on their faces were replaced with black hoods, they would look more like them. Carlson smiled speechlessly at Li Feng and whispered, their brains are S.H.I.E.L.D's treasures, we can't bear to joke with them. Li Feng heard that Carlson's joke not only meant that he should respect them, but also that S.H.I.E.L.D. did not want anything to happen to the 3 of them. Just when Li Feng disdainfully said that the special forces could not protect these 3 researchers, Carlson asked, do you have anything that can prevent the devil from getting close to you? For example, an amulet? So let me find a way to protect these 3 people. Li Feng scratched his head and thought about it, then lightly snapped his fingers to summon creature, and whispered to the invisible creature, creature, prepare amulets for these 3 precious brains. After that, Li Feng slightly leaned sideways and said in Carlson's ear, remember to return the amulet to me after the mission is over and write down in the account book of S.H.I.E.L.D. that you owe me a favor. At this time, Carlson was staring at the footprints left by creature on the grass in a daze. His mind was busy wondering whether creature's invisibility was optical invisibility. After hearing Li Feng's words, he subconsciously replied, you can name a price, and we will pay for it. Why do I need money? Li Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, that thing can't buy magic materials. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a large organization in the world. How can it set a precedent of owing favors to a wizard? It would be a bit troublesome to do so. Carlson was a little helpless. In fact, he wanted to say, why don't you tell us the address of the temple wizard? Maybe they will allow us to exchange money or some materials for magic materials, because S.H.I.E.L.D. is also protecting the earth. Unfortunately, Carlson, who has learned how tight-lipped Li Feng is, knows that it is useless to say anything. Moreover, now that they are about to face the devil, the main force is still the unreliable wizard in front of them. Some things should be discussed after the mission is completed. At least there should be no disagreements within the team during the mission. Carlson, I don't have that much power, so don't embarrass me. You should communicate directly with the director. I think the chances of Fury agreeing are still quite high. Fury would certainly agree to this kind of benefit without paying, but Li Feng pouted, I don't see shit. Don't you know that I'd get a headache when I see your braised eggs? Half of the brain cells are sacrificed every time they see someone. At this time, the guy walking in front of the Special Forces team, who was suspected to be the captain, said to Carlson in a female voice, I heard that you need thugs. May? Carlson was stunned and said with a little surprise, aren't you not going out on field missions? Melinda shrugged, took off her helmet, and pulled off her mask, revealing an expressionless face and said, first of all, Fury told me that this mission is related to someone with a very high top secret level. He doesn't want too many outsiders to know certain people, and I happen to be an agent who knows certain people. Secondly, Melinda waved her fist, showing the excitement of a berserker about to go to the battlefield, and said, this time the opponent is not human, and there is no need to keep anyone alive. I can vent the irritability that is squeezed in my heart. On the side, Li Feng heard Melinda implying that everyone on the mission knew him, which made him a little puzzled. After all, he believed that he only knew a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Where did so many people who knew him come from? After thinking for a while, Li Feng raised his right hand and brushed his eyes, opened his eyes to check who the so-called acquaintances were among the special forces wearing helmets, face masks, black stockings and masks. As a result, Li Feng realized that he had misunderstood Melinda's words after checking the spirits of these people. What Melinda called knowing him was actually just knowing that he existed. For example, the guy with a sniper rifle in the distance. Li Feng remembered that when he went to the Triskelion to scatter the ghosts, this guy had pointed his gun at him in Fuhrer's office. So I don't know these people, but these people know me. Li Feng, who thought he could meet Black Widow and other people who really knew him, curled his lips, rolled his eyes in disappointment, and said to Melinda, you want to beat Abigail? Do you need my help? I can provide you with props to beat Abigail. Even if the other party turns into wind, you can punch him hard. At this time, Melinda only knew that Abigail was a devil and didn't know that the other party had the ability to turn into wind, so she ignored the props mentioned by Li Feng. Should I call you Austin? Melinda said in fluent Mandarin with a poker face, gritting her teeth. Or should I call you Li Feng? For some reason, Li Feng always felt that there was something wrong with the way Melinda looked at him, as if he owed her millions. Li Feng touched the tip of his nose and shrugged at Melinda, indicating that she could call him whatever she wanted, and it was okay to call him Broken Throat. It was just a name. Then, Li Feng looked at Carlson puzzledly, asking with his eyes, have I ever offended her? Carlson understood Li Feng's eyes in seconds, but he couldn't afford to offend Melinda, especially since the other party's mind was full of violence. He didn't want to provoke unnecessary disaster. It was not until Melinda turned around and directed the team members to move the equipment that she whispered in Li Feng's ear, since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Melinda has been able to solve every field mission perfectly until she met you. That was the first time she stamped the seal of failure on the file. After that, Carlson gave Li Feng a look of blessing himself. After all, it was not a good thing to be remembered by Melinda, who liked to speak with her fists. Melinda might beat him up after finding an opportunity. Even if Li Feng had a shield, it would not work. Melinda was agile and good at lurking. She was fully capable of launching a sneak attack before Li Feng opened the shield. A narrow-minded woman. Li Feng, who felt that he had suffered another misfortune today, scratched his head speechlessly. What day is today? Should I buy some grapefruit leaves to perform a ritual to get rid of the bad luck? Carlson, who still remembered the props Li Feng mentioned, looked around and asked curiously, what is the prop that can beat the devil? Can you lend it to me? I also want to experience what it feels like to punch the devil. Li Feng sideways glanced at Carlson, squinted and asked, do you really want to know? Carlson nodded. Li Feng said with a smile, I'll take you to see my collection later, and then you'll know what good stuff it is. But before that, you need to sign a contract and you can't publicize what you see and hear when you enter the collection room. I understand. Carlson nodded slightly and said, as an agent, I'm very good at keeping secrets, so you can trust me. After a pause, Carlson looked at Melinda and whispered to Li Feng, can I take Melinda to visit your collection? It's easy for you to say, but don't turn around and tell Fury what you saw and heard. I tell you, you have to sign a magic contract. Li Feng warned a few times, then changed his tone, shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, as for letting Melinda visit my treasure, as long as you sign the magic contract, it's the same for anyone who enters the collection room. Looking at the special forces moving all the equipment off the Quinjet, Carlson smiled and said, I can't wait to visit your RV and collection room. Li Feng politely extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation to Carlson. Then he applied levitation to let the equipment float behind him and led everyone into the RV. At the same time, he thought secretly in his heart, I can't wait to let you into my collection room. At first, Carlson thought he knew enough about RVs because he knew that RVs could fly and be invisible. But when he entered the RV, he realized that he still knew too little. Carlson stared with wide eyes, looked at the extra large interior space of the carriage, then turned around and looked at the normal sized exterior. He rubbed his temples and said, maybe I called too few people. If I had known that the interior space of your RV was so large, I would have called more special forces. Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, how about it compared to your Laura? Carlson raised his eyebrows and was about to refute Li Feng when he heard Li Feng say to the special forces member behind him, the amulet is on the dining table. Although it looks different, the function is still the same. After that, Li Feng whispered to Carlson, let's go. I'll open your eyes. I have a lot of good things. Carlson smiled, turned his head, and said to a special forces member, Grant Ward, help distribute the amulets, and then said to Melinda, May, come with me. Grant Ward, who was trying to put his three views back together, glanced at Carlson curiously, saluted and replied, yes, sir. Grant Ward? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the other party. This guy's also a good seedling, so why not forget about him and make Carlson and Melinda my people first. Thinking of this, Li Feng took Carlson and Melinda to the locker, took out parchment and quill, and asked in a low voice, this is a magic contract. Once violated, the consequences will be serious. It's not too late to regret now. Melinda, who didn't know what was going on, took the parchment curiously, looked down at it for a few times and said, is this a confidentiality agreement? What do we want to keep secret? Carlson took the quill with a smile, read the words on the parchment word by word, wrote his name and said, Austin allowed me to visit his magic collection. This is a confidentiality agreement for his collection. After a pause, Carlson turned his head and added, it's still a magic agreement. If you want to see the collection of the magical world, you have to sign this contract. Carlson turned his head to look at Melinda, handed the quill to Melinda and asked, do you want to see it? Melinda glanced at Li Feng, took the quill, and signed her name on the parchment while complaining, why do I suddenly feel like I'm signing a contract to sell myself? Li Feng, should I say it's a woman's intuition? This is really a contract to sell yourself. Blame Carlson. My original target was just him. He was the one who dragged you in. Chapter 166 Control. After the two signed the contract, they were surprised to see the parchment floating in the air and burning into ashes. Li Feng stretched out his hand to push the locker door, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Welcome to my private magic territory." Carlson looked at the room full of display cabinets, and after using his eyes to remind Melinda to be careful, he raised his foot and stepped into the locker. At first, Melinda was still wondering what Carlson meant by letting her visit Li Feng's collection. Although she was indeed curious about magic, it did not mean that she wanted to enter the magic world. It was not until Carlson's eyes conveyed the message that she understood. Carlson was worried about Austin and asked me to be a bodyguard. After secretly reminding herself to be careful, Melinda followed Carlson into the locker door. Just as she entered the room, Melinda instantly made a defensive posture and looked at the corner of the room with a poker face. In the corner, a huge mummy wrapped in gauze and covered with barbs on its back was carefully cleaning the room with a feather duster. Melinda knew that she was overreacting. Seeing that the mummy had no intention of attacking her, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked with narrowed eyes, "Why do I feel that this guy's appearance is a little familiar?" On the side, Carlson, who entered the collection room first, ignored the mummy directly. He was a man who had seen creature, and it was normal to see a mummy who could clean the room in a wizard's house. After Melinda's voice fell, Carlson, who was looking at the room sideways, glanced at the mummy, thought about it, and said in an uncertain tone, "Is this the abomination?" After a pause, Carlson looked at Li Feng in confusion and asked, "I remember that the body of the abomination was taken away by you. So you didn't kill the abomination on the streets of Manhattan, but imprisoned him in your collection room." Halfway through the words, Carlson suddenly realized that something was wrong. Although he had not specifically seen the data of the abomination, he saw with his own eyes how the abomination went crazy. Now, the abomination, whose temper is 3 times more brutal than the Hulk, looks like he is cleaning obediently, which makes Carlson subconsciously say, "You resurrected and controlled the abomination?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Isn't this obvious? You know, it's not easy to find a bodyguard stronger than the abomination." Li Feng waved his hand to let the abomination go back to the corner and stay there honestly, and continued, "Besides, I have modified him a lot. The current abomination is not only immortal, but can also easily beat 10 previous abominations." "Resurrection? Immortal?" Melinda asked curiously. "He will fall apart if the gauze is removed. How can he be immortal?" While speaking, Melinda, who was walking towards the mummy, suddenly squatted in front of the abomination. After observing it, she couldn't help laughing and said, "When mummies were made in Egypt, the royal family and other rich people wrapped the bodies in pure cotton white cloth, and even the poor would wrap them in linen. How come you only use medical gauze to wrap them?" Li Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and whispered, "This is my first time making a mummy bodyguard, so of course I'll use whatever materials I can find. Do you want me to go to Egypt to buy pure cotton white cloth?" Carlson already knew that Li Feng had the means to resurrect, so he was not as curious about the resurrection as Melinda was. He only took a few more glances before shifting his attention to the cargo cabinet, where books were exhibited. Li Feng saw that neither of them was paying attention to him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, thinking to himself, "Here comes the opportunity," and quietly cast a spell to wrap the room in the mirror space without anyone noticing. At this time, Carlson, who was standing in front of the Black Book of the Dead, still did not realize a danger was coming, and asked curiously, "These seem to be ancient Egyptian characters. Do you understand ancient Egyptian characters? Or are the priests in ancient Egypt actually magicians?" Li Feng smiled, but did not answer Carlson's question. He just pointed at Melinda and imprisoned the other party in the spell of time stagnation. Then he said to Carlson, who had finished drawing the gun and aiming at himself, "Don't be nervous. I don't want to kill you. After all, Fury knows you are here with me. You know I don't like trouble." Obviously, Li Feng's words could not make Carlson put down his weapon. He still looked alert and quietly sent a distress signal, saying, "What did you plan when you invited us into the RV? But I remind you, shield is not easy to mess with, so no matter what your purpose is, you will not have a good end. Even at this time, you still don't forget to find out my purpose? You are really a model agent of shield." Li Feng curled his lips in disdain, and while casting a compression control spell, he said, "Whatever you think, in this confined space, even if you know my purpose, what can you do? Can you still send a distress signal?" After saying that, Li Feng, who was in a hurry, raised his hand to petrify Carlson. After all, there were many agents outside the locker. Li Feng didn't want outsiders to notice that something was wrong, so it was better to hurry up and work. After the control spell seed was buried in Carlson's mind, Li Feng carefully stripped Carlson's clothes with a serious face, and was busy taking out the long abandoned magic wand from the display cabinet, and used the magic wand to carve the rune on Carlson's back. After a while, when the carved rune gradually disappeared into Carlson's skin, Li Feng touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and nodded with satisfaction. After that, Li Feng, who helped Carlson put his clothes back on, no longer needed to do anything. He just had to wait for the seeds to take root in Carlson's mind, grow and sprout slowly, and finally make Carlson subconsciously choose to obey Li Feng's orders. To be honest, in order to prevent Shield from detecting signs that Carlson was controlled by magic, Li Feng made a lot of preparations. For example, although it takes time for the seeds to germinate, he can slowly change Carlson and prevent outsiders from discovering certain changes in Carlson. For example, the signed confidentiality agreement, the spell fluctuations of the contract can not only cover up the fluctuations when the seeds germinate, but also in case Carlson recalls what happened today and has to shut up and can only silently bear the fact that he is controlled by Li Feng. And the last rune text is also an insurance that others will not find out that Carlson is controlled. As for the reason why Li Feng wants to control Carlson, in the Marvel world, in addition to the native superheroes on Earth and the Earth that keep popping up, there are also many aliens, and Carlson seems to have a certain aura ability to attract these extraordinary humans to his side. Li Feng said that he was envious of some of the benefits, especially when Carlson formed his own team to maintain peace around the world. He would encounter too many good things. Unfortunately, Li Feng thought that he did not have the ability to easily obtain benefits, or that it would take a long time to get some benefits, so it was the most cost-effective plan for Li Feng to let Carlson work for him in secret. This was also the reason why Li Feng invited Carlson to enter the RV at the beginning. After all, the RV was fully equipped and convenient for engraving the rune characters. However, Li Feng glanced at Melinda. This is an unexpected gain. There is nothing to say. Why not take the benefits that are delivered to the door? Li Feng immediately cast a spell on Melinda and planted the seeds, and then stripped her naked and engraved the rune characters on her. After everything was done, Li Feng rubbed his sore neck and cleared the memories of the two people and wrote the illusion that they had visited the collection. When the two returned to normal, Li Feng had already opened the locker door and smiled and motioned for them to leave. "I didn't expect you could speak ancient Egyptian." Carlson, who was about to walk out of the locker, suddenly stopped and said, "Although I'm very grateful that you invited us to visit your collection, you seem to have forgotten one thing. You haven't told me how to let me fight the devil with my fists." "Damn, who are you trying to scare by suddenly stopping? I almost thought you discovered something." Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly and hooked his finger at the Loki mask. When the mask floated into Carlson's hand, he walked towards the driver's seat and said, "This is called the Mask of the God of Night." It was a close call. I almost said Loki's mask. If Loki from the Marvel world really comes to the Earth, I will have a hard time explaining it. Carlson, who was looking at the mask, felt that he couldn't see anything. He asked curiously, "How do you use this?" "Put it on." As he spoke, Carlson tried to put the mask on his face to see what magical things would happen. Li Feng curled his lips speechlessly and explained, "It's already said that this is the mask of the God of Night. Of course, this thing can only be used at night. It's a divine weapon. Whoever wears it can gain divine power." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Carlson as if he was watching a joke and said, "But although this thing is powerful, the cost for mortals to use it is also a bit high." Carlson stretched out his hand, motioning Li Feng to introduce it in detail. "Li Feng, first of all, lifespan. This thing will automatically absorb the lifespan of the user. Although it is not much, it is enough for humans to use for a long time. After all, the lifespan of humans is less than 100 years. Carlson squinted his eyes and thought for a while. After looking around, he said in a voice that only Li Feng could hear, "You have the fountain of eternal life, so you can use it at will. This is the second price I want to talk about." Li Feng took a deep breath, looked at the mask with resentment and said, "In addition to giving the user extraordinary power, it will also read the user's suppressed emotions and transform the emotions into reality." Carlson frowned and asked curiously, "For example?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and explained, "For example, a single dog who longs for love will become a superhuman who is crazy about love after wearing it. If the person wearing the mask feels that the world is unfair to him, then he will definitely become an antisocial person who does all kinds of evil." So, Li Feng glanced at Melinda, who was explaining the mission to the special forces in the distance, and whispered, "You'd better be sure what her suppressed emotions are, otherwise don't blame me if she becomes a murderer." Carlson glanced at Melinda, and after a moment of silence, he shook the mask in his hand and said, "Can you lend me the mask first? I'll let Melinda choose it herself, or let her wear the mask when necessary." Li Feng shrugged and said, "Okay." After a pause, Li Feng narrowed his eyes and added, "Once Melinda uses it, she must accept my inspection." Chapter 167 Ghost Rider. In Carlson's mind, shield is a shield that protects the earth and humanity, and a shield is not a weapon to kill. Therefore, even when facing supercriminals, Carlson's purpose has always been to catch, but not kill, and educate and transform the other party's ideology and morality. Carlson, who is full of good guy from the inside out, will not hurt his partners. Now, although Carlson's IQ is not above 250, he also heard that Li Feng was asking Melinda to accept his inspection in an emphasizing tone. After using the mask, Carlson thought about it, glanced at the mask in his hand, and asked with a straight face, "Are there any other unknown side effects of using the mask? I'm afraid you don't understand, so I'd better explain it to the user in person." Li Feng, who had just started the RV, scratched his eyebrows, stood up from the driver's seat, and shouted to Melinda in the distance, "Big sister, I heard that you can drive various means of transportation. Come and try my RV, and help me see if there are any improvements in the RV." As the only woman in the car, that is, Melinda, her skin twitched after hearing Li Feng's ignorant shouting, "Big sister, are you looking for a fight? The only thing that needs to be improved in your RV is the lack of an iconic flag, so my suggestion is to nail your big face on the front of the car, so that you can get some cool air to wake up, and people can also tell at a glance that this is your car." While complaining in her heart, Melinda glanced at Carlson, who nodded slightly, quickly sat in the driving seat, gritted her teeth and whispered, "Why did you call me here? I don't believe in the nonsense about improving the RV." Carlson shrugged and said kindly that he had nothing to do with the big sister's affairs, and that all this was Li Feng's own idea. As for what it meant specifically, he didn't want to get involved. Handing the mask to Melinda, Carlson whispered, "This is the mask of Night God, but there are side effects when using it. In addition to giving you extraordinary power, it will also absorb your vitality and read and amplify your suppressed emotions." After a pause, Carlson glanced at Li Feng and continued, "There is another side effect. Austin said I don't understand and needs to explain it to you in person." Looking at Melinda, who was about to bite her front teeth to pieces, Li Feng felt that he had auditory hallucinations because he could vaguely hear the other parties crying, as if her front teeth were about to be bitten to pieces. Swallowing his saliva, Li Feng said slowly, "It may cause inner demons." "Inner demons? Inner demons?" Carlson and Melinda asked at the same time, but their tones were completely different. Carlson looked confused and said that he really didn't understand. He hoped that Li Feng could explain in detail what kind of devil the inner demon was. Melinda, who is well versed in Chinese culture, was surprised, especially when she thought that Li Feng was not an ordinary person, but a pure practitioner. Although he practiced Western magic, this inner demon was probably not some kind of disease mentioned by the psychologist. "You are right." Li Feng scratched his forehead and said helplessly, "It is the inner demon that grows in the hearts of Eastern practitioners. In fact, when it comes to the inner demon, Li Feng is in great pain. In theory, although he uses Eastern techniques to cultivate magic power, both the spells and the way of using magic power are biased towards Western magic, so the inner demon should not appear. After all, I have never heard of a magician who will have an inner demon while practicing. However, the inner demon appeared after using the mask. What can Li Feng do? There is no way. Fearing that the inner demon will torment him to death, Li Feng can only choose to give up the powerful mask card learning machine. At least, he is not going to use the mask before he understands what the inner demon is. But the problem came again. When the mask was not used, the inner demon seemed to disappear. No matter how Li Feng looked for it, it would not appear. When the mask was used, the inner demon did appear, but Li Feng knew very well that under the blessing of the mask, he could not even compare with Banner, who turned into Hulk. At least Banner was more or less rational. What about him? He had no rationality at all. He was only bloodthirsty and violent. In this case, Li Feng could not even suppress the inner demon, let alone study it. Unless he satisfied the desire deep in his heart, he would have a short period of sobriety. But what Li Feng wanted most in his heart was to go home. The problem was that, if he had the ability to go home, why would he rush to practice magic? His wife and children gathered in a circle on the warm kang. The whole family practiced magic steadily. Do you think the inner demon will come out again? There was no way. Li Feng could only think about how to make others have inner demons, to facilitate his own research. The way to make others have inner demons was also very simple, that is, to let people who had accumulated a lot of negative emotions in their hearts use masks, such as Melinda at the moment. Melinda, who knew the consequences of using the mask, narrowed her eyes and thought for a while, then asked, will the inner demon still remain after taking off the mask? Li Feng shrugged, recalled the protagonist in the mask, and said, I have seen someone use the mask with my own eyes, but I don't know if it was because he used it for a short time, or because of his repressed emotions and desire for love, so I didn't see him have inner demons. I just saw a love crazy man who was crazy about love. After a pause, Li Feng, who was afraid that Melinda would not dare to use a mask, added, the other one was a street gangster, but I don't know what he longs for in his heart. I only know that, although he is evil, he still has no inner demons. Finally, Li Feng seemed to think of something, and couldn't help laughing. There is also a dog with a very high IQ, and is very loyal. Although it is powerful, after putting on the mask, it is still loyal to its owner. I didn't find any inner demons in this good dog. Melinda, with a poker face and no expression on her face, looked at the mask carefully and narrowed her eyes and said, is it used for a short time? I see. On the side, Carlson, who heard that dogs could also use masks, suddenly had a frown on his face and couldn't help asking, Austin, I think it's best to hand over your mask to Shield Force for keeping. It's too dangerous. What if it's used by a mole who likes to dig tunnels? It would be fine if the mole helped dig the subway, but what if it dug a tunnel connecting the North and South Poles? Your idea is very strong. Li Feng gave Carlson a thumbs up and said speechlessly, give it back to Shield Force for keeping. What do you want to do? Let a fat pig that is eager to give birth use it? Let it lie on the assembly line and give birth to a piglet every few seconds to solve the problem of food for people all over the world? Li Feng couldn't help but complain, why don't you comment on the props in my collection one by one, so that I know that I'm in the center of a nuclear bomb explosion? Li Feng patted Carlson on the shoulder. Come on, Carlson, you'd better go away, and don't be wishful thinking or worrying all day long. When Carlson was about to say a few more words of persuasion, Ward, who had been checking the surveillance in the car, suddenly shouted, Sir, we found Bob. Where is he? Carlson, who was mission oriented, had to put aside the desire to continue communicating with Li Feng, hurried to Ward, looked at the surveillance video and asked, when was this shot? Ward checked the time when the video was shot and said a little helplessly, this is a surveillance from 3 days ago. The location is a small town in the suburbs of Texas. Li Feng walked to the video, touched his chin and asked, it looks like he is leaving the town. Can you find out where he is going? Ward shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Carlson. He didn't tap on the keyboard until Carlson nodded slightly. Then he tapped a few times on the keyboard, showing a map near the town, and said, desert. The direction Bob left was nothing but desert. Well, at least we know where Bob appeared last. Carlson turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, now please take us to the town first to see if there are any clues left in the town. Li Feng rolled his eyes. Bob has been trained by you to be an agent. How can he give you a clue? As he spoke, Li Feng looked at the surveillance video again, sketching the scene in the video in his mind while opening the portal. There was no way the portal was like this. Only the user had been there or knew clearly what was on the other side of the portal and could clearly sketch the scene in his mind before the portal could be opened. Li Feng had never been to Texas, so he could only cast spells while watching the surveillance video. Melinda, who was holding the steering wheel, saw a light gate suddenly appear in front of her. Just as she was about to step on the brake subconsciously, she heard Li Feng behind her say with a smile, welcome everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. to take this express to Texas. Although this car does not provide alcohol and beverages, I still hope you will give a good review. Is this a portal? Melinda, who recalled the scene of Li Feng opening the portal before, released the brake, resisted the urge to cover her face and hit Li Feng, and stepped on the accelerator. Can't you tell me in advance? Or do you just want to scare me? Even the car is driven by passengers, and you still want to give a good review? Next life. But don't say it. The portal is convenient. You can get from New York to Texas with just one step on the accelerator. After passing through the portal, Melinda stopped the RV steadily, stood up, rubbed her fists, looked at Li Feng, and then looked at Carlson and asked, what should we do now? Carlson tilted his head and thought for a while, clapped his hands to wake up the team members who had a look on their faces saying where is this? How did I get here? And said, get off the car first to find clues, and then look for clues in the direction Bob left. On the side, Li Feng touched his chin, pointed to the computer and said, please leave someone behind to check if there is any strange news in Texas recently. After all, Bob would not appear here for no reason. He must have some purpose. Carlson thought for a while, nodded and said to Ward, you stay in the car to help. After that, Carlson got off the car with all the armed team members and scientific researchers carrying various equipment. In the car, Li Feng, who felt bored, held a glass of beer and silently watched Ward searching for various news on the computer with a serious face. Just when Li Feng was thinking about whether to make Grant Ward his subordinate, while no one was around, he suddenly saw a news report about a guy with a burning skull on his head appearing on the streets of the city. Ghost Rider. Recalling the scene of Ghost Rider's appearance, Li Feng sprayed a mouthful of beer on Ward's back and said to Ward, who looked innocent, let Carlson come back. I guess the purpose of Bob's appearance in Texas. Chapter 168 Saint Vanganza. After a while, Carlson hurried back to the RV and asked impatiently, Austin, do you know why Bob came here? Li Feng, who was sitting on the sofa drinking beer, looked at Carlson with an anxious face, nodded puzzledly, and asked, what's wrong? Bob caused trouble in the town. Behind Carlson, Melinda put one hand on her waist and the other hand holding the mask, her mouth twitching like crazy. He is not Bob, he is Abigail, a devil. Li Feng scratched his head and heard Carlson sigh and said, Abigail killed and dismembered people in the town with cruel means. Among them was an innocent child who was less than 8 years old. Murder? Li Feng curled his lips, put the wine glass on the coffee table, looked at Carlson speechlessly and said, isn't it normal for the devil to kill people? Why are you making such a fuss? Do you still want to expect the devil to do good things? Aren't you afraid that God will laugh to death when you say this? Carlson looked at Li Feng with a stern face, with a look of your joke is not funny at all, and said, tell me what you know. Li Feng shrugged, stood up and walked to the computer, asked Ward to find the news about the burning skull, and said, this is actually news about Ghost Rider. Carlson, who was reading the news carefully, turned his head in surprise after hearing Li Feng's words and asked, are you sure Ghost Rider is not an urban legend? The devil has come to the world to stroll, and so has me. Li Feng pointed at himself and said, the legendary wizard is standing in front of you. Now you know that a Ghost Rider who likes to kill devils appears here. Is there anything strange about it? It seems that there is nothing strange about it, but since S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about the existence of the wizard, they have looked for the Ghost Rider, but they have dug deep and found no evidence of the Ghost Rider's existence. Now, the issue of Abigail hasn't even been resolved, but Ghost Rider has been looking for her in his dreams for a long time, and suddenly she appears behind him, which makes Carlson feel a dull pain in his temple. After rubbing it, he asked, "What does this have to do with Bob?" After a pause, Carlson glanced at Melinda, who was satisfied and full of murderous intent, and quickly changed the topic. "What does this have to do with Abigail?" Feng scratched his brow and recalled the plot of Ghost Rider while saying something true and false. Although Ghost Rider belongs to the side of hell, he is addicted to hunting down demons and criminals. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't kill them for a day. After thinking about it, Feng explained casually, "The criminals in the eyes of Ghost Rider are not the same as those in your eyes. He does not use the laws on earth as a basis for who is guilty or innocent. You can understand that this guy uses the laws of hell to determine who is a criminal. The Ghost Rider's main job is to complete Mephisto's commissions, and judging whether others go to hell is a side job. However, Mephisto is a big boss after all, and ordinary trivial matters are not worth his attention. Therefore, the tasks assigned by Mephisto personally have basically nothing to do with the little devil. Since the previous generation of Ghost Rider has not appeared for hundreds of years, this means that no big devils from hell have come to the human world in the past 100 years. Or you can also understand that Mephisto accepted the resignation letter submitted by the previous generation of Ghost Rider, and let the previous generation of Ghost Rider go into seclusion from then on, allowing him to enjoy the little free time left. Here is the point. Feng emphasized it and said slowly, "Now, this Ghost Rider who just appeared is obviously new to the office, and Mephisto, the miser, will not activate the Ghost Rider for no reason, so there must be a powerful devil coming to the human world, and Mephisto needs the Ghost Rider to help deal with this devil, so as not to suffer losses to his interests in the human world. The key point is a devil who came to the human world." Feng touched his chin, pretending to be a great detective and said, "Keep pace with the times, you know. The devil also knows that the human world is developing too fast, and it will not be able to accomplish anything alone, so this devil will definitely summon the devils who stay in the human world to help." Carlson rubbed his increasingly painful temples, thought for a long time and said, "Do you mean that Abigail is one of the people recruited by that devil?" Seeing Feng nodded in agreement, Melinda narrowed her eyes and asked, "Since Abigail has to obey the other party's orders, does it mean that your devil who sneaked into the human world is more powerful than Abigail?" "It is obvious that low-level devils obey high-level devils." Feng nodded, as if he had thought of something good, and said, "Maybe we can ask the previous generation of Ghost Rider? See if he has received any news from hell." "The previous generation of Ghost Rider?" Carlson stared and asked in astonishment, "Do you know who the previous generation of Ghost Rider is?" "I have been talking to you for a long time. The purpose is to ask you to help me find the previous generation of Ghost Rider, so that I can get the Saint Van Gogh. There are so many evil spirits in it that I'm jealous. And it is a good opportunity to let these SHIELD agents know that I have the ability to predict the future, and they will not doubt me because I accidentally revealed the plot. But I still have to pretend. After all, they are all agents. God knows what flaws they will find." Thinking of this, Feng spread his hands and said, "I don't know, but I can try to divine." As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the car stared at Feng with bulging eyes, especially Carlson, who circled around Feng, as if he wanted to see through Feng. Just when Feng was uncomfortable being stared at, Carlson narrowed his eyes and said, "Although I'm not a wizard, I have talked to several psychics. The knowledge involved in divination is not something that a wild wizard like you can learn. Or do you actually have a mentor to teach you? Creature, help me get the crystal ball." Feng rolled his eyes at Carlson and said, "What's wrong with me knowing how to tell fortunes? Although I'm self-taught, I have a smart brain. As for whether it's accurate or not." Feng took the crystal ball from the invisible creature and said with a slightly shy expression, "Well, I'm not very proficient in it, but I can find some clues when I'm lucky." Carlson nodded and squatted beside Feng with interest until the crystal ball became smoky and confusing under Feng's spell. Carlson couldn't help but asked curiously, "What did you see? Or does the previous generation of Ghost Rider now live in a foggy city? What the hell can I see? I just used the crystal ball to cover it up." Li Feng rolled his eyes, pretending to be tired from consuming too much mana, and said, my crystal ball shows that he is in Mexico, and I saw a remote cemetery, which probably means that the previous generation of Ghost Rider is now the keeper of the cemetery. After a pause, Li Feng, who really couldn't remember the name of the previous Ghost Rider, scratched his head awkwardly and said, that's all I saw. At the side, Ward immediately sat in front of the computer, displayed all the cemeteries in Mexico on the computer, turned his head and asked, did you see the specific characteristics of the previous Ghost Rider? Li Feng pretended to continue looking at the crystal ball, thought for a while and said, the picture is blurry. It seems to be an old man in his 60s or 70s, guarding the cemetery alone. At this time, Li Feng suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, see if there is any caretaker who raises horses. I remember that the previous Ghost Rider rode a horse. Maybe the horse is still with him. You can try to find it. Melinda curled her lips and said jokingly, you said that the previous knight disappeared for 100 years. What kind of horse can live for 100 years? And riding a horse is not popular now. Maybe he is a decent person now, and has changed to riding a bicycle to travel. Haha, Li Feng waved his hands and said, it's okay to try. Maybe we can really find each other on a horse. Besides, you seem to underestimate the power of Ghost Rider. Don't forget that the previous generation of Ghost Rider still looks like he is in his 60s or 70s, and that horse is not ordinary at all. It can be on fire without emitting the aroma of barbecue. After a while, Ward, who was busy at the keyboard, looked up at Li Feng and said, we found the cemetery. There is really a cemetery keeper who raises a horse. At the same time, Ward turned the display screen to Carlson and said, I also found a piece of news from the police. Last night, the police found out the background of the guy whose head was on fire. Carlson glanced at the computer screen and said, Johnny Blaze? I remember this guy as a motorcycle stuntman, nicknamed Explosive Johnny. After a pause, Carlson seemed to think of something and said, no wonder he didn't die, no matter how he felt during the stunt show. It turns out that he is the current Ghost Rider. What should we do now? Melinda looked at Carlson with an expression of you are the boss, you have the final say and asked, should we follow Ghost Rider to find Abigail, or should we go to the cemetery to find the previous Ghost Rider and ask which devil escaped from hell? Compared with Abigail and the devil that escaped from hell, it seems that the other devil is more likely to cause a disaster, Carlson said, turning his head to look at Li Feng with an inquiring expression of what do you think? Why are you looking at me? Li Feng pointed at himself. He was still annoyed. Didn't he hear that the police already knew that Johnny Blaze was the Ghost Rider? This meant that Johnny Blaze had killed a devil in front of the world, so he was being tracked down by the police. You know, although Johnny Blaze is good at killing devils, he is more likely to send them back to hell instead of really turning them into ashes. If Johnny Blaze sends Abigail back to hell, it would be a lot of fun. Li Feng blinked blankly at first, then prayed in his heart that Abigail was not dead, and said, I know that the previous generation of Ghost Rider has a scroll in his hand. That thing is naturally attractive to devils, so no matter which devil comes to the world, he will try to find the previous generation of Ghost Rider to ask for the scroll. Melinda said as she walked to the driver's seat, then let's go find this cemetery keeper first. Chapter 169 Swear? The portal is indeed the most reliable spell for home travel. As Li Feng opened and closed the door, the RV had brought a group of people to a remote cemetery. Without waiting for Li Feng to get out of the car, Carlson grabbed Melinda, who was holding the mask, and wanted to get out and said, Melinda, your mask can only be used at night, and Johnny Blaze will not die when performing motorcycle stunts, so you may not be able to afford to kill him. Before Carlson finished speaking, Li Feng, who had already opened the car door, turned his head and said, Ghost Rider can only come out at night. The daytime is Johnny Blaze's time to relax. Of course, because of the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze cannot be killed during the day, but as for his combat power, Li Feng shrugged, curled his lips slightly, and said disdainfully, it's just a little stronger than ordinary people. Carlson was stunned, tilted his head to think for a while and asked, you mean that sunlight can restrain Johnny Blaze from turning into Ghost Rider? What if it is artificial sunlight? Can the Ghost Rider be suppressed in Johnny Blaze's body? Artificial sunlight? To be honest, Li Feng had never thought about this question. He scratched his head and said in an uncertain tone, "You can try it. At least this is also a means." After saying that, Feng strode towards the Gravekeeper's hut and shouted, "Mr. Cartersley, you are raising a horse without a production date, production place, and quarantine certificate. Come out and pay the fine." On the side, Melinda, who got out of the car right after Feng, subconsciously slowed down her pace. After she had kept a distance from Feng, she glanced at Carlson beside her and whispered, "I'm beginning to regret going on a mission with this stupid guy." Carlson smiled stiffly and nodded slightly, indicating that he felt the same way. "Can't you find another excuse? Now the people who check the water meters are all in uniform. You can tell at a glance that your casual clothes are fake. If that doesn't work, you can try wearing a black suit." Before Carlson could finish his complaints, an old man dressed as a cowboy with grey hair and beard walked out of the hut with a shovel on his shoulder. After glancing at Carlson and the others, he said to Feng, "Who are you?" Feng looked back at Carlson, turned his head and said, "I said I'm from the animal quarantine station. Do you believe it?" Cartersley's mouth twitched, and he pointed at Carlson who was standing far behind Feng, and said, "They are just ordinary people, maybe from some government department, but you. Although I don't have much strength left, I can still sense a magic power in your body." Cartersley sneered, pointed to his eyes and said, "And I can also sense that your magic power leans towards darkness." At this point, Cartersley said earnestly, "Young man, although darkness does not mean evil, it can easily corrupt you into the evil camp, so use your power well, otherwise." Feng scratched his brow, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a relaxed tone of voice, "What else? Stare me to death with your big eyes? Or burn me to a crisp with hellfire?" Cartersley spat a mouthful of blood, glanced at the high sun and said, "It seems that you know Ghost Rider very well. Not only did you choose to come to me during the day, but you also know the ability of our Eye of Judgment." Carlson on the side was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, "We." "Mr. Cartersley, when you say we, do you mean other Ghost Riders?" Cartersley glanced at Carlson and looked at Feng, as if he didn't want to talk to you. But Carlson was not someone who would give up easily, and asked, "Are you talking about Johnny Blaze?" Carlson's words made Cartersley return his attention to Carlson, and frowned and asked, "How do you know Johnny Blaze's name?" As soon as Cartersley finished speaking, Feng, who heard the sound of a motorcycle, looked into the distance, and squinted and said, "Carlson, are you blessed, or is Johnny Blaze just a thing that you can't stop talking about? He appeared as soon as you finished talking." Carlson showed no interest in Feng's joke, and ignored Feng, and walked towards Johnny Blaze. Melinda glanced at Feng and Cartersley, and after thinking about it, she asked Ward and others to follow behind Feng, and she quickly followed Carlson like a personal bodyguard. "Johnny Blaze is a celebrity now." Feng pointed at Johnny Blaze and explained casually, "It's not that he is famous for his motorcycle performances, but that he is now wanted criminal by the police." Scratching his head, Feng turned to Ward and asked, "How much reward does the police offer to anyone who provides clues about Johnny Blaze?" Ward tilted his head and thought for a while, shrugged and said, "It seems that they didn't say how much the reward is." "Then forget about him. Who would do something that doesn't benefit them?" Feng shrugged and said, "Anyway, I won't do it." Although Ward agreed with Feng's statement in his heart, he was wearing shield equipment now, so he had to pretend on the surface. Just as Ward was about to say, "Shield will do good things, even if there is no benefit," Feng held up a half-opened wooden box and said to Cartersley, "Hey, how about giving me the shovel in your hand?" Ward was a little curious about the items in the wooden box, because he didn't feel anything, and he was still eating and feeling healthy, but Cartersley probably didn't look very good. Indeed, at the moment when the wooden box appeared, Cartersley felt uncomfortable and weak, as if someone had thrown him into a pool of sulfuric acid. Then, Cartersley's hand holding the shovel suddenly lost strength and let Feng take the shovel away. Cartersley, who was already unable to resist, subconsciously glanced at the wooden box, leaned on his knees and asked, "Angel feathers?" Wood looked at the wooden box blankly after hearing what Cartersley said. The only thing in his mind was the word angel feathers. Ward knew very well that the mission this time was for the wizard to hunt down a devil, and he, as a bodyguard, would protect 3 researchers who were studying how to deal with the devil. If the mission did not go smoothly, he might have to fight the devil himself. But Ward never thought that there were angels in this world, otherwise where would the feathers come from? After all, only feathers that grow on angels can be called angel feathers. It can't be that this wizard plucked a goose feather and called it angel feathers after the magic modification. That would be too unworthy of the name of angels. Now, Ward's only thought is whether heaven exists and whether he can enter heaven after his death. Carter Slay's words not only stunned Ward, but also puzzled Li Feng, because he really hadn't heard that there was a heaven in the Marvel world. Li Feng glanced at the wooden box in his hand, closed it, and squinted and asked, "Have you seen an angel?" Carter Slay smiled bitterly and shook his head, panting with the vicissitudes of life, saying, "Do people like me have the right to see angels? I just saw that this feather is pure white and emits energy that restrains my power, so I just guessed it casually." Li Feng looked at Carter Slay, who faced his gaze calmly, with disbelief, and said, "This is a pseudo-angel feather, given to me by a friend of mine." When Li Feng opened the wooden box, Johnny Blaze in the distance was also attracted by the energy emitted by the feather, but compared to Carter Slay, who could only feel pain, he also felt a kind of intimacy, which made him unable to help suppressing the pain and quickly approaching the pseudo-angel feather to find out. When the wooden box was closed, Johnny Blaze and Carlson were just close to Li Feng, and just heard Li Feng say, "This is a pseudo-angel feather, given to me by a friend of mine." Carlson and Melinda looked at each other and asked in surprise, "You have an angel friend?" Li Feng turned his head to look at Carlson and Melinda, knocked on the shovel casually, and after confirming that the shovel was hollow and contained something, he put the shovel directly into the single room bag and said, "I said she is a pseudo-angel. She is still a long way from being a real angel." She. Carlson couldn't help asking, "And a female angel pseudo-angel? Where is she now?" Li Feng spread his hands. "How should I know? She is not my prisoner. I watch her all day long, but she is a otaku and basically never leaves home. As for me contacting her now, don't even think about it. She is even more primitive than me. At least I have an RV full of modern equipment. She is different. Not to mention, having a mobile phone at home, she even uses torches for lighting." Li Feng patted his shoulder bag, hinting at the Saint Vanganza scroll in the bag, and said, "So I need to be a courier myself, and I don't get paid. I hope Leonard can give me a satisfactory reward." Li Feng said with a look of endless aftertaste, "At least the holy water from her house is of good quality. It can quench my thirst and improve my mage qualifications." While speaking, Li Feng secretly glanced at Carter Slay. You know, he took out the pseudo-angel feather and described the stone-winged beastly and a half truthfully, just to make Carter Slay shut up about the Saint Vanganza scroll and see if the pseudo-angel feather can restrain the other party. Sure enough, Carter Slay, who wanted to stop Li Feng from taking the Saint Vanganza scroll at the beginning, was silent for a while and asked, "Do you still have Leona's holy water now? What is this?" He was still half believing and half doubting what I said. Fortunately, there was still a little holy water that Mordo gave me. Li Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Why, do you want to have a sip? I'll give you a drop for free. I guarantee you will be in ecstasy." Carter Slay's mouth twitched, and he nodded and said, "If you swear with your own magic power to give that thing to Leona, it will be a relief for me to drink the holy water." "Swear? Haha, it doesn't exist." Li Feng raised his eyebrows and grinned and shouted, "Creature, bring me my holy water." Soon, the invisible creature handed the holy water to Li Feng. Li Feng turned around and handed the holy water to Carter Slay, saying, "See if this thing is genuine." In fact, Carter Slay didn't need to check carefully to know how powerful the holy water in Li Feng's hand was, and he was sure that Li Feng, whose magic power was biased towards the dark, could never produce holy water of such high quality. However, even though Li Feng proved that he had the holy water, Carter Slay still looked at Li Feng with doubt, his eyes full of "When are you going to swear?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel Mundo fanfic novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, The End of Cartisley. It is impossible to swear, especially to swear with magic power. What is the difference between this and the Oriental monks swearing to the heaven? You know, the heaven will turn back, and who will be spared? Li Feng didn't want to put a tight ring on himself for no reason, and it was a vow that he knew he couldn't fulfill. But Li Feng had expected this. Li Feng glanced at his mouth and said with a smile, "Are you sure you just want me to swear, instead of running with me in person?" Cartisley was stunned for a moment and said with a slightly excited tone, "Can I see an angel too? The so-called life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills," which is what Cartisley is saying now. Don't look at his excited look like a fanatical fan who finally saw his idol, but in his heart, he is very calm. First of all, Saint Venganza is already in Li Feng's shoulder bag. He wants to take it back, but he can't do it. After all, he has magic power and feathers that restrain himself. If it is at night, Cartisley feels that he may still have a chance, but during the day, it's better to save some energy. Secondly, although Carlson and the others looked ordinary, and Cartisley could easily beat them all to death, looking at their equipment, which one can be bought in the store, it is clear that the government is targeting him. So even if Li Feng turned around and left now, Cartisley would have to think about which cemetery he would hide in next time to wait for death. After all, for an extraordinary person as handsome and tasteful as him, once he gets in touch with the government, it means that his peaceful days are coming to an end. It is estimated that there will be someone to serve him 24 hours a day instead of being monitored around the clock. Now, since this wizard invited him to visit the home of the angel pseudo-angel, he can not only watch him purify the scroll of Saint Vangang with his own eyes, but also get rid of the sticky government departments, killing two birds with one stone. As for whether Li Feng would kill to silence him, Cartisley really thought about it, but he has lived for more than 100 years after all, and he can't say everything about the guy in his body, but he also knows the general situation. Normally, it might be easy for Li Feng to kill him, but it would be a bit difficult to turn him into ashes, because the accurate way to say it is to send him back to hell, or to drag the guy in his body to Mephisto without going through the extradition procedures. By then, Li Feng's embezzlement of the Saint Venganza scroll will naturally be known to Mephisto. As for the consequences, there is no need to say more. Wait for the big boss of hell to come to the human world to negotiate face to face, or Li Feng will sit on a small bench and watch Mephisto sitting in the boss chair holding a glass of red wine and slowly talking about it. So, when Li Feng said that he would also express him to Leona's house, Cartisley's mind instantly emerged whether the other party could help him get rid of himself and send him to heaven. The second thing is how to let the pseudo-angel know how pious he is to God. So pretending to be excited is just the beginning, and then it depends on how strong his research on acting is. Deceiving a pseudo-angel, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Unfortunately, Cartisley belongs to the series of thinking too much. Li Feng saw Cartisley's indescribable excitement and was stunned for a long time before asking, "Do you know what your meeting with Leona means? A devil worships an angel. What's going on?" Cartisley chuckled, nodded slightly, and said, "Death is inevitable. The difference is where the other party sends me, hell." Cartisley put on an attitude of yearning and said passionately, "Or heaven. I hate you guys who are not afraid of death, or are bent on death the most. You will really fight to the death when you fight." Li Feng scratched his head helplessly, turned his head and taught Carlson, "Old Cole, don't learn from this guy in the future. It's better for people to be alive. Look how beautiful this world is. Otherwise, why do so many devils want to come to the world like this all day long? And people may not be at peace after death. If you are lucky, you can lie like a vegetable. If you are unlucky, you will be tied to the barbecue grill and let the devil sprinkle come in chili salt on you. That tastes." At the end, Li Feng shook his head with regret, which made Carlson forget to blink. He smiled and nodded until his eyes were dry, saying that he would live as long as he could, and it would be best if he could live for 1,800 years before going to hell. Of course, if possible, Carlson still hoped to go to heaven. Li Feng was not sure whether his nonsense to Carlson would make Carter Slay, who was not afraid of death, hesitate. However, since he agreed to accompany him to the non-existent stone-winged beast cathedral, Li Feng immediately stretched out his hand to open a portal to the wilderness. Carlson quickly looked through the portal to observe the scene on the other side of the door, so that he would not be at a loss for clues when looking for this female pseudo-angel in the future. Unfortunately, Li Feng coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Don't look at it. I must be stupid to open the door directly to Leona's house. I don't want to report her home address to SHIELD without the owner's consent. Besides." Li Feng scratched his brow and said helplessly, "Leona's house is not a tourist destination. Believe it or not, as soon as I open the door, the group of stone-winged beasts in Leona's house will rush out and beat me up." Carlson, who was told what he was thinking, had a little embarrassment on his face. He pointed to the portal and asked, "Where is the other side?" Li Feng estimated how long it would take to kill Carter Slay, squinted and said, "This is a wilderness transit station. We will have to transfer to the vicinity of Leona's house later, and finally walk for more than half an hour to get to Leona's house. So it will take some time for me to go out this time. You can take advantage of this time to eat and sleep." Just as Carlson and the others responded to Li Feng with a black face, Carter Slay, who was about to cross the portal, suddenly remembered something and said to Johnny Blaze in the tone of an elder who taught the younger generation of Ghost Riders, "Johnny Blaze, you'd better stay away from your family and friends, otherwise the witch heart demon will use them to threaten you." After that, Carter Slay stepped through the portal with a posture of welcoming a new life and a pious pilgrimage. Li Feng, who was following closely behind, also suddenly remembered something and turned his head and asked, "Mr. Johnny Blaze, did you kill Abigail?" Seeing Johnny Blaze's puzzled expression, Li Feng guessed that the other party might not know that the wind demon was Abigail, and explained, "It's the wind demon, the devil that can turn into wind." Johnny Blaze shook his head suddenly and said, "He is much stronger than the devil who turned into stone before. He ran away after being seriously injured by me." Li Feng was delighted and nodded to indicate that he knew, and closed the portal. Wilderness. Li Feng looked around with the Dharma eye, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he quickly opened the mirror space. The movement of opening the mirror space did not look like going to Leona, so Carter Slay immediately judged that Li Feng had deceived him. However, he looked at the bright surroundings and sensed the little power of the Ghost Rider left in his body, and narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. Mage, it seems that I have been deceived by you." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, took out the wooden box without saying a word, and opened it completely, and then used a palm to knock Carter Slay's spirit out of his body. Unfortunately, I don't know whether Li Feng's strength is too low or the Ghost Rider is too hard. Carter Slay's spirit did not react at all, but instead caught fire all over his body under Li Feng's palm. Yes, there is no sun in the mirror space. This guy can become a Ghost Rider. After a while, a skeleton with a blazing flame knelt on one knee in front of Li Feng. There was no way the wooden box was completely opened by Li Feng, and Carter Slay's power was already very little, so even if the Ghost Rider came out, there was nothing he could do. Adhering to the principle of being cautious, Li Feng, who did not want to take the risk of standing in front of the Ghost Rider's eyes, walked behind Carter Slay without thinking. Carter Slay seemed to understand his fate. He opened his big skull mouth and laughed a few times, then said, "I'll wait for you in hell." Hell. Li Feng, wearing a skull mask, took out a sickle from his shoulder bag and put it on Carter Slay's neck and said with a smile, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to go back to hell." Carter Slay was stunned for a moment and looked at the sickle in Li Feng's hand as if he understood something, and said disdainfully, "I can see that there is a monster in your knife that can only devour souls. What a pity." Before Carter Slay finished speaking, Li Feng raised his hand and cast a few purification spells on the other party. While stroking the blade, he said, "I know this thing is of low level and can't devour you, but don't worry, I have plenty of ways, such as..." At this point, Li Feng released all the soul-sucking dementors in the sickle, raised his hand, and released a few purification spells, and said to Carter Slay, "Although they still can't shake your soul, you always know the principle that ants can eat elephants." Cartisley, who was tortured by the pseudo-angel feathers to the point that he could hardly kneel on one knee, looked at the dementors with disdain, and then at the frost on the ground. I play with fire, and you little punks play with ice. If you have the guts, try to take a bite of me. Be careful or you will be blown to pieces on the spot. Feng circled Cartisley carefully and looked at him a few times until the other party was weakened a little by the purification spell. Feeling that the time was right, Feng extracted the hellfire from Cartisley and said, I know what you are thinking. Do you think these dementors are useless? But don't forget that I'm here. I know how to extract energy. Not sure if it was because his plan was about to be completed. Feng smiled happily while extracting the hellfire. In fact, I know more about Ghost Rider than Johnny Blaze. Although Johnny Blaze can only use Hellfire and Eye of Judgment now, I know he has just taken office and some skills can still be activated, such as your Ghost Rider's portal skill. This is because a skeleton like Cartisley has no pupils. Otherwise, if Feng stood in front of him, he would definitely see his pupils shrinking rapidly. However, Cartisley's action of turning his head to look at Feng still made him feel satisfied, which meant that Cartisley really gave up his last hope and was ready to use his last strength to judge Feng. Unfortunately, Feng did not give him a chance. He directly used a sickle to straighten the skull's head and said, so don't think about pretending to be dead, so that I can quietly open the door to hell. After leaving the mirror space, Feng's words have clearly let Cartisley know that his doomsday has come. Chapter 171. This is going to be prosperous. In the mirror space, Feng felt that he had won the battle, as if he saw hellfire dancing its thin waist and shyly recruiting him. Before he could be happy, he saw Wang Ke and other dementors suddenly lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Not only that, several weaker dementors were rolling on the ground. Feng was stunned, slapped his forehead, and looked at the pseudo-angel feather with a black face. I forgot that the pseudo-angel feather can not only restrain the Ghost Rider, but also restrain the dementors. Well, how far is Cartisley from being completely dead? Feng said that he didn't know, but his dementors were basically dead, and they were all annihilated. There was nothing he could do. Seeing that the dementor's cloak was almost dried into rags by the pseudo-angel feathers, Feng helplessly ordered, useless thing, you can't stand such a short time, why don't you get back into the sickle? Wang Ke looked at Feng aggrievedly. Who did he offend? If he was not restricted by the contract, he would never want to get out of the sickle. Now, he was quite happy to hear Feng's order to let him go home. However, there was a small problem. Wang Ke looked at the sickle on Cartisley's neck. The door of his house was at the top of the long stick, and the top was only one step away from Cartisley, who was emitting hellfire. There was a ghost knight squatting at the door of his house. He didn't dare to go home. Feng saw Wang Ke's embarrassment and reluctantly and carefully retracted the sickle. On the other side, Cartisley knew very well that he was about to say goodbye to the world, because the other party really knew the ghost knight better than he thought. Look at his plan. Every step was not rubbing his own deadly point. First, he imprisoned himself in the mirror space. In this way, he could prevent outsiders from noticing the abnormality through satellites or magic, and prevent himself from escaping as soon as he found the abnormality. After all, it takes time to open the portal to hell. The other party would be stupid to wait for him to open the portal slowly. Secondly, the pseudo-angel feathers were too evil. They suppressed him, and he could only lie on the ground. Even if the other party gave him time to open the portal, he didn't have the strength to open the door and escape. Finally, after all the little hellfire he had left was extracted, and he became fat on the meat board, the other party only needed to order the monster in the sickle and hundreds of guys with skulls to eat his soul. At that time, he could achieve the purpose of destroying the corpse and the traces, and the sickle and the skeleton monster could get the greatest benefit. After all, he had been possessed by the Ghost Rider for a long time, and his soul was more or less stained with the characteristics of the Ghost Rider. For these monsters who like to devour souls, it can be said to be a good tonic. But Cartisley couldn't figure out what hatred or grievance he had with the wizard who had been hiding behind him, why he had to turn him into ashes, leaving not even a trace of his soul. He was not afraid of being turned into ashes, but was a little relieved in his heart, because if his soul was reduced to ashes, how could he go to hell? You know, He had signed a contract with Mephisto directly, and his soul had long belonged to Mephisto, and he would definitely report to Mephisto after his death. If he completely disappeared from the world, he would escape Mephisto's torture, which was more or less a good thing. However, he could be killed, but at least he should die with a clear conscience. While the sickle was away from his neck and the cat in the knife was no longer sucking his soul, Carter Slay, who got a chance to catch his breath, took a deep breath and asked with difficulty, "Why?" Li Feng was stunned for a moment, then he understood what the other party was asking. He scratched his head and said with an attitude of serving the country and the people, "You use the laws of hell to judge living humans in the first half of your life. Now you deserve to be eliminated by me." After a pause, Li Feng shrugged and said, "Although my methods are not much better, I will ensure that not even a trace of you is left in this world. It's only because the skull has no eyelids and can't do the difficult action of rolling his eyes. Otherwise Carter Slay would have to attack with the rolling eyes." Of course, the inability to express his inner thoughts with facial expressions does not mean that Carter Slay cannot use his tone to express his strong disbelief. "Do you think I will believe it? You might as well just say that you are here to harvest hellfire to convince people." Li Feng curled his lips. He did not deny that he wanted hellfire. After all, hellfire is indeed a powerful flame that is not bound by the laws of nature. As a mage with a talent for fire, it is a normal idea for him to want to harvest hellfire. Although in a sense, hellfire is very similar to the fiendish fire that he has mastered for a long time. It can also burn the soul and body of the opponent. It is also in water or in a vacuum environment. The two flames can burn in any posture they want. But there are some places where fiendish fire cannot compare with hellfire. For example, hellfire can attach to the object that the user wants and change its shape. For example, Johnny Blaze changed the appearance of his motorcycle to become cooler. This is something that fiendish fire cannot do. If you have to attach fiendish fire to a motorcycle, you can only get a pool of molten iron, or maybe even no molten iron, and it will be directly vaporized by fiendish fire. Secondly, hellfire can also attach to various weapons, adding extra fire damage to the weapons. For example, Carter Slay likes to attach hellfire to bullets to enhance the damage of firearms. If Li Feng can get hellfire, then every time he swings his sickle with hellfire, he can increase his attack power. Even after Li Feng completely masters hellfire, it is not impossible to put a layer of hellfire on the shield. This is also impossible for fiendish fire, because fiendish fire will devour its master. Putting fiendish fire on the shield will only burn through the shield and roast Li Feng by the way. Therefore, obtaining hellfire can be said to greatly increase strength and have many benefits. However, hellfire is a rare item on weekdays, and Li Feng has nowhere to get it. As for whether this thing is common in hell, and whether it is easy to obtain, Li Feng said he doesn't know. Anyway, he dare not travel to hell alone, for fear that this is a one-way ticket. There is no return. So if you want to get hellfire, you can only find another way. Now, suddenly encountering hellfire in broad daylight, or encountering two ghost riders with hellfire at once, if Li Feng still misses such an opportunity, he might be struck by lightning. If it weren't for the fact that it was not easy to deal with Johnny Blaze who had just taken office, in addition to the suspicion of declaring war with Mephisto, he also had to deal with Zatanus who was possessed by Johnny Blaze and had gone crazy and unconscious. Li Feng really wanted to get some better quality hellfire from Johnny Blaze. As for now, it is better to honestly choose Carter Slay, who has a low difficulty coefficient and little energy left in his body. Seeing that Li Feng was ready to continue to talk nonsense with him, Carter Slay shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. "As long as you can ensure that the Saint Vanganza scroll does not fall into Mephisto's hands, you can take the hellfire on me." After that, Carter Slay lowered his head, as if he was lost in memories, and made a look of repentance and waiting to die. "Do you regret signing a contract with Mephisto?" "Unfortunately, no deal with the devil will end well." Li Feng was silent for a while and said, "Don't worry about this. I have a plan to deal with the Saint Vanganza scroll. Mephisto will never get the soul in the Saint Vanganza scroll." Carter Slay, "That's good." As Carter Slay lay weakly on the ground and couldn't even move his fingers, Li Feng thought for a while and said, "Perhaps it's a relief for you to be reduced to ashes." At least you don't have to worry about being tortured by Mephisto. After that, Li Feng didn't care what Cartus Lay thought, and cleanly chopped the sickle into the opponent's head, watching the opponent being sucked into a black mist by the sickle, and dissipated in the mirror space. I don't know if it was an illusion, but before Cartus Lay dissipated, Li Feng vaguely felt that Cartus Lay said thank you to him in his ears. Li Feng shrugged, casually carried the sickle on his shoulder, opened the Dharma Eye to observe the mirror space, and confirmed whether Cartus Lay had really dissipated completely. Before Li Feng finished checking the mirror space, he vaguely felt a suction force coming from the sickle on his shoulder. Li Feng was stunned. Since his strength has greatly increased, he can resist the instinct of the cat-like body to absorb the spirit and soul, even if he does not wear the skull mask. Now he feels that the cat-like body is sucking the soul. After wearing the mask, Li Feng subconsciously threw the sickle on the ground and squinted at the cat-like body. He saw that the cat-like body, which had only instinct but no consciousness, was actually shaking its two tails behind it. This made Li Feng rub his eyes subconsciously to make sure if what he saw was an illusion. What the hell is this? Li Feng scratched his head in confusion and carefully put his mental power into the cat-like body to check the specific situation. For a long time, Li Feng, whose jaw was almost dropped, opened his mouth wide and stared at the cat-like body that was full and ready to enter the dream. As the saying goes, if you plant flowers intentionally, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will grow into a shade. Li Feng now just feels that he is going to make a fortune. As a person who is familiar with Anubis's resurrection method and has experience in making abominations into mummies, Li Feng did not think about detaining Cartus Lay's soul at the beginning and then making him into a ghost rider who obeys his own orders. After all, it is a good idea to have a ghost rider as his bodyguard. However, Cartus Lay has already signed a contract with Mephisto, and his soul has long belonged to Mephisto. The difficulty coefficient of such an operation has long exceeded Li Feng's knowledge, so he can only give up helplessly. Now, although Nicometer has absorbed Cartus Lay's soul, Nicometer's level is far worse than Cartus Lay, causing Nicometer to have indigestion directly. Not only did he fail to digest Cartus Lay's consciousness, but he also let Cartus Lay's soul fragments occupy Nicometer's body. The most important thing is that Nicometer's absorption of Cartus Lay is not successful at once, but is divided into several pieces of soul, which are absorbed intermittently, which causes Cartus Lay, who enters Nicometer's stomach, to be dead in a sense. Since Cartus Lay's soul was dead, the contract he signed with Mephisto was naturally invalid. Now, as long as Li Feng pieced together the fragments of Cartus Lay's soul and nurtured it, when the new Cartus Lay regained consciousness in the future, Li Feng would just return the sealed hellfire to him, and he would have an obedient pseudo-ghost rider. Chapter 172-ish. Throwing the temporarily unusable sickle into his shoulder bag, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and returned to the RV. In the RV, Ward, who had nothing to do, was sitting on the sofa watching a movie boredly. The portal that suddenly appeared in front of him scared him so much that he quickly drew his gun and aimed. He didn't put down the pistol until he saw that it was Li Feng. He said, "Okay, you are a wizard, and your way of appearance is very magical." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Are you in shield sick? Why do you all like to draw your guns when you meet people? If you hurt yourself, don't ask me for medical expenses." While speaking, Li Feng looked around and leaned on the car window to look for Coulson's figure. He asked in confusion, "Where are they? Did they really go to eat and leave you here hungry alone?" Wood's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he said speechlessly, "Before Cartus Lay followed you away, he warned Johnny Blaze to be careful of the witch demon looking for his family and friends." Johnny Blaze seemed to think of something and drove away in a hurry on a motorcycle. Coulson was worried that the witch demon would harm humans, so he hurried to support Johnny Blaze with 3 scientific researchers. After killing the witch demon, he didn't forget to bring 3 scientific researchers. Is Coulson planning to deliver tequila to the witch demon? Li Feng scratched his head, sat down on the sofa and shouted, "Creature, give me a beer and some peanuts." Then, Li Feng turned his head to look at Ward and said, "Don't even mention Coulson, who knows nothing about the devil. Even Johnny Blaze, who makes a living by killing devils, may not be able to deal with the witch demon." That thing has no soul, which makes Johnny Blaze's most powerful live judgment against the devil directly useless. Ward squinted and thought for a while, then walked towards the beer making machine and whispered, "What if it's creature? Can he deal with the witch demon?" "No." Li Feng spread his hands, looking at Ward who was about to pour beer for him with a strange expression. Suddenly, Li Feng seemed to realize something, and said half guessingly and half affirmingly, "You won't tell me that creature was taken away by Carlson to deal with the witch demon?" Seeing Ward nodding innocently, Li Feng subconsciously looked out the window at dusk, jumped up from the sofa with a twitch of his mouth, and hurriedly shouted, "Damn Carlson!" "Ward, call Carlson quickly." Before Li Feng finished speaking, he saw creature, who was wearing rags and blood, and appeared in the RV with Carlson, Melinda and others with a tired face. Seeing this, Li Feng said nothing. While casting healing and purification spells on creature, he took out a few drops of eternal spring water from his shoulder bag and dripped them into creature's mouth. Under the effect of spells and eternal spring water, creature looked dirty and his physical injuries had been completely restored. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to point at creature's nose and scold him, he saw creature drooping his head in grievance. Somehow, Li Feng suddenly felt a blockage in his heart. Li Feng, who couldn't curse creature, waved his hand helplessly, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Go down and have a good rest." On the side, Carlson, with a slightly dirty face, walked up to creature, said thank you sincerely, and said to Li Feng with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, creature was in danger because of saving us. I didn't expect to encounter witch heart demon and Abigail in the daytime. Fortunately, creature is fine now." Li Feng glanced at Carlson unhappily and said, "You didn't expect that witch heart demon and Abigail also have powerful strength in the daytime?" Carlson nodded awkwardly. To be honest, he heard Li Feng say that Johnny Blaze could not turn into Ghost Rider during the day, and according to legend, demons only appear at night, so he subconsciously thought that daytime was the best time to capture, study or eliminate demons. So when he saw Johnny Blaze running to the city with a worried look on his face, Carlson, who was brainwashed by SHIELD, followed Johnny Blaze without a second thought, saying that he was a shield standing in front of the citizens. This way, he could not only protect the citizens who were about to be persecuted by the devil, but also take the opportunity to capture the devil and save the earth. However, Johnny Blaze came to the cemetery on a motorcycle, and the only means of transportation in front of them was a magic-activated RV. Now that Li Feng was not there, they couldn't even start the RV, let alone drive it. As for wanting to keep up with the motorcycle with two short legs, it was simply a pipe dream. They were agents, not supermen. Even if they could run at the speed of a world champion in a short time, what would it matter? They didn't have the physical strength to run all the way to the city. Fortunately, Carlson knew that creature could follow Li Feng at any time when Li Feng turned into black mist and moved quickly, so he relied on his own good guy aura to persuade creature to let him help and take them all the way behind Johnny Blaze. Similarly, when Carlson arrived at Johnny Blaze's house, he was glad that he brought creature with him, because at Johnny Blaze's house, they saw not only the lover that Johnny Blaze cared about being held hostage by a wet devil, but also the witch demon whose face was pale due to severe anemia, and the wind demon Abigail with disheveled hair and a whirlwind around him. Needless to say, Johnny Blaze would naturally deal with the witch demon, but the witch demon knew the Ghost Rider too well, and he had a hostage to deal with Johnny Blaze, which made Johnny Blaze always timid in dealing with the witch demon's attack. He was pressed to the ground by the witch demon after only a few exchanges. Abigail did not think of the friendship between colleagues when facing Carlson, who was ready to save people and was extremely cruel when he attacked. He turned into wind to avoid bullets and then swung the wind blade to chop at Carlson. If creature had not risked his life to pounce on Abigail several times, it is estimated that Carlson and his group would have been wiped out long ago. After hearing Carlson's explanation of why creature was seriously injured, Li Feng was silent for a while and looked at creature with a complicated expression. Others didn't know, but Li Feng knew very well that if creature faced the witch demon or Abigail who could exert all his strength, he could only say that he had the intention, but not the strength. However, creature's help in rescuing Johnny Blaze's lover would have a high chance of success. After all, if you compare the power that the water demon can exert during the day with creature's strength, you will find that the two are actually the same. But now, creature chose to confront Abigail head on. The reason is that creature knew that Li Feng wanted Abigail, so creature would try to get close to the other party in order to teleport Abigail to Li Feng. Li Feng took a deep breath, smiled bitterly and said thank you to creature, then asked Carlson, what happened next? Was the person rescued? Carlson shook his head bitterly and said, after the wet guy saw Johnny Blaze being subdued by the witch heart demon, he immediately turned into a pool of water and wrapped Johnny Blaze's lover and left. The witch heart demon asked Johnny Blaze to get the Saint Vanganza scroll from Carter Slay and then go to the town of Saint Vanganza to exchange the Saint Vanganza scroll for his lover. After saying that, he also left. At this point, Carlson remembered that Li Feng had said before that Carter Slay had something that all demons wanted, and that Li Feng said, after seeing Carter Slay, that he wanted to be a career. He squinted and guessed, the Saint Vanganza scroll in the witch heart demon's mouth is in your hand, right? Why do you ask that? Li Feng scratched his head and asked curiously, what scroll did you see me take away? Carlson nodded and said, I think Carter Slay hid the scroll of Saint Van Gogh in the shovel, and that shovel. Carlson looked at Li Feng seriously and said faintly, it was taken away by you. Well, the other party had guessed it, and Li Feng couldn't hide anything. He curled his lips and shrugged, it's true that I took the scroll of Saint Van Gogh, but it's not in my hands now. After a pause, Li Feng was afraid that Carlson would ask him to find the fictitious Leona to take back the scroll of Saint Van Gogh, so he lied, don't think about the scroll of Saint Van Gogh, it has been destroyed. Carlson was stunned, tilted his head to think about it, and asked, did your pseudo-angel friend do it? Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, Carlson asked puzzledly, after saying so much, I'm very curious about what the scroll of Saint Van Gogh is, why so many demons want it? And do you know what kind of demon the witch heart demon is? Legend has it that Wu Zinemo is the unfilial son of Mephisto. Li Feng touched his chin and said, but I know Wu Zinemo has no soul at all. This guy's more like a test product made by Mephisto. There is a reason why Li Feng made such a guess. You see, Wu Zinemo has an active body but no soul. It is a good carrier for the devil to possess. In a sense, it is actually very similar to a resurrected corpse. So Li Feng couldn't help but guess whether Wu Zinemo was a test product prepared by Mephisto for future possession, but the test product is not perfect yet, so Mephisto did not possess it. In addition, the defense measures of hell may be a bit crude. If Wu Zinemo is not careful, he will run out of hell and prepare to install a soul on himself. At that time, he will not only gain freedom, but also kill Mephisto's heart that possessed him. After all, Mephisto will not go to great lengths just to possess a body that cannot exert its strength. Mephisto's child? Experimenting? Carlson, who felt that the amount of information in Li Feng's words was a bit shocking, widened his eyes and said with a smile, Austin, this joke is not funny at all. Li Feng spread his hands, gave a believe it or not expression and continued, you are focusing on the wrong point. Didn't you hear me say that the witch heart demon has no soul? Carlson rubbed his swollen temples and stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to continue. There are an astonishing number of evil spirits in the Saint Vanganza scroll. As long as the witch heart demon devours these evil spirits, he will have his own soul, and his power will become a little troublesome. After a pause, Li Feng said uncertainly, without using the pseudo-angel feather, I don't know if I can deal with the witch heart demon. Carlson, what if I use the pseudo-angel feather? Li Feng shrugged and said, it's probably a big dish. At this time, Li Feng squinted at the shoulder bag, thinking in his heart, pseudo-angel feathers plus the sickle of the air-sucking god, isn't the witch heart demon a big dish? Chapter 173 Let me see your flying skills. Knowing that there were a large number of innocent souls in the Saint Vanganza scroll, and that the Saint Vanganza scroll had been destroyed, Carlson was a little relieved. After all, this thing was too dangerous. Once the witch heart demon got it, the consequences would be too serious. Carlson, who just recalled something, said slowly, Austin, are you sure you can deal with the witch heart demon? Li Feng nodded very affirmatively. Feeling that Carlson had something to say, he blinked inexplicably and asked curiously, what? Isn't our mission to kill Abigail? The witch heart demon has the Ghost Rider to deal with it. Why are you worrying about it? Carlson breathed a sigh of relief in front of Li Feng and said, Johnny Blaze is on his way. Carlson pointed to the ground, the cemetery under our feet. He now only wants to save his beloved woman, so he will definitely ask you for the Saint Vanganza scroll. Hearing this, Li Feng turned his head to look out the window, but except for the dim sky, he didn't see a ghost. Just when Li Feng wanted to ask where is Johnny Blaze, Carlson saw what Li Feng wanted to ask and said, we were brought back to the RV by creature. In terms of speed, we are much faster. After a pause, Carlson continued with a smile. At the beginning, we were worried that Johnny Blaze would not be able to do anything to the witch demon with hostages. We originally wanted to ask you if the witch demon had any weaknesses, so that we could help rescue innocent citizens. Now, since you are sure you can deal with the witch demon, then you and Johnny Blaze will join forces to deal with the witch demon, and we will formulate a plan to rescue the hostages, such as making a fake Saint Vanganza scroll to attract the wet devil, and then let creature help transfer the hostages to a safe place. At the side, Melinda, who was full of anger, played with the Loki mask in her hand and said expressionlessly, it's almost night now, and I can't wait to kill Abigail with my own hands. Li Feng scratched his head and glanced at Melinda, who was full of violence. He asked Carlson speechlessly, Johnny Blaze and I will deal with the witch demon. Only an amateur like you would say such a thing. I have never heard of a partner around the Ghost Rider. Aren't you afraid that Johnny Blaze's will be suppressed by the evil spirit in his body, and then he will give up the difficult witch demon and join forces with the witch demon to deal with me? Without waiting for Carlson to refute, Li Feng covered his face and said, Melinda's plan to deal with Abigail is still a reliable plan, but the water demon is the wet devil in your mouth. What should we do with him? Don't expect creature to help at night. You know, the devil is two different concepts during the day and at night. Finally, they are devils, not idiots, and they are very sensitive to evil spirits. They can tell whether there is an evil spirit in the scroll by glancing at the scroll of Saint Van Gogh. So where can you find a fake Saint Van Gogh scroll that can deceive the witch demon or the water demon? Knowing that his own plan had been thrown out by Li Feng, Carlson frowned and asked helplessly, according to you, how should we rescue the hostages? What I mean is, there is no need for a plan, just go ahead and kill them. As for the chick that Johnny Blaze cares about, I think we should persuade Johnny Blaze to find another one. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea, why bother to love one, and that flower doesn't seem to be. Anyway, I didn't think Johnny Blaze's chick was that pretty when I watched the movie. She has a face but no butt, or a butt but no face. It's a pity. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Feng understood that the person sitting opposite him to discuss how to kill the devil was not Fury, but Carlson, who was famous for being a good guy. This means that, even if the hostage has a 0.1% chance of being rescued, Carlson will do his best to rescue the other party. Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, Johnny Blaze will deal with the witch demon. Although Johnny Blaze seems to be unable to defeat the witch demon, it is still no problem to delay it for a few minutes. I can use these few minutes to kill Abigail, and Li Feng looked at Melinda with a poker face and continued, as for you, you just deal with the water demon. Li Feng was afraid that Melinda didn't understand the devil, and something unexpected would happen when she was careless, causing him to lose a general stationed in SHIELD in vain. After thinking about it, he said to Melinda, the water demon's abilities are mostly related to water. You have to be careful that he turns into a ball of water to wrap you up so that you can suffocate the water demon. In addition, he seems to like hiding underwater to launch surprise attacks, such as turning into a small puddle to hide at your feet and pulling you into the water when you let your guard down, so that he can fight you in the familiar underwater. Li Feng touched his chin and said, but in terms of fighting skills, I guess it's not enough for you to play with one hand. After saying that, Li Feng silently lit a candle for the water demon in his heart. If you don't meet Melinda, who is full of anger and wearing Loki's mask, who will be unlucky? As for how to save people from the witch demon, Li Feng thought it was not within his professional knowledge, so he simply explained the outline of his plan to Carlson. and then walked away, lying on the sofa with a beer in his hand, drinking beer and eating chicken legs, while watching Carlson and others complete the plan. Until the night fell completely. Feng, who was full of wine and food, heard the sound of a motorcycle in the distance. After a while, Feng heard someone knocking on the car door. He picked up 2 walkie-talkies and threw one of them to Johnny Blaze, who was knocking on the door. He turned to explain to Carlson, "It's already nighttime. Ghost Rider may come out to admire the moon at any time. So you'd better stay in the car in case Ghost Rider loses control and wants to judge you. I will have to spend energy protecting you." After that, Feng signaled Carlson to use the walkie-talkie to contact him if he had anything to say, while he opened the car door and got out of the RV. Here, Feng just closed the car door and motioned Johnny Blaze to talk aside, but before the two walked far, Johnny Blaze suddenly covered his head with one hand, pointed at Feng with the other, and said in a hoarse and slightly crazy voice, "You are guilty. Did I steal your underwear or sleep with your wife?" Feng glanced at Johnny Blaze, who had not yet transformed, and said with a roll of his eyes, "Do you have evidence to prove that I'm guilty? Besides, whether I'm guilty or not is none of your business." Pointing to Carlson, who was lying on the car window in the distance, Feng bared his teeth and said, "They and I were just thinking about how to save your girl. Try to say that I'm guilty again. Believe it or not, I will quit immediately and let you play with the witch heart demon by yourself. Then you can only watch your girl being dragged into hell and become the devil's plaything." Feng's words of saving people made Johnny Blaze's consciousness temporarily take the upper hand and take control of himself. He said in a slightly anxious tone, "The scroll of Saint Vanganza. I need Saint Vanganza to save me." Before Johnny Blaze finished speaking, Feng scratched his head and interrupted, "Before, you also saw Curtis Lay leaving with me. In fact, we are here to send the scroll of Saint Vanganza to my friend for destruction. So now, don't think about the scroll of Saint Vanganza. That thing is gone." "What about Rosie?" Johnny Blaze asked blankly. Wu Zinmo specifically asked for the scroll of Saint Vanganza. Without it, Wu Zinmo will kill Rosie. While speaking, Johnny Blaze, who felt that he would never see Rosie in this life and would never forgive himself in this life, had flames appear on his head again. "Didn't I just say that I would save your girl? How come you lost control in the blink of an eye? Your brain circuit is unique." While Feng was about to set up the mirror space, he heard Carlson's voice coming from the intercom in his hand. "Mr. Johnny Blaze, we have you, the Ghost Rider, Austin, the wizard, and creature, whom you have also met, and our shield is professional in rescuing people. Believe me, we will rescue Ms. Rosie." Then, Carlson began to talk about the plan of how to eliminate the witch demon, especially the plan of how to rescue Rosie, which was so detailed that even a mentally retarded child could understand it. At this time, Johnny Blaze, who was half skeleton and half human, obviously listened to Carlson's words, slowly changed back to human form, and said to the intercom, "I believe you once, but you'd better make sure the plan succeeds." After a pause, Johnny Blaze turned around and got on the motorcycle, waiting for Carlson to lead the way, and said, "We will go to the town of St. Vanganza to rescue Rosie now." Although there was no threat in Johnny Blaze's words, the agents present were not stupid, and they didn't need to use their sixth sense to clearly feel the threat in Johnny Blaze's words. This made them somewhat unhappy. After all, they were kind enough to help save people, not to harm Rosie. Besides, it was the witch who wanted to kill Rosie, not them. What was the point of Johnny Blaze getting angry at them? Unfortunately, as the saying goes, Carlson, the leader of the team, who had the aura of a good guy and the responsibilities of SHIELD, could only hold his anger in his stomach. Only Feng didn't care about Johnny Blaze's tone at all. He returned to the RV leisurely and said to Melinda, "Have you found the address of the town of St. Vanganza?" Melinda nodded. Feng asked Creature to get him a beer and peanuts, and then he sat in the co-pilot seat and snapped his fingers to start the RV, saying, "Since we know the address, please drive Melinda and tell me the direction so that I can open the portal." Then, Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and said to Johnny Blaze, "I hope your broken motorcycle can keep up with my RV." Johnny Blaze didn't say anything, but just looked at the RV with contempt and turned into a ghost rider the moment he stepped on the accelerator. Li Feng curled his lips and whispered, "This guy seems a little arrogant." After hearing what Li Feng said, Melinda, who had a keen ear, subconsciously looked at Johnny Blaze, who was on fire, and the motorcycle under him, that was changing its appearance. For some reason, she always felt that Li Feng's words were full of envy and jealousy. Melinda thought for a moment, and said with a straight face, "A motorcycle on fire? That's really cool." Haha. Li Feng flipped the flight switch and said, "I heard you fly a plane? Then let me see how good your flying skills are." Chapter 174 Saint Vanganza. In the RV, Melinda was probably the most excited one among the agents, because she could operate a plane controlled by a steering wheel and gears in the sky in the wilderness, and it was a stealth plane that could not be detected by air traffic control. However, this made Li Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, suffer. Especially when Melinda drove the RV in an S shape. Li Feng said that he couldn't handle it, and the beer in the glass spilled out. "You know, this is the top beer brewed at home. It's such a waste." But Melinda used Li Feng's previous request to check the condition of the car as an excuse, and she drove the RV in the style of a fighter jet, doing roll maneuvers and barrel roll maneuvers. These were still good. When Melinda was excited and wanted to show what a perfect Cobra maneuver was, all the agents in the car lost their composure. The Cobra maneuver is a way to get rid of an enemy aircraft that is at the same altitude and following closely behind. It contains a posture that converts the kinetic energy of the aircraft into potential energy. That is, the aircraft suddenly loses power, hovers in the air for 2 to 3 seconds, and then lets the nose of the aircraft drop sharply, and then restores the power of the aircraft to recapture the target. Now, this group of agents have been made motion sick by Melinda. It seems that we should now say that it is the phenomenon of motion sickness. They don't know what will happen to the mage Li Feng when the RV makes an emergency stop and becomes a free-falling object, but the dinner they just ate will definitely be wasted under the action of inertia. Moreover, this is an RV. Who knows whether the front or the rear of the car will fall? What if the RV is damaged by Melinda and cannot be restarted? Will the whole car go directly to hell to eliminate the devil? Or will everyone go to hell to give the devil a meal? Unfortunately, the agents in the car objected loudly, but their fists were no match for Melinda. They could only cover their mouths and let Melinda perform all the flying tactics she knew. Li Feng had no choice but to cast a spell to protect the items in the RV to prevent the RV from being damaged during the rollover. On the ground, Johnny Blazer, who was riding a motorcycle, was shocked when he saw the flying RV moving coquettishly. He couldn't help but let go of the motorcycle handle and applauded. "This performance is much better than my motorcycle stunts. No wonder so many people like to fly planes. It's really exciting." Fortunately, the portal reduced a lot of flight time. Before Melinda had enough fun, the town of Saint Vanganza, which had been abandoned for who knows how many years, appeared in front of everyone. Melinda pouted her lips with unsatisfied feelings and slowly landed the RV on the ground a distance away from the town of Saint Vanganza. After the RV came to a complete stop, Melinda said with a slightly excited tone, "Austin, let me take your RV for a spin when there is a chance." Li Feng's eyes twitched as he looked at the empty beer cup in his hand, and then turned his head to look at the 3 researchers who collapsed on the ground and vomited. "You still want to drive my RV? Maybe in the next life." "No, don't even think about it in the next life. You'd better give up this idea." Rolling his eyes at Melinda, Li Feng said speechlessly, "Come on, now that you have got the flight data of the RV, you'd better stop messing with my RV." After thinking about it, Li Feng tilted his head and said, "If you can get magic materials, I can help you transform a motorcycle that can fly. Are you sure?" Melinda was happy at first, then sighed and said, "I only know one wizard like you. Where can I find magic materials? And even if the top magic materials are placed in front of me, I can't recognize them. How about I pay for it, and you help me buy a flying motorcycle?" Li Feng narrowed his eyes and pondered Melinda's words for a while. Did the joy on your face before mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. could get magic materials? But what did you mean later? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. hook up with other wizards? Can you give me a definite answer? Behind him, Carlson, who had recovered, pushed open the door of the RV with a bitter face, interrupted Li Feng's thoughts and said, "Everyone check your equipment and amulets, and go into silent mode for the rest of the journey. Austin, Please fly to high altitude to investigate whether there is any trace of the witch heart demon in the town of St. Feng. Answer me. Li Feng stared at Carlson with wide eyes and said with a slight twitch in the corners of his eyes, the witch heart demon is a pretty boy, but I didn't say that his head is full of white and tender tofu pudding. There are fluctuations in mana when I cast spells. Why should the witch heart demon pretend not to see me? Carlson frowned, turned his head to look at Ward and said, since spells can't be detected, do you have any reconnaissance equipment? Ward turned around and took out a drone from a box and shook it at Carlson. Carlson smiled and said, okay, then use drones for reconnaissance. After saying that, it was unknown whether Carlson wanted to provoke Li Feng or simply wanted to show off SHIELD's equipment. He turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, it seems that sometimes technology is more useful than magic. At least drones have no energy fluctuations and are not easy for the other party to detect. It was unknown whether Li Feng was stimulated by Carlson's words or saw something. The corner of his mouth twitched. He pointed to a fire in the distance heading towards the town of St. Van Gogh and said, what's the point of reconnaissance? Look at him. I can tell you directly that his motorcycle's brakes are broken. After a pause, Li Feng smiled and joked, do you think Johnny Blaze is thinking about killing the witch heart demon or using the witch heart demon to slow down? Melinda on the side held her forehead with one hand and shook the Loki mask in her hand with the other hand, saying, maybe we should take advantage of the noise made by Johnny Blaze to rescue Rosie. Carlson looked at the SWAT team ready to go with a little helplessness, shrugged and said, well, most of the plans we made before are in vain. Talking about plans with the insane Ghost Rider? To be honest, Carlson, I admire your imagination. Li Feng twisted his waist and warmed up for killing Abigail, saying, I said before that Ghost Rider doesn't have a partner at all because he might go crazy at any time and kill his partner first. Now, believe me, right? After the activity, Li Feng left a sentence, I'll kill Abigail first, without waiting for Carlson to reply, and turned into a black mist and flew quickly to the town of St. Vanganza. Seeing this, Melinda also wanted to put on the Loki mask and rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to vent her temper that she could hardly contain. On the side, Carlson was a little worried that Melinda would not be able to bear the side effects of the mask, so he grabbed Melinda's hand and said, Mary, it's not time yet. Let's try our best to use our abilities to get closer to the town of St. Vanganza. Carlson glanced at the mask in Melinda's hand, hesitated, and said, if possible, it's better not to use this thing. Maybe Johnny Blaze and Austin can solve everything. Melinda was silent for a while, put the mask on her waist, showed Carlson a fake smile, and nodded slightly to show that she understood. On the other side, Li Feng, who had caught up with Johnny Blaze, put on an invisible cloak and followed him silently. He believed that Johnny Blaze's swaggering movements were enough to attract the water demon and Abigail. Sure enough, when Johnny Blaze passed by a small pond, Li Feng had already sensed a faint energy fluctuation in the water, and the presence of Abigail could be sensed from time to time in the surrounding wind. But Li Feng was a little puzzled. Obviously, the other party had discovered Johnny Blaze, so why could they just track him, but not kill him? It was not that they were afraid of damaging the St. Van Gogh scroll in the battle. After a while, Li Feng narrowed his eyes and thought, since I can detect the opponent's mana fluctuations, the opponent can also sense my existence. Perhaps this is also the reason why Abigail, who turned into wind, never dared to approach me. Thinking of this, Li Feng immediately flew to a high altitude. After making sure that Abigail was not following him, he immediately opened his shoulder bag and released all 365 dementors. He ordered, 1K, can you sense the souls below? 1K sniffed the air lightly, nodded and said, Master, I sense 4 souls. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, the pretty boy which has no soul. Can you feel the soul floating around? Seeing 1K nod, Li Feng looked at Johnny Blaze, who had been dragged into the pond by the water demon, grinning and said, the water demon has taken action, and it's almost time for Abigail to take action. Now you spread out first, and descend along Abigail's encirclement. I will hide among you later, and use your mana fluctuations to cover my mana fluctuations, so that Abigail can't judge my specific location. After I lock him up in the mirror space, we will beat him up in a group, and his soul will be your food. Wonke, who sensed that Abigail's soul was of high quality and very nourishing, nodded excitedly, and quickly conveyed Li Feng's order to each dementor, howling and rushing towards the mana fluctuations representing Abigail. In the water demon thought that the Ghost Rider had just taken office, and was not clear about how domineering his own hellfire was. He thought that dragging the Ghost Rider into the water would at least weaken the opponent's strength. But the water demon never expected that Johnny Blaze would learn to control the hellfire so quickly, transform underwater, and send him back to hell in one round, causing Abigail, who wanted to rescue the water demon, to be stunned. Taking advantage of Abigail's distraction, the Dementors quickly completed the encirclement, which made Li Feng, who had been paying attention to Abigail, think that this was an opportunity, and directly ordered the Dementors to float past Abigail and absorb the other soul. Li Feng knew very well that Abigail, who was good at playing with souls, was naturally resistant to the Dementors' soul-absorbing methods. But Abigail didn't understand the Dementors' attack methods, so he would definitely be hit when he faced the Dementors for the first time, and Li Feng wanted the moment when Abigail was stunned by the absorption of his soul. With this moment, Li Feng had enough time to open the mirror space and capture the other party into the mirror space. Chapter 175 Solving Abigail. Johnny Blazer was unlucky. It was not known whether it was because he stood too close to Abigail, or because he killed the water demon in the water, which caused Li Feng to not see him when he cast the spell, and he was also locked in the mirror space while he was still in the water. Now, 3 people appeared in the mirror space. When Ghost Rider and Abigail reacted, they immediately looked at Li Feng with unfriendly eyes. This is a 2-on-1 situation. I can't beat them. Li Feng, who was frightened by being watched, rubbed his brow and said jokingly, fighting is illegal these days, and fighting and killing hurts feelings. How about we play some landlord games to kill time? Johnny Blaze, who was worried about Rose's safety, was not happy at the time. Only a devil wanted to play a landlord with a devil, a dark wizard. He pointed at Li Feng's nose and cursed, you can cheat, bah, you are guilty. Li Feng glanced at the Ghost Rider who was on fire, rolled his eyes, and opened the portal. He moved the portal towards Johnny Blaze and said, yes, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have slept with your girlfriend, nor should I let your girlfriend get pregnant with my child, and I shouldn't have named my child Johnny Blazely. The worst thing is that I beat Johnny Blazely on the, but for no reason. On the side, Abigail's eyes lit up when he saw Li Feng opening the portal. He knew very well that his strength was originally comparable to Li Feng's, but he had been injured by the Ghost Rider before, and the wounds caused by hellfire had not yet healed. If it were in the real world, he could run away, even if he couldn't win, but in the mirror space, Li Feng not only had a group of Dementors as helpers, but also had no place to hide. The mirror space was so big, where could he hide? The most important point was that in the mirror space, let alone a strong wind, there was not even a breeze. His wind spells could not be enhanced at all, and his strength was suppressed by a large distance inexplicably. It can be said that once the portal is closed, even if Abigail fought with Li Feng desperately, he might not have much chance of winning. Thinking of this, Abigail, who felt that he could still be rescued, turned into wind without thinking, wanting to go through the portal with the Ghost Rider. Li Feng even used his peripheral vision to observe the Ghost Rider, and his main sight was naturally on Abigail, so when Abigail turned into wind, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain and accelerated the movement of the portal while pointing at Abigail. Then, Abigail helplessly bumped into a transparent shield and watched Johnny Blaze leave the mirror space. Abigail, who still wanted to try to survive, showed his human form, adjusted his collar and said, human wizard, is it necessary to risk your life for SHIELD? Your life is your own. Even if you are sure you can kill me, then the props lost in the battle or the injuries you suffer will be your own, and SHIELD will not reimburse you for these. Do you think I'm an agent of SHIELD? Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he did not refute the other party's remarks. He turned his head to look at Abigail and said with a face full of justice, shield is the only line of defense between the normal world and the weird world. As an upright and kind human being, I have the obligation and right to send you back to hell. Brother, you are a dark wizard, not a light priest. Are you saying this to make me laugh to death? Abigail's eyes twitched, and he pointed at Li Feng's right hand and said, if there was no mana fluctuation in your hand, I would really believe you. While speaking, Abigail not only turned into wind, but also slashed a wind blade at Li Feng. Li Feng didn't even try to dodge, but just smiled and propped up a shield with his left hand, watching the wind blade coming towards him, and said, where can you hide? My mental power has locked you. Plus, at this point, Li Feng shot the time stagnation spell in his hand at Abigail. Seeing that the spell didn't hit the opponent, Li Feng pointed at the flying dementors in the sky and said with a smile, they don't know what fatigue means, plus every time you fly past them, some soul fragments will be absorbed. I believe that in a while, I don't even need to do anything, and your soul will be sucked out by my little cuties. At this time, Abigail did not think about tearing the dementors apart with his hands, but he didn't know what kind of weird creatures these dementors were. When he grabbed the opponent's figure with both hands, the opponent let him grab. Unfortunately, Abigail not only failed to catch the opponent, but his hands were frozen by the opponent's freezing aura. If Abigail hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid his whole body would be frozen, and he would directly show his human form and let Li Feng kill him. Afterwards, Abigail came up with the idea of using wind blades and other energy attacks to repel the dementors, but the dementors remained calm and faced the wind blades. While Abigail was confused, the dementors let the wind blades pass through their bodies and pounced on him with their icy auras. After several tentative attacks, Abigail decisively gave up the idea of killing the dementors. He knew that these creatures were dark creatures like him. If he didn't have light spells, he would have no way to deal with these disgusting dementors. The problem was that he was a devil. Where could he learn light spells? And even if he wanted to learn, he couldn't learn it because the skill template had already blocked light spells. Of course, if Li Feng was willing to give him time to calm down and study the dementors, it was not impossible to find a way to kill the dementors. The question was Li Feng willing to give him time to study? There was no other way. Abigail, who couldn't think of a way to deal with it, could only dodge the attacks of the dementors to prevent his soul from being absorbed by them. Even when facing a large group of dementors chasing and blocking him, Abigail didn't dare to stay there for too long because he was afraid that the dementors would absorb his soul, and he was also afraid that the spell that Li Feng had prepared in his hand would kill him in one go. He saw that the spell that Li Feng shot at him was just a ball of water, but it was essentially a time spell. God knows what the consequences of being hit by a time spell will be. Anyway, being finished is the most basic consequence. However, as the chance of survival became smaller and smaller, Abigail realized that he had nowhere to escape. He could only float to the east to avoid the dementors, and then fly to the west to avoid the spell in Li Feng's hand. He said in a hurried tone, I'm willing to recognize you as my master. I swear on my real name, as long as you don't kill me. Feeling Abigail's voice coming from all directions, Li Feng smiled, ignored Abigail's plea for mercy, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers lightly, and said while casting a spell, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you want me to give you a second chance? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet, not to mention you are a devil. How much of what you said is true? Feeling that the mirror space had inexplicably shrunk by half, Abigail's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously shouted, you are also proficient in space spells? I know a lot. Li Feng, who felt that he had won, patted his shoulder bag and said, not only do I know time and space spells. Li Feng took out a sickle from his shoulder bag and said, I can also take your soul myself, and my mouth is bigger than the small mouth of the Dementor. Maybe I can bite you to death. Do you want to try? At this moment, Li Feng's mental power has determined Abigail's position. Li Feng raised the sickle without thinking, and at the same time, opened a portal leading to Abigail's back in front of him. Then, the sickle quickly and accurately passed through the wind that Abigail had transformed into. Now, let alone touching the blade, even Li Feng, who was holding a long stick, was intermittently absorbed by the cat. Now, Abigail was directly scratched by the blade, and it goes without saying how much damage he suffered. Not only did Abigail appear in human form, but he also fell to the ground in a trance. Seeing this, Feng's eyes lit up, and he cast the spell quickly, imprisoning Abigail in time stagnation. Seeing Abigail wrapped in a ball of water, Feng panted slightly, and threw the sickle into his shoulder bag, and then took out the eternal spring water from the shoulder bag, and drank a mouthful. There was no way. He didn't wear a skull mask when he swung the sickle before, but held the sickle directly with his hands. Although the spirit of his body was not much absorbed by the cat, it was still a loss. As a human, health is the most important thing. Without health, all your property and wife will leave you. So even if the physical damage is small, it is better to treat it as soon as possible. After putting the eternal spring water back into the shoulder bag, Feng stood in front of Abigail with a serious face and extracted all of his memories. At the beginning, Abigail was summoned by Feng. Although Feng didn't know whether the other party knew that the technology of resurrecting corpses was provided by him to shield, Feng was now worried that Abigail would tell other devils a secret, that the resurrected corpses could exert the full power of the devil. If a large number of demons knew the secret of resurrecting corpses, Feng thought he should run away as soon as possible, because Ancient One would definitely be the first to kill him. Therefore, it was necessary to check Abigail's memory, and he could also find out from the other party's memory where the loopholes in the contract signed at the beginning were, as well as the spells that could harvest Abigail. After a while, Feng, who had checked Abigail's memory, said to Wanke, who was floating behind him and drooling, "Let's eat." As soon as the voice fell, Wanke, with his eyes shining, was the first to float in front of Abigail in the posture of a vicious dog pouncing on its food, and sucked Abigail's soul fragments into his stomach in big mouthfuls. Don't ask how Feng saw how Wanke, who was obviously a skull, had a shining eye. Anyway, Feng saw it. Although Abigail had only one soul, and was devoured by the cat for the most part, he couldn't resist the high quality of his soul. After a while, Wanke touched his stomach and said that he couldn't eat anymore, and signaled the tribe to start enjoying the feast. After a while, Feng, who had opened his Dharma eye, confirmed that there was not even a trace of Abigail left, and he was satisfied to open the portal. Back in the real world, Feng squinted at the town of St. Vangansa. Now, apart from Abigail who had turned to ashes, the only person left in the matter of resurrecting the corpse was Wu Xinmo, who suspected that Abigail had special abilities. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.